Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Silverstone. And I've got to say, it's a chilly Silverstone, but I tell you what, the atmosphere is hot here today. That's because it is the Equipe Summer Classic, the biggest event ever for Equipe Classic racing. You can probably hear in a minute, we've got a little bit of qualifying going on, but behind us, we have the first race of the day, the Equipe GTS, about to go out. Now, as you can see, I'm not alone today. How nice is that? I am joined by Jack Oliphant. And Jack, I know you're excited for this, aren't you?
Yeah, it should be pretty stunning. I mean, we even stood here sort of figuring out exactly how we're going to plan to start the show, and behind us all the cars that are all built in about the 60s are drifting around with skinny tyres, big engines. I mean, it's exactly what a motorsport fan dreams of, all rear-wheel drive pretty much, and yeah, it's going to be stunning. I mean, the cars that we got behind us here, it's just such an array. It's something to please everyone on this grid. The Equipe have done a great job of putting this package together.
They certainly have, and talking about the cars that you can see behind us, we'll have a look at them shortly. But of course, the Equipe GTS, a premier club in series of pre-1966 smaller engine sports cars and GT cars with engines spread across 5 classes. So certainly a lot to look out for. We've got a TVR Grand Tourer Mark III on pole position. We've got a lot of MGBs in there, a couple of Austins as well. It really is a treat. So much coming up throughout the course of the day for you as well. Straight after this race, so we do have the lunch break. The Elan 26Rs are going to be lining up in the pit lane. We're going to head up there for the lunch break, so you can catch up with that. And straight after that, we've got the first race of the weekend for the MG Cup. Then we've got that Equipe Elan 26R 60th anniversary race, a 60-minute race with a pit stop as well. We've got the Monopostos are in town, the single-seaters. They look pretty cool too. Then Equipe Pre 63s with the 50s, Equipe 70s with the BCV8 Championship, and the Equipe Libre as well, taking place at 5:20. I think you can see all that on your screen now as well. First race of very shortly going to get underway. There's only a few minutes or so left on the qualifying session beforehand. Let's go have a look. And I'm going to leave you. You're going to join me on commentary a little bit as well. Actually, whilst we're here as well, just a reminder, everybody, wherever you're watching, we're live on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, LinkedIn, absolutely everywhere. The main place is the Equipe Classic Racing YouTube channel, though. If you're watching and get involved in that live chat, we can see the comments, so we do want to hear from you today as well. And hit that subscribe button as well. Let's move along, shall we? And we've got a couple of chaps here, as we can see. I know Chris Ryan is on pole in that TVR Grand Tourer. I saw Neil Fowler walking around here somewhere. But let's just move down a little bit and see if we can grab a word with some of the drivers. We've got this gentleman's running. David Alexander's running away. No, I'm going to get you. Don't disappear from me. Don't disappear. How nice is it to be here this weekend and such big grids, isn't it?
Yeah, it's amazing. I thought it was actually going to rain a minute ago.
Yeah, me too.
And if it did, I'd like it even more, because I like it when.
Do you?
Yeah, I think it levels everything out, and people with all the horsepower, which this doesn't have, it sort of evens things out a bit.
Now, I was chatting to John a little bit earlier. This is the largest Equipe session they've ever had before. What a job they've done, haven't they?
Well, I'm not very good at getting this off the line, so there's a good chance I could get swamped by 40 cars by the first corner. So we'll see how that goes. But I am really, really bad at getting it off the line. But I can qualify, but I can't actually drive it.
Well, we're going to find out very shortly on the live stream as well. So thanks for talking to us, and thanks for. I caught you up. I got you in the end. Somebody over here, Neil Fowler, I know very well. Of course, races in the BCV8 Championship. Neil, so good to see you, mate. How's it going? How's your winter been?
Yeah, no, not too bad actually. But this has been sat in the garage for 2.5 years, so I thought, and I'm local to here, so I thought I'd give it a run out.
Are you racing BCV8?
Racing BCV8.
You're a busy man.
Yeah, busy man this weekend. Yeah, but no, and I'm really pleased with this. I wasn't expecting to be this far up the front, but yeah, all good.
I know you, a bit of a race. Watch out for this man, by the way. Very, very too humble you are. Look, what's it like? I mean, you say you're local to here, but there's always a bit of a buzz driving on the GP circuit, isn't it?
Oh yeah, no, it's been brilliant, and obviously the weather's been kind to us, at the moment. I hope that remains. But yeah, no, it's really good. But yeah, having a great time.
I have a feeling we might be chatting a little bit later as well, Neil. Thanks so much for talking to us. Let's keep moving down, shall I? Just absolutely love having a look at these. So, Chris Ryan on pole position, of course, in that TVR Grand Tourer Mark III. David Wenman in second place in the Morgan +4. Harvey McBrien, I did see him in the MGB roads. There's quite a lot of MGB roadsters running around here today as well. Let's just jump over here, shall we, as well? Look at it. We're in absolute heaven here looking at these cars. But I imagine it's even nicer driving it, right?
It is nice. It is nice. This is only the second time out this year, and it was a bit of a chaotic quali, but it's good fun. I enjoy it.
What's the track conditions like? Because it's cold today, isn't it?
It is cold. Yeah, I was a bit slower than last year, where I'd raced here last year, but and I had a fresh set of tyres on the back, so it was a bit slippy. as we started the first opening 2 laps. But they're good. They're good. Hopefully the rain holds off. I think it's scheduled to, but it's going well.
I looked at the weather forecast. It was going to be 17 and sunny all day. So somebody's lied to me. So I'm not happy. Somebody's lied to me.
That's always the way. That's always the way. But no, I think it's scheduled to stay away. So I'm looking forward to a good race.
What's the atmosphere like in the paddock? Because it's the biggest Equipe festival they've ever had this weekend.
It's great. It's good to see so many drivers. This is a really big grid here. I've got a lot of friends and people that I've raced with before. For me, this is the best weekend of the year. It's the Equipe's best event. Yeah.
Thanks for talking to us, mate. Best of luck. Enjoy the race. We will be watching, of course. Yeah, don't forget all the racing action coming up for you live today. Straight after this one, we have that lunch break, but then it's wall-to-wall racing for the rest of the day for you. We have about 4 cameras in total around the circuit, so myself and Jack are going to bring you the commentary as well. Let's keep making our way down. Let's just grab Russell McCarthy, because here's another driver I know from the BCV8 Championship as well, but racing in the Equipe GTS. How are you doing? You all right?
I'm not too bad, yeah.
Are you doing BCV8s as well?
I am doing BCV8, which is after lunch, so this is the first time out for this car. I've literally driven it around the paddock and this morning, so there's a few teething issues, but I think I've ironed a few of them out, so hopefully I can go forward.
There's a few of you BCV8 boys in this race, isn't there? Is there a bit of inter-rivalry there?
Yeah, there is a little bit. Neil at the front, he wasn't doing it until he heard that I was doing it, and then all of a sudden he was doing it, so yeah. And he's showed me a clean pair of heels.
That's what happens when you're the leader, though. So you're the leader of the pack.
Well, I'd like to think so, but everyone else tells me different.
I'm not having that. I'll see you later, mate. Take care. Thanks for talking to us. Let's keep moving down a little bit further, shall we? See who else we can find. Not too long to go, of course, before lights out for the first race today. 30 minutes in total for this one. Don't forget, if you're watching at the Equipe YouTube channel or at Live Sport Now on YouTube, please do hit that subscribe button. Really does help us all out. So let's just keep moving down a little bit further. I like to try and move all the way down if we can. I've got 40 cars in total, maybe even 41. I'm not sure what happened with Mike Lampley. I was actually looking at the grid order a little bit earlier. For some reason, he's not on the official grid, but he was out for qualifying a little bit earlier. Ian Pryor is somebody I spoke to a little bit earlier as well, and he had a puncher in qualifying. He lines up in 34th in the TVR Grand Tourer. Let's just keep moving down. Let's keep on going. We've got Can Bitterham up here in the MGB, the 114. Looks pretty keen and ready to talk to us, I think, doesn't he? Let's go have a quick chat. Look, he's even walking normally people run away when they see me coming with a camera, not you.
You're a magnet. Babe magnet, apparently.
Babe magnet, apparently. I've never heard.
Jan spelt can.
Jan spelt can. There we go. Look, Silverstone GP is pretty special, isn't it?
It's super special, and I'm super excited. Second proper year. Last year, novice cross. Been some wonderful people, a lot of support, a lot of encouragement. It's actually a beautiful thing. It's a big family here. So Equipe do a really special job.
I was talking about atmosphere in the paddock. There's a real buzz here, isn't there? And I know it's a massive event for Equipe, the Summer Classic.
Yeah, I mean, Silverstone, when the F1's here, all these stands are going to be full of people, but you only need a few good men just to make it special. And then this is what it's about, the camaraderie and everything. So, beautiful cars, nice people, a lunch from Provence. Laid on.
Lunch? My ears have just picked up there.
yeah. No wine, not yet. It's really, you feel privileged to be here.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the bottom line.
Now, actually, you talk about the grandstand, the BRDC one. It's actually full. I don't know if we could just very quickly, John, if we just turn the camera around, you can see the people up there. Just before you go.
Nervous. Right, I've got to
go on, you get in. The whistle's just gone. Thanks, Jan. Best of luck, mate. Take care. Thank you so much. You can actually see how busy it is. The whistle's just gone as well. We're going to slowly make our way back. Sorry, John, I'm going to make you work today. I'm really sorry, mate. Let's just make our way back through. The whistle has just gone, so the drivers have been told to get themselves into the car. Qualifying, I think, is just finished for the session beforehand. So the Equipe GTS first race of the weekend. There is more action coming up tomorrow as well. The cameras are only here for today, but if you are in Silverstone area, fancy coming down, please do. Of course, I think you can get tickets on the gate, so just rock up, pay your money, come in, and you see some wonderful, wonderful racing action indeed. So let's keep going. We're going to go all the way down to the bottom. I'm going to find Jack Oliphant if I can as well. He's going to join me on commentary for this one. So quick reminder, I know we haven't quite got the grids yet, but I do have the sheet in front of me, so we will see the graphics soon. But just to keep you up to speed, it was Chris Ryan was the man on pole position, David Wenham in second, then Harvey McBride, then Robert Cole, Neil Fowler, David Alexander, Ed Foster, John Hughes, Jack Wilmot and Samuel Ashby. They your top 10 runners and riders. So let's make our way down. I can see Jack's getting himself ready. Got a nice position actually down here at Luffield for one of our cameras here. Big shout out to the team here at Silverstone today as well, and hello to you. Don't forget, do get your comments coming in. We can see them. We do want to hear from you. We've got Chris Ryan on pole. I wonder if we can just very quickly grab a quick chat with Chris. Chris, don't look behind you because there's an awful lot of cars there.
Well, hopefully that's where they'll stay.
Qualifying obviously went pretty well. What are the conditions like out there? Because it's pretty nippy, isn't it?
Yeah, it was quite... 2 laps, yeah. It was quite fragmented because there was a safety car for the bulk of it. So there was only 1 lap at the end, and I thought it must be soon to be the checker, so I just got 1 lap in. So I'm not counting my chickens yet. That lap isn't representative, I don't think.
So you think you can go even quicker as well, do you think?
I hope we can.
Best of luck, mate. Thanks for talking to us short notice. I really do appreciate that. Right, so let's keep moving on, shall we? And just notification as well for everybody watching. It does look like it's going to be 2 green flag laps as well. There you go, confirmation. There it is, right there. 2 green flag laps. Now that was because there was a bit of an incident earlier, and we think there might be a little bit of oil on the track up at Copse Corner. So, John, I'm going to let you get into position whilst you can, and we'll move around, and we're going to get ourselves ready for this. We'll just quickly pop the schedule on screen for you, and race 1 coming up in a second. F4. Well, welcome back, everybody. Myself and Jack Oliphant just got ourselves into position. Great to hear from the drivers. A lot of you getting in touch on social media as well at Live Sport Now and the Equipe Classic Racing YouTube channel as well. Griga69 says, super, merci beaucoup. Thank you very much indeed. A few others getting in touch as well. We can see your comments. We do want to hear from you. Right, we do have the grids as well to bring you. So let's take a quick run through, shall we? Starting on pole position, we just heard from him as well. Number 16, Chris Ryan in that TVR Grand Tourer Mark III. In second place, we have David Wenham in the Morgan +4. In third, Harvey McBride. Fourth is Robert Cole. Fifth is Neil Fowler. We just heard from him. Sixth is David Alexander in the Lotus Elite. We talked to him as well. Seventh is Ed Foster. Eighth is John Hughes. 9 is Jack Wilmot. 10th is Samuel Ashby. 11th is Max Cawthorne. 12th is William Reed. 13th, Russell McCarthy. We just heard from him in the MGB Roadster. 14th is Mark Gordon. 15th is Tom Brent. 16th is Russell Holly. 17th is Noel Leonard. 18th is Hugh Lafferty. 19th, Florian Brandt. 20th is James Topless. I'll tell you, it's some grid, isn't it? It really is. 21st is Mike Henney. 22nd is Rick Wilmot in that Jaguar E-Type. Watch out for that. Wow, what a thing of beauty. 23rd is Richard Lambert. 24th is Lee Atkins. 25th, John Alexander. 26th is Paul Eales, also races in the BCV8s. 27th, Jan Bitteran. We just spoke to him in the MGB as well. 28th is Brian Ellery. 29th, Ivan Hayward in the TVR Grand Tourer Mark III. 30th is Darren Swift. 31st is Rachel Kirkby. 32nd is Mark Yates. 33rd is Duncan Wiltshire. What a grid, isn't it? 34th is Ian Pryor. He's actually in the TVR Grand Tourer. He also races in the BCV8s, but had a puncher in qualifying, did Ian Pryor. So watch out for him. He might come through the field quite quick. 35th is Steve Moffat. 36th is Nigel Gray. 37th is Peter Hess. 37th is Peter Hess. 38th is Steve Spink. 39th is Robert Waycott. And 40th is John Harrison. Quite incredible. Jack Oliphant is with me as well. Jack, that is some grid, isn't it?
I was going to say, I felt like you were going to get out of breath or have a bit of a seizure.
I was going to, yes.
Trying to run through all that grid, but it is a great grid. It's full of spectacular drivers, Ian, that you know a lot better than I probably, but having been around these sort of the MGs quite a lot and the Equipe sort of package a lot more as well, but it's great that we can bring it here and we can get it live streamed as well, so everybody, all the ladies and gentlemen at home can actually enjoy the action and enjoy the sports cars, because they are looking spectacular in the very brief sun that we've got here. It's just popped its head out, which is quite nice. A couple of people in the BRDC grandstand behind us that have filled it out to try and make sure they get a best view of this mega grid. It should be a pretty damn good evening. Sorry, afternoon into evening, actually, I suppose, because the last race is coming up at about 5:20, isn't it? So if you are wondering what to do with your Saturday, well, I think you found it. Let's stay around. Stay tuned to the Equipe and the Elan race. That's the one I'm excited for. And I think most people are here as well, Ian, aren't they? Because it's 60 minutes, supposedly the biggest Elan race on record. That's what they're going for anyway.
That's what we think, yes. Not officially confirmed, I don't think. It might be confirmed, actually. I don't think so. It could be. Anyway, that's going to be a cracker. But before that, of course, we've got the Equipe GTS race straight after lunch. It's the first race of the weekend for the MG Cup. Remember, the cameras are just here today. We're not back tomorrow, but do get in touch with us again. Sterling V8 has been in touch with us as well on YouTube. It says, looks cold out there. There is a link in the body of this broadcast. If you do want to find out more about Equipe Classic Racing at any point, you can. Just click the link. It takes you straight through to the Equipe Classic Racing, but maybe do it a little bit later so we can enjoy the racing action. The cars are just off to our left, actually. Just waiting to get going. There was actually a red flag, wasn't there, Jack, at the end of that qualifying session? But we're not too sure why, are we? We're trying to keep our eyes peeled. Certainly nothing going on down here at Luffield, but it's going to be a cracker. And I'm just hearing from our wonderful producer Simon that on the rest of the cameras it doesn't seem to be anything either. So hopefully we'll get going very shortly. historic tyres to FIA Appendix K specification. The 1 minute board has just gone up as well, so you are about to hear the Equipe GTS cars roar to life here at Silverstone on the GP circuit, and finally, very shortly, we're going to see some racing action, Jack.
We are indeed. You can see puffs of smoke in the background, which means normally one thing, we can hear whistles and engine noises coming past us now. I'm not sure if you can see it on your screen. Yes, you can. The cars are coming out of the assembly area. Now, we've been told that it's going to be 2 green flag laps, which means we've probably got about 10 minutes to keep on talking, to be honest. But look at the array of cars that are coming in front of you. I mean, how on earth the drivers fit into some of these? I definitely don't think I would at 6'2". It's astonishing. And trust me, they'll be drifting around all these corners, giving us the best action, the best shots as well. We're so close to the ground with this camera angle that we can definitely see them having a bit of a drift around Bucklands and Luffield. It's going to be absolutely stunning, but they don't stop, Ian. They're still going, aren't they? And it's I love the fact that there's quite a few teams in this. A lot of people take this very seriously. As I was walking back from Parc Ferme a little bit of a while ago, you sort of look at these cars and you think, well, maybe they're just amateur racers here to have a good time, not really racing hard, just see what they can do whilst also not ruining their pride and joy. But actually, no, they're going through data. They've got driver coaches. There's plenty of people who take this stuff really seriously in the classic car world, isn't there? And they almost look like they've got setups that are equivalent to the likes of any support package you'll see on the British GT or touring cars or anything like that. It's a spectacular show and a spectacular, well, spectacle.
Certainly, Jack. I got to be honest, Jack, I didn't hear about 90% of what you said there as they came thumping around. I did think I saw Mike Lamplow, those cars coming through. He's in the Gilbert Chevy. I did see it qualify, but then actually on the official sheet it wasn't there, so I'm not too sure what happened there. We'll keep an eye on that one. Like I said, the sun has come out as well. Tell us where you're watching from today. Everybody tuning in. I know there's quite a few of you watching, so please let us know, where are you? Are you in the UK? Are you overseas? Let's find out how many different countries people are watching in. We got anybody watching today from Wales, from Scotland, from Ireland, from Northern Ireland, from anywhere in Europe, the USA, Canada, Australia, anywhere? We want to know. We want to hear from you. Jack and Ian Waterhouse here with you throughout the course of the day. Big thank you to everybody for tuning in, and of course Equipe Classic Racing for having us along to broadcast this event live. It's the Summer Classic and the sun has finally decided to come out. It is going to be an absolute corker. Just a quick reminder, of course, Chris Ryan, the man on pole position in that TVR Grand Tourer Mark III. There's some wonderful looking cars. David Wenman in second place in the Morgan Plus 4. Just run through your top 10 again there. Third is the 1110 car, Harvey McBride in the MGB Roadster. Fourth is Robert Cullen, the TVR Grand Tourer Mark III as well. Fifth is Neil Fowler, the number 91 in the MGB Roadster. Sixth is number 39, David Alexander in the Lotus Elite. Seventh is Ed Foster in the MGB Roadster. Eighth is number 55, John Hughes also in the MGB Roadster. In ninth place is the number 43, Jack Wilmot in the TVR Grand Tourer. And 10th is the 179, Samuel Ashby in the Austin Speedwell Sprite. So 30-minute race coming up on the Grand Prix circuit here at Silverstone. In fact, they're getting ready for the British Grand Prix. You can start to see a bit of activity already, can't you, Jack?
And there are even bridges being built, and the museum is looking like it's up to spec. They've obviously built the Silverstone Village, which I think is what they're calling it, which is not at the corner village, which does make it a little bit confusing. It's at Maggots and Beckett's. But yeah, it does look pretty spectacular here at Silverstone. I imagine if we went over to the F1 pits, it would look even better. And well, as you know, most of British motorsport gets put on the national pits, and we're on the national layouts rather than the international, and that does give them an opportunity to really spruce up that international bit, doesn't it? And if you really wanted to get a proper close look at all of that sort of area of the circuit, you can now stay at the Silverstone Hotel, which is on the Hamilton Straight, which coincidentally, Ian, I don't know if you know, but the Hamilton Straight is the only bit of Silverstone that is named after a racing driver. Very unusual for any other circuit in the UK, if you think of Snetterton and Alton Park and places like that. But yeah, the Silverstone only has one part of it named after a racing driver, and that's Sir Lewis Hamilton.
I didn't know that. You mean John Luffield then? My neighbour, John Luffield? Completely making things up. I've got to say, actually, Jack, I'm not a fan of the wing, if I'm brutally honest with you. I prefer being in the national. Yeah, the Silverstone wing. I much prefer being in the national pits. Certainly for events like this, it's just so vast, isn't it? It's wing. Although the amount of cars here, the amount of drivers here, they could have easily filled the wing, I think, this weekend. But you can see the cars just coming down now. Green flag lap on at the minute. 30-minute race for Equipe GTS coming up. Don't forget, a lot of action throughout the course of the day. There is that is Mike Lamplow in the number 50, by the way, in the Chevy. He is on. He's not on my official race grid, but I can tell you, I can see him. So he's definitely out on track. We'll see if we can find out what's going on with that. Like I said, after this race, we won't be in Parc Fermé for the course of the day. We thought we'd come down to assembly. We've got 4 cameras in total to bring you all of the action. You probably... There might be 1 or 2 blind spots, but you won't even notice. Don't you worry about that. And Jack and I will bring you all of the action as it happens. After this, it is the lunch break, but we're going to make our way over to the pit lane, catch up and watch, have a look at all of those Lotuses, see who we can have a quick chat with. Of course, straight after lunch, it is the first race of the weekend for the MG Cup. I'm looking forward to that one. I've worked with the MG Cup for a few years. In fact, I was at the first round of the season at Brands Hatch earlier in the year. That was another cold day as well. When is summer going to come, Jack? I'm getting a little bit fed up of this.
I was going to say, I was speaking to my girlfriend yesterday, actually. It's about now when we're going to be expecting about 3 months worth of, okay, we might be able to get a barbecue in, but God knows when that's actually going to appear, because every time we even get a nice day, it's going to be slightly windy or something. And then there's going to be rain the next day, or it's rained the day before, so you can't mow the lawn. Oh, it's a nightmare. First world problems, eh? Anyway, but yeah, so luckily, it does seem to have stayed a dry circuit here. It doesn't seem to be any wet patches out there. I mean, I do think there was a smattering of rain at some point during the day, but it's not evident here on the tarmac of Silverstone GP, so we should get a fairly clean day for it. We're hoping. Obviously, there's a couple of people that are rumouring that there's going to be rain, but to be honest, Ian, as I look up, I realise I've got my sunglasses on. It's a nice day here at Silverstone. Why worry about what could be when you could appreciate what is right now?
I'm calling it. There's no way there's going to be any rain. I keep saying, do comment in the live chat section because we can see the comments, and I want to prove that we do look at the comments as well, because a few of you have been getting in touch. And Fractures in the Sky has said, commentator people, if you're reading this, can I get a shout out for Mike, Jay and Steph? Yes, you can. So I assume Mike, Jay and Steph, you know who Fractures in the Sky is. So there you go, there's your shout out. We've got Bas Rickens watching in the Netherlands, so he's off to the Festival of Speed the 11th of July. Well, guess what, I'll be there as well, so you might even see me. As if you do, come over and say hello. Nathan Shaw is watching from Anglesey in North Wales, of course, Anglesey racetrack as well over there. Matt Sutton watching just down the road in Bicester. We'll be there tomorrow. Have a great day tomorrow, won't you, Matt? We won't actually be there tomorrow, but we're here today, so you can watch the live stream today and actually watch it in person tomorrow. Don't forget, more action tomorrow here at Silverstone. It's not live streamed though, so if you do want to watch the rest of the action throughout the course of the weekend for the Equipe Classic Racing Summer Festival, then you will actually have to come down to Silverstone. So keep getting in touch with us. We really want to hear from you. In fact, you can see the grid is just running across the bottom of your screen as well. We're delighted to be here. We want to see some racing action. We're doing a cracking job of filling, aren't we, Jack? We're so desperate for the green light to go. I want to see some racing. Go, go, go. Come on.
Well, that's it. This is the problem with 2 green flag laps. If you're at Brands Hatch Indy, no one cares. That's fine. But realistically, 2 green flag laps here, you end up filling for 10 minutes because it takes 4 minutes for them to get around the circuit on a slow lap, obviously. So I can see the safety car coming in front of us now. He's just pulling off, which is allowing the GTSs to finally round Luffield and Brooklands, or Brooklands and Luffield, I should say, and get into position, and we might actually get racing, which is what we're sort of all waiting and here to see, isn't it? I think what this might happen, though, is impact the Marshall's lunch hour, though, which... so the rest of it, we brought the timetable up on the screen earlier. The likelihood is the afternoon will stay pretty much the same, but the lunch hour might just change a little bit. So we'll squeeze, instead of 50 minutes, it'll probably change to 40. We'll try and get racing as soon as we can, because all it needs is one more red flag, and the race organisers understandably throw a bit of a hissy fit and their schedule goes out the window. So they want to keep it as closely binned as possible, as a few drivers actually wave at the BRDC grandstand as they drive past. In fact, if you look behind you, Ian, actually the grandstand is filling up quite nicely.
Yeah, it's absolutely stacked, isn't it? It's great to see so many people down here. Can I just give a big shout out to Davil as well, who's helped us out. We were talking about Mike Lamplow. Apparently it's a technical error, means he starts at the back of the grid. So he's in his standard Gilbert GT, not a Chevy. So thank you very much for that, Davin. I really do appreciate you filling us in with that one. As you can see, the cars are just lining up on the grid now. We were talking about how long it takes to get round. The pole position time from Chris Ryan was a 2:39.638. Simon, my producer, was just saying in my ear, we'd had about 6-7 minutes already just on those 2 green flag laps. It really does add to time, but who cares about that? It's a cold, but it's a nice day. We've got all these cars out on the track. We've got TVRs, we've got MGBs, we've got Austins, we've got the whole lot. I'm so excited for this race. I really am. They're going to start thundering down to start finish straight. What an opening shot that is as well, by the way. Doesn't that look fantastic on your screen right now? They're going to be barreling down towards the first corner, straight towards that camera. Down the barrel as you look at it. Who is going to claim the honours? Who is going to come and get the checkered flag on the first race of the weekend here for the Equipe Summer Classic? It is a huge event. It is a massive buzz inside the paddock as well. Almost time for us to go racing. Mind you, we'll take a bit of time to get them all lined up, won't it? With 41 cars now, I believe. I believe that's 41 now that we know Mike is on track.
I was going to say, most of the time when you go to any other circuits, I've already mentioned the likes of Snetterton, but even Donington, Brands Hatch, places like that, you're sort of limited to 30. The beauty of hosting these sort of major events at Silverstone is the fact that you can reach up to 60 cars on a grid. That's the sort of limit that we're talking about there. I think I raced in the Burkitt a couple of years ago. I raced in the Burkitt, I think 2 years on the bounce. And on that grid is absolutely spectacular. I'm not saying that you go and YouTube that and go away from the live stream that you're watching currently, but honestly, if you ever get a chance that you sort of come across the Burkitt, it is an amazing race. It's a hell of a spectacle. It's based in November. There's 60 cars on the grid. I raced it in a Ginetta G40, and everyone else was in Ferrari GT3s and Porsche 911s and Radicals and anything that you've got basically under the sun. If you can imagine it, it'll be on that grid, and it's in the absolute soaking wet. You can't see a thing. It's a great spectacle. So if you do come across the Burkitt, then by all means tune into that, because it's one of the best GT sort of Silverstone proper flexing its muscles, I would say. But 40 cars here with the spectacle that we've got on circuit at the moment is really special. It's something that you can't really do on the other British circuits. And I think we're about to finally get lined up here, aren't we? We can just about see on the screen that it seems that the marshals have driven off. So I'm going to give you the mic back and see if we can get racing.
Yeah, I hope so. If you look at our screen, actually, look at the people up there. I've had the pleasure of being on that gantry for the first few laps of a couple of races, and it always really helps. So a reminder, Chris Ryan, a man on pole position in the number 16 TVR Grand Tour. Alongside him, David Wenham in the Morgan +4. We are very shortly about to get underway. In fact, we are racing. Here we go to barrel their way down into the first corner. Who is it going to be? Are we all going to get away cleanly? It's a cold track here. They're making their way round. It looks like so far everybody has managed to get round easily and quickly. We're actually based all the way down at Luffield, aren't we? So we're watching the same pictures as you, so we can see what you see until they come down to us and we can get a better picture of it all and see all of the action. The cars making their way around. What a beautiful sight this is. But I am delighted to say we are now racing here at Silverstone. Oh, someone's gone a little bit wide there, so they're making their way back on. I don't think they're going to get into too much trouble there, and they make their way back on. Well, it looks like a fairly clean start there, Jack. I'm delighted to say we are racing.
Yeah, it did look like Ryan actually in the TVR Grand Tour had a little bit of an outside line. I think he was just taking the racing line quite naturally. And as they go down towards down towards Stowe actually, aren't we at now? It looks like the top three have sort of gapped themselves just a little bit, but there still is some optimism of overtakes going into Stowe further back into the midfield. I say optimism because it's always a little bit sketchy, isn't it, when you've got the cold tyres, the cold track and cold brakes as well. But they've been on 2 warm-up laps now. They should really know what the crack is. But I don't think we've got sector times here at TSL, which is a bit of a shame, so we can't give you sort of constant updates on how people are doing and what part of the lap as well, because it is a long lap here at Silverstone GP, because of course we're not on the international circuit, we're on the full international layout, so they go all the way to the Silverstone way. I got that wrong before in my head. I'm so used to saying it's the Silverstone national circuit, so used to commentating on it. I forgot that actually we're here today on the GP layout, and that means they get the Silverstone ring, they get Abbey, they get all those sort of the Vale chicane and everything. Again, more overtaking opportunities. Should be really exciting. Hopefully no cars have ended up in the wall or anything like that. In fact, they're going past the Silverstone wing now.
Yeah, they are just coming past the Silverstone wing. Everything looks to be going pretty well so far. People getting in contact again. Ben Saville is watching in Australia as well. Ben, Lisa and Ella watching from South Australia, it looks like. Thank you so much. Race at last year's event. Thank you for tuning in, Ben. Really do appreciate it. Cars are coming towards us now. We can see them, and it is number 16. It is Chris Ryan in the TVR Grand Prix. You might be able to tell better than us, actually. It looks like Harvey McBride maintained third place as well. I'm trying to see who's in third. It's Robert Cole who's got himself up into second place. So Robert Cole from fourth into second place on the opening lap so far. What a beautiful side. It looks absolutely magnificent down here. Somehow, Jack, we're going to have to make head or tail of what is going on here. Fortunately, we do have the pictures. We do have TSL as well up for the timing, so we can give you all of the data, all of the action that we can see. Look at them coming around now. What a sight. They just keep coming. They just keep coming. The 301's just gone through as well. That was Peter Hez in the WSM Sprite. So he's just gone through. A few more cars coming down as well. The 131 coming through. And there's the 154, John Harrison in the Austin Healey. I think running last at the minute. Right, so let's have a quick look, shall we? All the way down. Here's Ryan from Cole. And then McBride and Wenman, who started in second place, dropped down to fourth. In Nat Morgan +4. Then Foster, Fowler, Hughes, Ashby, Alexander, Cawthorne, Wilmot, Reed, Brent, Atkins, McCarthy, Gordon, Lafferty, Hayward, Lambert, Topless, Bitterham and Leonard there. Your top 22 so far making their way round here. It looks brilliant, doesn't it? 26.5 minutes of action left to go. So much going out on track. We're going to have our hands full here, Jack.
We are, yeah, and as you said, a couple of people making some big moves, a couple of losers though as well. Alexander in the Lotus Elite 1216 dropped 3 positions off the start line from 6th place down to 9th. Wilmot to the TVR Grand Tour at 1801 as well, at number 43, if anybody out there is trying to keep an eye on certain numbers, has dropped 2 places from 9th down to 11th, but up 10 places. Well, actually, there's a couple of drivers that have been up 10 places. Atkins in the MGB Roadster 183, he's up 10 to 14th, started obviously 24th, that means. And Hayward in the number 83 in another TVR Grand Tour Mark 3 is up to 18th as well, from 28th on the grid. The biggest gain I can see from anybody out there is from the number 153 Spink in an MGB Roadster, and he's up 14 places, up to 23rd on the grid. So yeah, some proper movers and shakers there. Any sort of the biggest losers that I can see is Leonard in the MGB Roadster, number 175, has dropped down to 22nd place. But the biggest one that I can see by quite some distance is Holly, the number 12 MGB Roadster, down to 33rd, losing 17 places as they start to come past us once more, and the gap for second place has extended somewhat. The number 69 of Cull getting a bit of a wiggle on from McBride. Ryan, though, not McBride, Ryan in the lead, has just been caught. Didn't quite get Brooklyn's exactly right. And there's a couple of drivers that are going very sideways here, and the fact that these tyres are still hanging on for dear life is really rather impressive. Oh, crikey, Moses, the number 57 of Lafferty, absolutely sent it into Brooklyn's, managed to hold on to the rear end. They haven't got much power in terms of the engine size, Ian, but with these skinny little tyres, it takes a real skill to get the most out of them.
It's all about driver skill, isn't it? That's what we like to see as well. You mentioned Steve Spink. He started 38th on the grid, so he's had some opening lap as well. Want to keep an eye out on Ian Pryor too. Multiple classes as well. So Ryan is leading overall. Of course, Cole in second place. Closing the gap there. That is for the class win. Wenham is in 4th place, but in their own class. Alexander and Ashby in a class as well, going toe-to-toe. They're where are they? They are 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th respectively on track. So plenty of action going throughout. We're not going to be in Parc Fermé for the end of the race, but we do like to try and chat to the drivers here in assembly beforehand. More cars coming through. The beauty, I suppose the good thing about this actually though, Jack, as well, and the different classes and the sheer volume of cars, it does actually mean that the camera's going to be constantly full of action.
Yeah, which is what we love to see as well. I just noticed that seeing, who wonder who's had a good lap too. And I think Spink, who I've already mentioned once before, but I can't remember how many places he actually gained on the last lap. But number 153 in the MGB Roadsters gained another 4 up to 19th position. So they were 23rd. I think that was the driver that gained maybe 10 places, one of the 10s. 38th he started, and he's up to, what did I just say? This is what happens when you take... Yeah, 19th. So it's kind of, this is what happens, isn't it? If you take your eye off the screen for 1 second and you're trying to locate one car out of 40 odd, it takes you a couple of seconds. But yeah, as I was mentioning before, I mean, the driver's skill to be able to get the cars turned in and then hold it, because the quickest way to get these cars around this circuit is going to be to give it a little bit of a slide. You want to keep the minimum speed up. You haven't got enough power up in the engine to actually get you out of any corners, so you need to keep the minimum speed up, and the only way of doing that is to slide the damn thing, and that is incredible. And it teaches you pure car control as well, I have to say. A lot of people say, oh, maybe the Fiestas or something like that, they teach you car control. No, trust me, if you went out and drove a classic car like this, you would become a much better driver very quickly, as Ryan seems to have got a massive lead, and we've had a couple of changes. The number 69 has dropped down the order, down to 4th, I believe. That's Cull, who maybe went for a race lead move, didn't quite make it, and has ended up down in 4th and having a battle.
Yeah, that's Harvey McBride, who started in 3rd place, has got himself up to 2nd, so somewhere on track. It looks like Robert Cole has gone slow out of a corner, or maybe put a wheel or two on the dirt, lost a bit of momentum, he's been overtaken. So Robert Cole started in 4th, got up to 2nd on the last lap. Feels like such a long time ago, it was only a couple of minutes, wasn't it? Was literally right on the tail of your leader, Chris Ryan. And now Chris Ryan, your leader, has a solid lead as well. There's still quite a way to go, of course. We've still got over 21 minutes of this race, so plenty of action to come, I imagine, as well, because Silverstone's so vast. It is a bit of time management as well, even in just a 30-minute race.
Yeah, I mean, I was speaking about how you sort of drift these cars through, and you may well be right, but the likelihood is they're going to be pretty hard wearing as well, because you want to try and do this sort of racing at a relatively low budget. They're not going to want to churn through tyres every so often, and the fact that they don't have full slicks, the reason why they're so slippery is because, one, they're so thin, and two is because they are bordering on road tyres. They're at least going to be semi-slick, so they're going to be hard wearing tyres. That's what gives them the lack of grip and the characteristic to slide these cars around. So I think they do have to be in line with an FIA Appendix K or something like that. It's quite complicated if anybody wants to really get out the rule book and the MS UK rule book, blue book.
I'll tell you actually, Jack, exactly what they run on Dunlop historic tyres, the FIA Appendix K specifications. So there you go. Yep, Appendix K specification. There you go. I'm sure you heard me say that earlier, but no, we'll give you that one. We're going to give you that one. Right, few people getting in touch as well on social media as well. Rugby Colin is watching from Portugal. Tomorrow, my brother Alan and my nephew Daniel are racing. Have a great race, everyone. Did do the BCBA Championship as well. Wherever you're watching from, if you're at the Equipe Classic Racing YouTube channel, please hit like, please hit subscribe as well. It helps us bring you even more live motorsport throughout the course of 2024. If you're watching it live sport now on YouTube as well, keep the comments coming in. Hit like, hit subscribe as well to watch live sport throughout the course of the year. Also live on Facebook, Twitter as well. Plenty of action going on here. Let me just run through. So Ryan is your leader, McBride in 2nd place, Cole in 3rd, Wenham in 4th, Foster in 5th, Neil Fowler in 6th in the MGB Roadster. He's racing a little bit later in the BCB8s as well. And then Hughes, and here is Ryan now just coming through our shot into, about to head round into Luffield. He's got a huge lead at the minute, hasn't he? Is it still McBride Harvey McBride in 2nd? It is. And it looks like Wenham's got himself up to 3rd place in that Morgan. Carl has dropped back down to 4th place. I didn't quite see who was 5th there. Is that it's Foster, I think, in the MGB Roadster. Plenty of MGBs, plenty of TBRs, cracking stuff. And at the minute, it's the TBR Grand Tourer Mark 3 leading the way as they're coming around. Plenty of overtaking action. The 183 and the 29 going toe-to-toe round the left-hander. The 13s, maybe, I think that might be Russell McCarthy in the number 13, actually. Fancy's having a go as well. It is. We heard from Russell McCarthy a little bit earlier. He's snooping at the back of that quartet, and I think he might fancy making up 3 places in one lap if he possibly can.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now, actually, and waiting for them to come across the line with bated breath, to be honest, because I think Wilmot was involved in that, so was Reed, Cawthorne, Atkins, and as they've just come across the line, I can tell you that it's Atkins who's moved up 2 positions, 13th to 11th, so he's winner of that little battle. Cawthorne stayed in 12th, Reed dropping down to 13th, and McCarthy in 14th as well. And yeah, you're right with Ryan having such a massive lead over everybody else. That last lap, a 2-minute 37.1 in comparison to McBrien's, which was 2-minute 39.2. So yeah, 2.1 second margin on one lap is the advantage that Ryan's currently got at the front end of the field. So yeah, however he's hustling that TBR round is certainly working for him. But it's nice to see that in a grid so mixed and so varied, Ian, that we can have what was that, 3 different types of car within the top 4, isn't it? I mean, the podium is made up of 3 different types of car. We've got a TVR Grand Tourer Mark III in the lead. We've got the MGB Roadster, which obviously this grid is mainly filled with, and Venman's in the Morgan Plus 4. I mean, a different car on each step of the podium is exactly what we want to see, and exactly what Equipe want to see as well, I imagine.
I think it certainly is. It's certainly what I want to see as well. I absolutely love it. Just a note as well on times. Chris Ryan, the leader, 2:36.191 is fastest in the race. Now, how often do you see, other than if it's been wet, the actual race time is quicker than the qualifying? It was dry in qualifying. A 2:39.638 Chris Ryan did in qualifying to go on pole. We heard from him as well, and he did actually say that he felt there was more in the car, and of course it was a bit of a disruptive qualifying, so maybe we shouldn't read quite too much into it. More people getting in touch as well. Pat Ashby's watching from Spain. Hi all, we're watching our son from Spain. Great stuff. Sorry, I can't see the comments on the left hand side. There we go. Sam Ashby from Spain. So, we actually spoke to Pat. If you're just tuning in, we did speak to Sam a little bit earlier actually in the assembly, so just go back and check that out. If we speak to him again, we will have a quick word.
McBrien has dropped down into 4th position by the looks of it, the number 110. I think it may well have been Cole who's actually moved up into 2nd place, so not sure what happened there, but there has been a change of order for the podium. So we were saying about how there's 3 different cars on the podium. It may well still be the case, but as they come across the line, we'll give you a better confirmation of that. I'm not sure if you saw on your cameras what exactly happened, but you can see them coming down towards Cops now for what will be, I believe, the 5th or 6th time. I think it's the 6th time, isn't it? Ryan still leads. Now it's Venman in the lead, ahead of Cull, and McBrien has actually dropped down into 4th place. So we still have 3 cars in the top 4, but now we've got 2 TVR Grand Tourers on the podium.
Yeah, great stuff, Jack. Thank you. Jack's keeping an eye on TSL for us. I really do appreciate that. I'm having a quick look at the footage on the screen and monitoring the comments. Looks like Ashby's just moved up a place as well. How good is that? So remember, do keep your comments coming in. We're live across the Equipe Classic Racing YouTube channel and live sport now on YouTube. If you comment in the chat section, we can see it, and we will give you a shout out. We want to know where you're watching from today. We've had the Netherlands, we've had Australia, we've had Spain, Portugal, Wales, you name it. We want to know. Just up the road in Bicester as well. Get in touch with us. We want to hear from you. Hit that subscribe button as well if you're watching on YouTube. Makes a big difference and really helps us bring you motorsport for free in 2024. Right, we are 15.5 minutes into the race, so we're approaching the halfway stage now, and dare we say, it does look like Chris Ryan is relatively in control at the minute. Looks like Wenham, though, in the Morgan Plus 4, back up to 2nd place. That's where he started as well. Did drop down. It was Cole who was the early mover and shaker in this race, but has just dropped back to his starting position as well. A few more cars coming through. I'm seeing Mike Lamno. Looks like there's about to be an overtaking move coming down past the wing there. Colin Wenman, it looks like that was. Thank you very much for that, Jack. So who knows? We're going to find out as they come down to us. Not too far away from us. We'll find out very shortly.
I have a feeling it was Cole trying to go around the outside through Abbey and Wenman. We have to go through the complex towards the hairpins, and now as we see Ryan come down towards us, it will only be a matter of seconds before we pop out. Who's coming in 2nd place at the moment then? And I think it's Cull in the TVR, Venman in 3rd place in the Morgan Plus. There's an awfully big... No, they've been laps. I was going to say, no, it's not right at all, is it? That's Cull going through, 69. Was that Venman? It didn't look like Venman, to be here. It did look like McBrien. Oh, big drift. Very entertaining to watch, but slightly confusing as they started to lap each other. Ryan, I can tell you, is across the line now, so he's in 1st place still. Venman is the one we're waiting for, and potentially Cull. I don't remember them coming through either. That's why I was sort of hesitant at the time, but there we go. Foster, 3 places up, is now in 2nd place. There's McBrien coming in front of our camera. McBrien going very slowly, almost looked like they were indicating off the circuit. That's going to be a massive drop-off, so Foster's up to 2nd. 3rd place is still Cull, that's where we found him. Ashby, whoever was watching Ashby in the YouTube chat is going to be buzzing, because they're up to 4th. Alexander up to 5th. Where are we seeing this drop from? McCarthy's up 3 places into 9th. Venman and McBrien are dropping like a stone, and I believe we're going to see McBrien in a second crossing the line, but we may not well see Venman. They may have even come into the pits here. I'll keep an eye on TSL, because look, they just keep just keep losing positions. McBrien's crossed the line now. He's in 17th place. No, in the pits actually, which means Venman is somewhere on the track.
Okay, huge drama right now here. I'm still seeing no Morgan come through, but wow. Oh, wow. Ryan is your leader, though. Foster's in second, Cull in third. Ashby all the way up to fourth place and leader in class as well. Alexander in fifth place. And we've got Fowler, Hughes, Wilmot, McCarthy, Atkins, Cawthorne, Reed, Gordon, Hayward, Lafferty, Bitterham, McBrien, Leonard, Spink, Grant, Topless, Lambert, Pry, Holly, Ellery. They are your runners and riders. There are a few more as well. You can keep that up to speed with that on the leaderboard to your left. We've just got the 174 coming through as well. That's Nigel Gray in his MGB, started in 36th place. So you can see the camera now looking down at the wing there. What a beautiful sight that is. 12, just under 12 minutes of this race left to go. And Ryan, really a 15-second lead. He looks well in control. But we've got yellow flags. We have a safety car. Safety car. We'll see if we can identify that. Shaw's been in touch as well. Carter Air1 transponder has stopped working. GW-13 is watching from sunny Luxembourg as well. I've always wanted to go to Luxembourg. Safety car information, and we are just waiting to see why that might be. But still, we haven't seen London yet, have we, in the Morgan +4, who started in second place. Dropped down to fourth in the early stages there. We've just seen Cole come through. Is Foster, Ed Foster in the MGB, the 217. Ed Foster's absolutely flown, by the way. Ed Foster started in 7th place. Absolutely flown. The sunshine really coming out now. Coach is just going over the bridge, we can see as well, just down here. But we do have waved yellows. We do have the safety car out, so we'll just... I suppose the only good thing with this, Jack, is that at least it will give us a chance to sort of catch up on who is where and what exactly is happening. One thing we do definitely know, though, Chris Ryan, the man who started on pole position in the TVR Grand Tourer Mark III, is your race leader. How frustrated will he be, though, because he'd worked his way up to a 15-second lead, and that has just been wiped out, Jack.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me whenever that happened was the fact that your adrenaline drops a lot. Yeah, while you're driving, you're into a rhythm, you're into a sort of state of mind where you could just keep putting in the laps, just knowing exactly where you can brake from and everything like that. And as soon as you go to safety car conditions, if you get going racing again, you're the one who has to figure out where the braking points are again, and everybody else can sort of follow suit. If you can do it right, obviously you won't have too many problems. But yeah, it is probably going to be a bit frustrating. But he should have enough pace to pull away. He's clearly shown that he had enough pace. I think before the safety car came out, he was 14 seconds ahead, so he shouldn't have too much to fear. Granted, a lot of those seconds are actually gained by the fact that other people have fallen off the circuit. But since the safety car is out, why don't we give you a bit of a rundown of the order? Right, actually, well, we have the time, we might as well do all 40 odd cars. In first place, number 16, Ryan. In second place, 217, Foster. In third place, 69 of Cull. In fourth, the 179 of Ashby. Fifth is the 39 of Alexander. Sixth, 91 of Fowler. Seventh is the 55 of Hughes. Eighth is the 29 of Cawthorne, up 3 places. Ninth is 43 of Wilmot. 10th, and rounding out the top 10, is the number 13 McCarthy. 11th is the number 183 Atkins. 12th is the 162 Reed. 13th is the 68 of Gordon. Take my glasses off now. 14th is the 83 of Hayward. 15th is the 57 of Lafferty. 16th is the 114 of Bitterm. 17th is the 175 of Leonard. 18th is the number 153 of Spink. Remember I was talking about him moving up the order? Well, yeah, very good, very good. But he's only up 1 more place since we last saw him. And that was inherited because of the other drivers having to come in, of course.
Well, he's slacking a bit then, isn't he? Yeah.
He needs to hurry up, doesn't he? 19th, is the 133 of Brandt. 20th is a 332 of Topless. Not Topless, I imagine, has probably got clothes on. But 21st, he's probably heard that, or they've probably heard that a lot.
Topless.
Yes, they've probably heard that a lot, haven't they, over the years? I do apologise. 21st is the 216 of Lambert. 22nd, a 208 of Pryor. 23rd is a 12 of Holly. 24th is the 90 of Ellery. We're starting to get relatively close to the drivers that have been lapped now. 25th, the 67 of Kirby. 26th is the 82 of Smith. 27th, 84 Wilmot R. 28th, number 47 Alexander. 29th, the number 52 of Yates. 30th is the number 35, Henny. 31st is the 321 of Moffat. 32 is the 174 of Greg. We are getting near the end, ladies and gentlemen, don't worry. Number 33 is the number 50 of Laplov. And the final driver on the lead lap of the race is the number 34. Sorry, in 34th is the number 301 of Hez. Now you've got to go to the drivers that have been lapped for various reasons, and actually McBrien is showing up as the top driver of them, who's in 35th, but is also in the pits, so you don't expect them to be coming up any higher. 36th is 131 of Waker, apparently still out there rotating the circuit, as well as the 37th place 154 of Harrison. 38 is the 46 of Wiltshire, and finally the drivers that have got an exclamation mark next to their name, which mainly means they are stricken out there somewhere on circuit, according to TSL. Is Wedman and Brent. We do have safety car lights off, which means Ryan is going to get us away, Ian.
Yeah, it's good news actually, isn't it? Because the safety car really eats up time around the GP circuit. Of course, safety first, of course. But yeah, we're about to go racing again. Safety car lights are off, and we still have 7 minutes of this race to go. So a few laps of racing action. Good opportunity for everybody. There we go. We are green flag racing again. Here we go. More people getting in touch. Max Watson has got in touch with us. Says McBrien is the GOAT. Scenes on toast here. I'm assuming you guys know what that means. He also told him he was going to serve a portion of scenes on toast for everyone. I might gather that's a bit of a private joke, but we have a bit of a giggle at it anyway. Do get in touch with us on the live chat at the Equipe Classic Racing YouTube channel. We are back racing, everybody. Will Chris Ryan be able to take it home and hold on to the lead for the final 6.5 minutes of this race and see the checker flag, the first race of the day for the weekend for the Equipe Classic Racing? It is the Summer Classic. More action throughout the course of the day. Lunch break straight after here. We'll be in the pit lane though to bring you those Lotus Elan 26Rs. They're all going to be lining up in the pits. That's going to look fantastic. Then it's straight into the MG Cup after the lunch break. Every single race today bought for you live. If you want to see the action tomorrow, you're going to have to come down to Silverstone because we're not here with the cameras. But there we go. We are racing again, and it is Ryan, your leader. Foster, Cole, Ashby, Alexander, Fowler, Hughes, Wilmot, McCarthy, Atkins, Cawthorne, Gordon. Plenty of action still to go. Of course, the only issue does bunch the cars up again a little bit, doesn't it? So it means it takes a little bit longer for them to come through. We've just seen Mike Lamplow come back through. He had a technical issue, hence the reason why he wasn't actually showing up on our grid a little bit earlier, but confirmation Mike Lamplow has been circulating Silverstone GP. We've also got the single-seater Monoposto race coming up a little bit later. The 301's just going past us as well. Transponder not working on the car, that's why you might not be able to see it on our graphic coming up. But it is going around the Silverstone GP circuit as well. Jack, whilst we're here, you've raced around here. Favourite corner?
Well, I always quite liked Abbey because it was pretty much, it was on the verge of flat out, to be honest, and the Ginetta G40s. That was always fairly stunning. It was always a bit of a challenge when it came to test days and stuff like that. Who's brave enough to go through Abbey absolutely pinned to the floor? You'd quite often ruin the rest of your lap doing it, and annoyingly that's where the timing line was back then.
Experience.
It is from experience. Yeah, you couldn't quite get it to go into the complex afterwards because you have to lift a bit early and improve the lap time. It was absolutely thrilling of a corner, even though it's so wide. There goes Ryan. Didn't have to worry too much about the restart. The two, Foster in second again. Cull not there. Ashby's up to third.
And there's a lot of love. Sorry, Jack. We just popped out in the middle, actually. There's been a lot of love on social media for Sam Ashby. First in class, third overall on track. That's pretty impressive stuff.
Second overall.
Second, I think he's third. I think he's third, yeah. So it is Ryan who leads the way, and as you said, actually, Jack, he didn't need to worry too much about the restart. Got a good one, and he's starting to build up a lead like he did before. 4.5 minutes of this race to go. It is Ryan from Foster from, we've got Cole actually in third. Cole's in the pits. Okay, for some reason my graphic, unless I'm a little bit behind, still shows him in third place. So I think the timing line, did he just pull into the pits, did Cole?
Wilmot is dropping like a stone, 10 places down. He was 8th.
Yeah, so Cole, of course, Cole started in fourth, started in second, dropped down. No, he did start in fourth, stayed in fourth, and then got himself up to second and dropped back down to fourth again, moving into the pits. What a shame for him. But Ryan, then Foster, then Ashby, Alexander, Fowler, Hughes, Carl, McCarthy, Atkins, Cawthorne, Hayward, Lafferty, Gordon, Bitterham, Leonard, Brandt, Spink, Lambert, Pryor, Holly, Topless and Kirkby. They are the first page that I can see, 22 of 41 cars in total. It has been full of drama, hasn't it? But Chris Ryan has been a picture of calm, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's not really worried. He's probably had one driver try and maybe give it to him a little bit, but apart from that, he's been fairly happy. He's driven away even after this safety car. He probably just used that as a bit of a breather, get his energy back, and away he goes. And for the last 3 minutes, we can probably expect that this is the penultimate lap of the race now. There's no real signs of any weakness for him. Having said that, we did have a really good battle for the likes of second and third, but unfortunately it's somewhat got extinguished a little bit too soon, which is a bit of a shame. But you know what? Everybody loves it on the YouTube chat. So if you are watching this on YouTube and everything like that, not only can you speak to Ian, don't know why you'd want to, but you can. You can also give a bit of love to your favourite drivers as well, because they're probably going to watch us back and hopefully see themselves make a good move here or there, and hopefully hear us say some kind words about them, because there are some drivers that have definitely stood out here. For me, I know we were brought to attention by the YouTube chat, but that's sort of why I'm making the point. But Ashby is obviously a big story in this one.
Yeah, I've never done driver of the race before, but I don't want to speak too soon because actually a bit of smoke coming out there from Chris Ryan. I think just a very, very light lock up there. Nothing too much to worry about there, but going through is Sam Ashby as well in second place now. He's got past Foster. So Ashby, first in class, second overall on track as well, up into second place. Wow, this is fantastic stuff from Sam Ashby. A lot of love on social media. Last lap as well. So here we go. Charlie Allen's been in touch. Hi, myself and my newborn Amelia are here cheering on Samuel Ashby. There you go. Can you say hi to Pat and Jill Ashby from Charlie, Natalie and Amelia, please? There you go. I've just done it for you. Davil says, please say hi to Brian Lamplow and Eleanor Oddle. There we go. I've just done that as well. And Johnny Wheeler's watching as well. Johnny Wheeler watching from Nebworth, getting better after an operation. Can't wait for BCB8. James Wheeler is in the race. Of course, Johnny Wheeler races in that as well. Johnny, hope you're well, mate. I didn't realise actually you'd had an operation, so I hope all is okay. I did see James a little bit earlier this morning, just said hello to him, and he looks in fine spirits indeed. Final lap here for the Equipe GTS race. First race of the weekend for the Equipe Classic, Summer Classic here at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit. It has been an absolute corker, but it has been Chris Ryan who's been in full control.
Yeah, not put a foot wrong. A couple of drivers out there who have been dicey. To be fair, actually, Ian, this has been a better wheel-to-wheel racing than I was almost expecting. I know they don't live stream very often, so it gives you the impression that maybe it's just exhibition for people who have classic cars around here. But no, it's actually full-on wheel-to-wheel, door-to-door racing, isn't it? They want to win, they want to get up to second, they want to do as well as they can. The thing is, you can have the most expensive classic car in the world, Ian, out there, couldn't you? But as soon as the visor comes down and there's someone ahead of you, you want to beat them, don't you? So it's one of those things where you do have to maybe think, is the move worth it? The answer is always yes. Go for it. Give us some entertainment, God, because it's always fun to watch, and hopefully you guys at home can vouch for that. Unless you're the one flipping the bill, of course. Maybe they're not.
I don't think there's such thing as exhibition racing, is there? I think I have done Equipe before a couple of years ago up at Donington Park, and a bit like you, actually, the cars are so expensive, and I was kind of thinking, well, why would you race them? Surely you don't want to damage them. But I'll tell you, once those visors go down, it is full-blooded racing here at Silverstone. We are on the final lap, though, and it's looking like it's going to be Chris Ryan who is going to take the checkered flag. He's about to come into our eyesight very shortly. We're just down at Luffield, the final corner here at Silverstone. We're in the national pits, that's why. We are on the GP circuit. Here he comes now into my shot. There is your leader, Chris Ryan. He's very shortly, just a final couple of turns at the steering wheel, and he's going to take the checkered flag and win this race. And Sam Ashby still holding on to second place, but he's come under quite a bit of pressure from Ed Foster. They are nose to tail. That one's going to go all the way over the line, but it is going to be Chris Ryan who's going to take the win. He must be on the start-finish straight now. Chris Ryan. So Chris Ryan coming over the line. He takes the win. Ryan is the race winner for the Equipe GTS here. Who's going to be holding in second place? Is it going to be Ashby? Is it going to be Foster? They come over, and it is Sam Ashby who's done it. What a great drive from him, from 10th on the grid to second place. He's actually picked up a win in class as well. Second place on track. Foster comes home in third. Fowler comes home in fourth place. He'll be delighted with that. Alexander in fifth. Then we're just waiting for a few more. Then over comes Atkins, McCarthy. What's happened to Hughes? He's dropped down a little bit as well. Well, that was a fantastic race. More cars coming over. They're going to be going over the start-finish straight for a while now. Just looking down here at Luffield where we are, seeing if there's any more big actions coming on. A couple of cars going nose to tail as they just make their way out of Luffield onto the start-finish straight here at Silverstone. Here we go. I've got TSL in front. Run down. So Ryan, you'll win it. Ashby in second. Foster in third. Then we've got Fowler, Alexander, Atkins, McCarthy, Hughes, Cawthorne, Lafferty, Gordon, Bitterham, Leonard, Brandt, Hayward, Spink, Pryor. It's good to see actually Ian Pryor going well. Started right at the back in that TV. I had a puncher in qualifying. He's come through the grid as we expected. Holly in 18th place. Then Kirkby in 19th. Ellery in 20th. Topless in 21st. Wilmot in 22nd. In 23rd we have Smith, the number 82. Henny in 24th. It looks like has Lambert lost a place. Lambert's dropping down the order, isn't he? Yates in 25th. Alexander in 26th. Still waiting for the rest of the cars to come through. So I'm talking quicker than the cars are going over the line. Well, tell us, everybody, what did you make of that race? That was a cracker, wasn't it? Sam Ashby, for me, second place on track, first in class. Here, for me, was the driver of the race, Jack.
Kind of hard to take it away from him, isn't it? I know a lot of people would say, well, obviously the race winner of Ryan is the obvious candidate, but with the driver of the race, we like to see it as someone who isn't necessarily won the top step, because they should be happy enough. And plus, he didn't really have to do that much racing with it, did he? He didn't have to fight tooth and nail for the position, and he just sort of, he had it because he was the fastest, and then he kept hold of it because he was the fastest. He didn't really have to worry too much, but he's obviously done very well. But Ashby is up there, to be honest, and I liked how Foster obviously got his elbows out as well, and although he didn't hold on to that second place, he's got a podium and he should be proud of that one as well. The cars are just coming round. You can see the order on your screen now, actually, the finishing positions. So do read them down, as Ian's just read them all the way down to pretty much the end. Everybody will have come across the line, so they should come up in the correct order. There's Lotus Lands. There's plenty more stuff. Pre-60s, pre-50s, 70s, BCV8s, all sorts coming up. Ian, isn't there? This isn't the end of the show. It's just a prelude.
Jack, we've already just started. We've got another 6 races, I think, to go. Lunch break coming up, though, but don't worry, don't go too far. Do get yourself a nice cup of tea, maybe a sandwich or something, but we are going to head down into the pit lane because we're going to have an array of Elan 26Rs. So we are going to have a quick chat with some of the drivers down there and just find out a little bit more about it. The Equipe GTS car's just coming past us now. Hands out the window. Russell McCarthy's just going through in the number 13 MGB Roadster. A cracking race from him as well. Right, we are going to go for a short break just whilst we make our way down to the pit lane. Straight after we've done the Lotuses, of course, we'll go back into more wall-to-wall racing action for you with the MG Cup. Don't go too far. Thank you for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed that race as much as Jack and I enjoyed commentating on it for you. Don't forget, hit subscribe as well if you're watching at the Equipe GTS, Equipe Classic Racing YouTube channel and Live Sport now on YouTube. You just hit that subscribe button. It helps us, means you don't miss any racing action as well. Hit like as well. Get the comments coming out. So another comment from somebody watching in Crete as well. So we're going to go for a short break. When we come back, we'll be in a pit lane for the Lotus Elan 26Rs. Don't go far. See you soon. Right, everybody, welcome down to the pit lane. Just getting my hands a little bit dirty here, pushing cars, as you can see now. We've got a lineup of the Lotus Elan 26Rs. It's the 60th anniversary for these. Look at this now. We think it's the biggest grid ever. Lots of photos going on. I wonder if we could just very quickly have a quick chat with this gentleman, because you've just pulled up in the 94 green machine, haven't you? Why are these cars so special?
They're so light. Yeah, super fast. Lots of control there. Obviously not me, but somebody knows what they're doing. It's
I'm not.
When you see the pros 10 seconds quicker than I am, it's pretty impressive.
I think even Colin Chapman himself said that these cars weren't really intended for the racetrack, but how wrong was he? It's not often he was wrong, was it?
What a legend, yeah.
And of course we've got the 60-minute race coming up. You looking forward to that?
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah.
I'll let you crack on, take in the moment, because it does look fantastic. Stay with us, let's move down. We're not certain, but we think this race that's coming up, it's coming up after the MG Cup race, 60 minute. There is going to be a pit stop as well. Just take in these cars, aren't they absolutely incredible? The 60th anniversary celebration of the Elan 26R in 2024. Supported by Tony Thompson Racing. It's the headline event, open to all pre-1966 FIA Lotus Elans and 26R competitors. Celebration event is the most competitive Elan race of all time. A huge grid of cars, including rare Elans and cars with period history involved. It looks absolutely beautiful, doesn't it? Let's look at all the people as well taking photos. It is a rare sight. In fact, not just a rare sight, this has never been done before. You are witnessing history right now, everybody, here in the National Pit Straight at Silverstone. The 60-minute race comes up after the MG Cup race. In fact, the MG Cup cars, we were talking about lunch break, it's not going to be a big one. They've already been called over to the assembly area, so things are going to come quick, pretty thick and fast here this afternoon. We were very late starting that Equipe GTS race, weren't we? About 20 minutes or so. Here's Rob Cole's car. We've just seen him. He's been in that Equipe GTS race. Not in this, of course. He was in a different car. But we're just making our way down. We've got John Pearson over here, one of the organisers for Equipe Classic Racing. I wonder if John's happy to have a quick chat with us as well. He's deep in conversation with Rob Cole. I wonder if the guys will chat to us, trying to subtly get their attention without John. Guys, how are we doing? I just wanted to come over and have a quick chat. What a sight this is. Never been done before, right?
Not with the Elans. We did do it with the MGBs several years ago, but this is more than we would have hoped for. This is fantastic.
It's
really, the quality of the cars and the quality of the drivers. I mean, we've got some stunning drivers here.
It's talking of stunning drivers. We've got Rob Coles here as well. Rob, of course, we've just been watching you as well. What happened out there?
We had a fuel starvation issue, so I had to bring it in the end. It was all over the place, but yeah, it was a good race up until it wasn't. So
you're out in this race as well,
and yeah, I've got car 65. That's a tribute car to the car that my dad ran in 65 when he worked for Lotus, because he did a lot of development work on the 26Rs back in period, and unfortunately I lost him last year. So the inspiration for this meeting was to put this on, and it just coincided with the 60th anniversary.
You must feel pretty proud.
I'm over the moon, and we're blessed with so many cars. And if you look, they made less than 100 in period, and we've got 34 here today. That's amazing, you know. So
they only raced twice in 1965 under Team Lotus.
Absolutely, yeah. My dad ran Jochen Neerpasch in Europe, so yeah, it's a work-supported car. So yeah, so it's been an emotional journey for me. We only finished the car on Thursday, and there was 5 cars here that was still only being finished yesterday, and one even got finished this morning.
How do you think you're going to feel at that checkered flag this afternoon?
Do you know, it was already emotional in qualifying. I had a tear in my eye when I was actually coming around in qualifying, but I'm just really proud of the whole Equipe team, what they've done, put together. I'm proud of the support we get from our drivers consistently, because it just, you know, we're blessed. And this is, we've even booked the sunshine today as well.
It's come out now, hasn't it? I was a little bit nervous a bit earlier today, but it's come out. Look, let's just talk about the meeting in general. It's the biggest meeting that Equipe have ever put on, isn't it?
Yeah, so year on year it gets bigger and stronger, and yeah, we try to give people what they want, which is, you know, good value club motorsport, you know, but for historic cars. And because John and I are racers, you know, we try to keep it race focused as opposed to trying to, you know, make a profit out of everything. So that's why we call it not for loss racing.
Rob, thanks so much for talking to us. Wonderful story. Do keep an eye out on the number 65 throughout the course of the race as well. Shame we didn't quite go to plan in the GTS race, but never mind. Thank you. Let's keep moving down a little bit, shall we, as well? Yeah, if you do want to find out more actually about Equipe Classic Racing, you can. There's a link in the body of this broadcast. If you're watching it on YouTube, Facebook, we're on Twitter as well. We're on LinkedIn as well, actually, my LinkedIn. There is a link to the Equipe Classic Racing website. Do feel free to give it a click. And do hit subscribe at the Equipe Classic Racing YouTube channel and Live Sport Now on YouTube. We're out on both of those channels. Just enables us to keep bringing you even more live motorsport in 2024. These look absolutely beautiful. We're just going to move back a little bit. Number 7 here is the one at the very end, and we're just going to bring the camera out so you can see all the people. Look at what a shot that is. Just made with the Silverstone in the background as well, isn't it? 33 of these cars, only 100 were made. 33 of them are here. A full third of them are going to be racing at Silverstone this afternoon, and the sun is shining as well. We just heard the story from Robert Cole, a wonderful story. It's going to be a very, very emotional afternoon. A 60-minute race coming up and a pit stop. We're going to be in the pits for that one as well. We are going to have to make our way, though, back to the assembly area, because coming up very shortly, going to be a shorter lunch break, is going to be the MG Cup. So I'm going to head down into position for that. We're going to chat to some of the drivers before they head out on track. It's going to be an absolute corker of a race. I've covered the MG Cup for the last few years. That is going to be an awful lot of fun. I'm going to get us over to position. I'll be back very soon for the second race of the day. Don't go far. Right, everybody, welcome back down. Almost time to get racing. Almost no lunch break, is there? How amazing was that to see all those Elans? It was something special. But now we've got a series that's very close to my heart as well. I've covered them over the last few years. It is the Equipe MG Cup. I've got to go chat to my old mate Ian Bolton over here, last year's champion, of course, as well. He's even revving it up for us, aren't you, Ian? Come on.
As soon as he starts talking, I'm going to rev that engine.
I wouldn't expect anything less from you. Right, you're in a position that you're quite familiar with at the sharp end, aren't you?
Well, I do like it when it's nice and front clear.
Yeah.
That thing behind is a weapon of mass front line, straight line speed.
Well, we're going to go chat to Keith.
Oh my life, we need to keep him behind, yeah. He's very quick, so it's going to be very, very tricky. But where's Mr. Dowler? I know where he is. It's okay. Hello, Mr. Dowler. And hello to the family in the stands. And hello.
We're missing you, Ian, as well.
Yeah. Oh, we are, yeah.
Missing your battles with him.
I miss my battles, yeah, and his banter.
I'm going to let you crack on and get focused. It's great to see you again, mate. You take care. Good luck out there, yeah? Good to see you. Let's go down and have a chat with this man here, number 41, Keith Egan. I know Keith very well indeed, and I was just chatting to Ian Bolton there, Keith, and he's very wary of you on these straights.
It's the straights. I should be all right on the starts, but it's the fast sweeping bends that I struggle with. So it's nice to have a 60-year-old car racing against some modern machinery. So it's nice to have a good mix of different cars. But I'm surrounded by shopping trolleys.
I'd say he's done a good job though, Peter Birch, hasn't he? 23 cars on the grid. It's something special. Eh?
Yeah, Pete's done a really good job over the season, and the organisation's good. So fair credit to Pete. He's put a lot of work into it, and it's appreciated by all the drivers.
It's good to see you again as well, Keith. Do you take it? Have a good race, won't you? Enjoy it. Indeed. Let's move over here, shall we? One of the MGS, a personal favourite of mine as well, aren't they? How are we doing? You good?
Very
it's
well,
good to
my
see
friend.
you.
How are you?
I'm very good. But I imagine you're a bit better. Sun shining. Silverstone Grand Prix. You're at the sharp end of the grid. Life couldn't be much better, could it?
It's good. I brought the car out for the first time this year because it's the ex-Warren Hughes Championship winning car. So she's not as quick as my Morris car, but it's nice to get it at the sharp end, and I like to just protect it, but bring it out. It's a race car at the end of the day. It needs racing.
I'm so used to seeing you driving a certain livery. It seems a bit weird seeing you in all blue.
I know. So I love the car, but it's a lot heavier and the power is not so good. But we don't want to develop it anymore because it's original. So I'm really enjoying racing it though.
Maybe one day you'll let me have a go. Actually,
you come and book yourself in. We'll give you a free run.
You hear that on camera as well.
On camera.
Top man. Good luck out there. Thanks for talking to us. Let's keep moving down a little bit. I did want to see Peter Birchall wherever he is. It's a little bit further down, isn't it? Here's James. Actually, I saw James a little bit earlier. James, I promised I'd come and talk to you, didn't I? How are we feeling ahead of this one?
Yeah, looking forward to it. We were here last week doing the national, so proper track today, GP version. So yeah, just here for a bit of fun in the Invitational. So looking forward to it.
I don't know, you say that, a little bit of fun. There's not too many in front of you.
No, there's there's a lot quicker cars in front, but yeah, so we'll see if we can get the best 170, but yeah, we'll see how it goes. Yeah.
Silverstone, it's of course on the GP circuit as well. It's a vast track, isn't it? Where's the big opportunities for you here?
I think just into the braking zones, and perhaps the bit we did last week is still fresh in my head. So all of the national circuit, particularly the corner we were here, I think Luffield, around here, a lot of laps here last week in testing and racing. So we'll see if we can do some moves around here maybe.
I know they're sort of deemed sprint races, aren't they, 20 minutes or so, but it still puts a bit of strain on the car, doesn't it? Because there's big straights there where you're trying to go full throttle, right?
Yeah, the G's round the back, just after the Hamilton straight. I think there's a right and a left there, and you can really feel the car moving around, so you want to make use of all the track there and really feel the car move, and just try and keep your foot in.
Mate, best of luck out there. Nice to talk to us, James Blake there. Let's keep going down, shall we, as well? Who else can we go and find? There's Jack. Let's have a quick chat with Jack, shall we? I haven't seen Jack for a while. Jack, I haven't seen you for a while. How have you been?
I've been good, Ian. I've been good, thank you.
How are you feeling ahead of this one? What can we do from here?
We can just go up, go forward. Try to put my head down, get the lap times in, hopefully beat my good mate Tony.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a good fight because it's very close in the qualifying times. So yeah, I'm excited.
You look at these eyes. Look, we've just had the whistle. 1 minute board. I better let you go. Best of luck anyway. Jack Chapman there. I'll shut this for him as well. Almost time to go racing. A quick MG Cup. The 1 minute board has gone up. We better move to the side. Otherwise, we could end up getting run over. So if we walk down through the middle, I'll probably have my legs cut off. So let's just move down to the side. Car's about to go out. 30-second board up. The cars will go out on grid. I'm going to get ourselves into position, and then I'll run through the grid order for you very shortly. Don't go far. Equipe MG Cup race coming up. Right, everybody else, just have a little wave with the safety car drivers just in front of us. Grid order, I believe we can show that on screen for you now. On pole position, number 1, Jake Fraser-Burns. In second place, we just heard from Ian Bolton as well, the number 74. He's the 2023 MG Cup champion. In third place, at number 18, we have Stuart Emmett. In fourth, we've just heard from him as well, haven't we? Number 41, Keith Eagar. Expect him to be lightning fast on those straights. In fifth place, Mark Wright. We've just heard from him as well in that MGF. In sixth place, Ashley Hornigold in the 124, starting in row 3. Row 4, in seventh place, James Blake. We've just spoken to him as well. Number 8, in eighth, is number 58, Tony Wigley. Starting in ninth place is number 8, Jack Chapman. We just heard from him. He looks ready. He's very racy indeed. The eyes said it all, didn't they? In 10th place, we have number 78, James Morton. In row 6, starting in 11th place, we have Chris Bolton. In 12th place, number 4, Leon Wignall in the Pink Panther. Keep your eyes, you won't be able to miss that one. In 13th place, 117, Andrew Burns. In 14th is number 14, ironically, Thomas Stanfield. Moving into row 8 is 15th place, number 13, Peter Birchall. Of course, he runs the MG Cup as well. What a job. He's done 23 cars in total. Row 8 also sees number 16, number 26, starting in 16th, Nick Ashman. In 17th, we have G Boggs in the 116 machine. In 18th, Eliza Seville. In 19th place, we have Paul Drake. In 20th, Andrew Walsh. And in 21st, Laura Farrow. 22nd, Joseph McClure. And 23rd, in the 71 machine, we have Gavin Mills. A 20-minute race about to come up for the Equipe MG Cup. It's a series that I've followed for the last few years. I've had the pleasure of, I was actually at Brands Hatch a little bit earlier in the season with him as well. A 20-minute race. This is going to be another cracker. My experience of the MG Cup is the racing is very, very tight and very close indeed. Well, I hope you enjoyed the first race we had. Equipe GTS race. Chris Ryan taking the win in that one. Sam Ashby, though, was really the star of the show, wasn't he? From 10th place into second, took a class win as well. Plenty more action coming up in the lunch break. We just saw those Lotus Elans as well, 33 of them, celebrating the 26R, the 60th anniversary. That race is up next as well. That's 60 minutes. There will be a pit stop for that one. In fact, I can see the cars just there waiting at the bottom of the assembly. So we'll grab a word with some of those drivers after this race for the Equipe MG Cup. Of course, mentioned in the MG Cup, Ian Bolton, your 2023 champion. But it really does cater for all MGs, ranging from midgets, MGBs, MGCs, MG Metros. Just coming past me now, your pole sitter, Jake Fraser-Burns. MG Montegos, MGS, MGTFs, MGZRs, MGZSs, MGZTs, Rover BRMs, Tomcat. There is a Tomcat out there as well. Andrew Burns is in that one. Rover 216 GTIs and MG3s. It's really become the home of the MGZR 160, 170, 190. And of course the Tomcats. Up next for the MG Cup, you can see more of them at Donington Park on the national circuit next month on the 6th of July. So far this season they've been to Brands Hatch, to Cadwell Park and to Alton Park. And we are very shortly about to get ourselves underway. Who is going to lead from the line? I've been very much looking forward to this race. Don't forget to keep in touch with us as well in the live chat. We're live on the Equipe Classic Racing YouTube channel and Live Sport Now on YouTube. We can see the comments. We do want to hear from you. We do want to find out where you're watching from. A lot of you getting involved. Ashley Woodward's got in touch, raced in it, of course, saying good luck to all the MG Cup drivers. Ashley, I hope you're well. Chris Halliway's got in touch with us. He said, well done to Chris Ryan. That's from winning the Equipe GTS race just before lunch. Very short lunch indeed. Timetable was running a little bit behind, but I think we've managed to catch up by cutting. We're supposed to have a 50-minute lunch break, but it's gone straight away. Jack Oliphant will be joining me a little bit later as well for the Elan 26R 60th anniversary race. I can see the cars now coming in, somebody there very early, but why not? Early bird catches the worm and all that on the Silverstone GP circuit. The MG Cup managed by Peter Birchall, of course. Cars lining themselves up on the grid. We're going to get ourselves off very shortly. If you are watching on YouTube as well, do hit that subscribe button and like as well. It just enables us to bring you even more live motorsport. Tell us where you're watching from as well. So far, I've had people tuning in from the Netherlands, Portugal, Spain, Crete, Australia. If you're watching somewhere different, Wales as well, people tuning in from Anglesey, and of course in England. I know Johnny Wheeler's watching with great interest. His son James Wheeler racing in the BCV8 Championship a little bit later. Looks like we're about to get ourselves underway for the second race of the weekend for the Equipe Classic Racing. It's the Summer Classic here, the biggest event that Equipe Classic Racing have ever put on in their history. Race 2 about to get underway. Every race covered live for you today. My name's Ian Waterhouse. Jack Oliphant will be joining me a little bit later for the Elan race as well. He joined me for the Equipe GTS. Keep us company, get in touch with us. We want to hear from you. Lots of you watching across social media. And of course the issue with the Silverstone GP, the only issue really with the Silverstone GP circuit is that you do have to fill quite a bit, so whilst we wait for cars to get their way around. So the Marshal's just doing a wonderful job, of course, the Orange Army, just getting the car set up in the right positions, getting ready to start this race. Jake Fraser-Burns against Ian Bolton off the line, but watch out for Keith Ego in the number 4, just in the number 41, starting in 4th. He even said when we just interviewed him in assembly area, he's expecting to get off to a good start. On the straights, he is lightning fast, but it is the long sweeping corners he might just struggle a little bit on. It's really going to level the playing field here. It's going to make for a tight, exciting, close race here at Silverstone on the GP circuit, the Equipe MG Cup. We are go for it. And I've been looking forward to this one for a long time indeed. Looks like everybody has made it through the first corner safely. That is what we like to see. These Elans keep catching my eye here to the left as well. They do look fantastic. Don't forget, keep me up to speed. Keep me company on YouTube as well. We're live on Facebook across the Equipe Classic Racing. This is on the MG Cup as well. Fraser-Burns convert pole into the win. As soon as I see them, actually, I'll be able to give you a little bit more information about how we're getting on with everybody. Not too far away. Lap 1, of course, 20-minute Equipe MG Cup race is well underway. Here they come now. It is Fraser-Burns still leading the way. Bolton in second. And it is Stuart Emmett hold. So the top 1, 2, 3 as they were. Keith Ego just dropping down the field a little bit. Andrew Burns getting a little bit out of sorts down here. Does look up, runs wide at the left-hander. Manages to sweep back round. It does not lose a position. There's a Pink Panther. I can see it just coming through with Leon Wignall. Coming over to start-finish straight now. Lap 1 complete. And I'll be able to run through the order. We'll have the graphics for you as well. Well, a bright start. Clean laps, what we like to see from everybody. Great racing from the Equipe MG Cup cars. Second race of the weekend, well underway, and Fraser-Burns, of course, leading it. Bolton in second place, Emmett in third, and Wright, Blake, Egar, Chapman, Wigley, Hornigold, Bolton, Burns, Morton, Ashman, Wignall, Stanfield, Birchall, Drake, Seville, Mills, Farrow. No McClure I'm not seeing coming over the line. The number 21, 46 in the invitation class. Number of classes, of course, to look out for. Class D with your MGZR 190s, both Jake Fraser-Burns and Ian Bolton running in the Class D cars, and the invitation is Emmett going well, actually up against Blake there too. Wright is also running in Class D. We also have Class B. Chapman is the leader of that one. Hornigold currently leading Class C as well. 20 runners and riders here for the Equipe MG Cup I have on my screen. And it was a very good start as well, 2:34.678, so I can't really read anything into that on the opening lap of the race. So 16 minutes to go here. Equipe MG Cup, second race of the day, second race of the weekend for the Equipe Summer Classic here at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit. Get in touch with us, keep us entertained as well. Where are you watching from? I want to hear from you. Ian Waterhouse here, presenting and doing commentary today throughout the course of the day. That's Elan 26R 60th anniversary race. That is coming up next. Do not go anywhere. Stick around for the rest of the afternoon. It's a glorious sunny day here at Silverstone. Jake Fraser-Burns, the man who started on pole position, had the best start, leads from your 2023 MG Cup champion Ian Bolton. Stuart Emmett in third, Wright in fourth. So Fraser-Burns and Ian Bolton both in Class D. Wright also in Class D. He's in third place, fourth on track, and it's Fraser-Burns who looks like he's just getting the tiniest little bit of a gap as he comes through past me. He's the leader, Fraser-Burns, from Bolton, from Emmett. So it is MG ZR 190s 1, 2, 3. There's the MGF of Wright. Doesn't sound too good. Mark Wright's MGF Cup car doesn't sound particularly great. Coming through as well is Blake. And a lot of action. You can actually see the left rear wheel lifting up as they come round, the left-hander down here, and then switch round to the right into Luffield and onto the start-finish straight here. Coming over now to complete lap 2 here, green flag racing at Silverstone on a GP circuit for the Equipe MG Cup. Right. Fraser-Burns is your leader, apologies there. 2:29.298 there. I think my timing just got a little bit confused. Bolton in second place, Emmett still in third, Wright in fourth. So it's as you were after lap 1 for the top 4. Blake in fifth. Chapman, what's happened to Egar? What has happened to Keith Egar? I'm not seeing him at all. I haven't seen him come through either. So where is Keith Egar? He's not actually even showing up on TSO. He's dropping down. Oh no, it looks like we've lost Keith Egar, starting in fourth place. We're expecting big things from him on the straights. He was going to struggle a little bit on long sweeping corners, but he's tumbling down the order is Keith Egar, and looks like we've lost him from this race. Well, Fraser-Burns your leader, Ian Bolton in second, Emmett in third, Wright is fourth, then Blake, Chapman, Wigley, Hornigold, Bolton, Burns, Morton, Ashman, Wignall, Birchall, Stanfield, Drake, Seville, Mills, Farrow, Egar, McClure, and no Keith Egar, unfortunately. The Elans lined up just to our left. We're going to hear from those guys very shortly after this race. We've still got 13.5 minutes left to go. We're on lap 3 here on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit for the Equipe MG Cup. Already, this is the 4th meeting of the year for the MG Cup. Can you believe that? Started the season at Brands Hatch. I was there for that one. They've also been to Cadwell Park, they've been to Alton Park, and here they are now at Silverstone. Next month, they make their way to Donington Park on the national circuit on the 6th of July, again with Equipe Classic Racing. So if you fancy watching even more, do head over to Donington Park. There's more racing action. Race 2 for the Equipe MG Cup is tomorrow. No live cameras for that one though, so if you do want to watch second race for the Equipe MG Cup, you will have to come down to Silverstone in person. I implore you to do that if you're in the area. Fancy a nice day out with the family, it's well worth it. And look at Ian Bolton is closing the gap on Jake Fraser-Burns for the outright lead, and Class D as well. Stuart Emmett is also in MG ZR 190, but he's actually in the invitation class, third on track, first in the invitation class, up against James Blake, who's currently 5th on track, second in the invitation class. There goes Mark Wright. Looks like there's not too many issues. I thought it didn't quite sound right for Mark Wright. There you go, as he was coming around in the MGF, but actually it looks fine. More action coming through as well, and I'm seeing Chapman going toe-to-toe with some of his rivals. It's wonderful wheel-to-wheel action here for the Equipe MG Cup at Silverstone. Through comes Leon Wignall. There goes Nick Ashman. And Peter Birchall's just about to come through as well. Of course, Peter Birchall suffered a stroke last year, so it's so good to see Peter back racing again. And competitive too, he really is. Running in Class C. As soon as the cars get over the start-finish straight, I will run down the grid the class orders for you. Fraser-Burns, your leader, 3 laps completed. Bolton in second place, but Bolton is right behind him. In fact, Ian Bolton, fastest man on the track last time around, a 2:29.008. It was 0.7 of a second faster than Jake Fraser-Burns, the man who currently holds the lead of this race. Emmett in third, Wright in fourth. So in Class D, it looks like this. Fraser-Burns is your leader, Bolton in second, Wright is third in Class D. In the invitation class, it is Emmett who leads it from Blake. Then in Class C, Andrew Burns in the Rover 220 Tomcat. He's the leader in Class C from Hornigold and Bolton. And then in Class B, it's Chapman leading Class B. He's currently 6th on track, first in Class B. That's how it stands. There is another class as well, actually, Class A. Apologies, I missed that. It looks like Eliza Seville is winning that one. She's currently 17th on track, but first in Class A from Mills and Farrow. We've lost Egar from this race in the MG Midget, who started in 4th place. Real shame that, but we still have 19 of the runners and riders for the Equipe MG Cup here at Silverstone. As we start to approach the halfway stage as well, just over 10.5 minutes off this race left. The glorious sunshine here, the grandstands are packed as well. What a day it is to be out. The biggest festival that Equipe Classic Racing have ever put on in their history. And just to my left are 33 beautiful Lotus Elan 26Rs. Wow, what a sight. So the halfway stage coming up, and the top 3 are locked together as well. Jake Fraser-Burns still holding the lead, but only just from Ian Bolton. Stuart Emmett is right in that mix as well, but of course Stuart Emmett, it must be said, is in the invitation class. So the actual outright win for Class D is between Ian Bolton and Jake Fraser-Burns, and it's Fraser-Burns who has it, but I think Ian Bolton might have a bit of a toe here as they head down to start-finish straight. Well, it's been a magnificent race so far, hasn't it? So Burns is just coming through, your leader in Class C. Chapman's involved in that tussle as well. They're almost 4 abreast as they come through. Magnificent race, and Thomas Stanfield right in the mix there. There goes Leon Wignall, he comes through. I've got Nick Ashman coming through in Class B in the 26 car, the red 26 MGZR. And Peter Birchall just popping through my eye sign as well now. There is Tom Stanfield just behind. So 9 minutes of this race left to go. 4 laps completed of the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. I can see Paul Drake just coming through. Looks like he's going quite slowly, and Paul Drake has just gone off the circuit just to our right, just run a little bit wide there. As you can see, it sounded like he had a bit of an issue. I wonder if he's got a brake problem there. I imagine Paul Drake will be pulling into the pits very shortly and retiring from this race. Mills just goes through my shot as well, so we're just waiting for Farrow to come through. And there she goes, Laura Farrow in the MGF, the number 3 car. So 19 runners and riders here off the 21 overall. A couple of cars, Andrew Walsh unfortunately not able to make the start, and no G Boggs as well actually in the 116. Not quite sure what happened there, but no G Boggs and no Andrew Walsh in this race. And McClure didn't make the start either. Joseph McClure was due to start in 22nd, the number 46 machine. 8 minutes left to go. Well, we have got a battle right at the sharp end, as we always do with the Equipe MG Cup. If you're enjoying this one, let me know. What have you made of the action so far? They never disappoint, do they, the Equipe MG Cup? I've covered them for the last 4 or 5 years, and Fraser-Burns has it in. Bolton has dropped down, he's lost a place to Emmett, so Stuart Emmett has got past it. So just allowed Jake Fraser-Burns a little bit of breathing space here. Can he put the hammer down? I wonder how his tyres are going to cope around the full Silverstone GP circuit, especially when the sun comes out, the heat going. They've got to do it all again tomorrow, of course. Ian Bolton, your 2023 champion, lost the place to Stuart Emmett. Still second place in Class D, though, where he's been the entire race. Emmett, of course, in the invitation class. James Blake just coming through. Second in the invitation class is James Blake. So the top 4 are Fraser, Burns, Emmett in second, and Bolton, Wright, Blake is your top 5. Andrew Burns locking up heavily there in the Rover Tomcat. You can see the blue smoke screaming across the camera down here. A big, big lock up, and Leon Wignall's just hanging out the back a little bit too. Here comes Ashman, just making his way through. There's Peter Birchall, Tom Stanfield. It's Fraser-Burns, your leader. They had a 1.435 second lead over the line. Emmett in second place, Bolton in third, Wright in fourth. Then Blake, Hornigold, Burns, Chapman, Wigley, Bolton, Morton, Wignall, Ashman, Birchall, Stanfield, Seville, Mills, Drake, Farron. Drake, unfortunately, as we saw, did pull into the pit. So Paul Drake came very slowly down to our camera position, went off the circuit. Might be a bit of a brake issue, potentially suspension. and pulled into the pits and is out of this race. 6 minutes left to go here for the Equipe MG Cup. It is Fraser Burns who leads it, Class D and outright. Emmett leads the invitation class, Hornigold leads Class C, Chapman leads Class B, and Seville leads Class A. Sorry everybody, I'm back on commentary now. I was just chatting to John Pearson actually from the Equipe Classic Racing. Of course we've got the Elan race coming up. He's very excited about that one as well, as he might be as well. So we've got 4.5 minutes of this race left to go. Jake Fraser-Burns still your leader. Emmett's in second place. Bolton in third. Wright is fourth. Blake is fifth. Hornigold is sixth. Burns is seventh. Chapman is eighth. Wigley is ninth. And we've got Chris Bolton in 10th. Then it's Morton, Wignall, Ashman, Birchall, Stanfield, Seville, Mills, Farrow, Drake out of the race in the pits. No Keith Egar as well. He completed, I think he completed lap 1 and that was it. And then is sadly out of the race. So Joseph McClure didn't start either. Neither did Andrew Walsh or G. Boggs. 4 minutes left to go. Fraser Burns is the leader. 2-second lead over the line last time. In fact, his last lap was the fastest lap of the race as well. A 2:28.905. So Fraser Burns leads overall and in Class D. Emmett is in second place, but first in the invitation class. In Class C, it's Andrew Burns who leads it in the Rover 220 Tomcat. Class C leader is the 124 machine of Hornigold, and your Class A leader is still Eliza Seville in the MGF. Closing stages of the race. As soon as this race finishes, as soon as the checkered flag falls, we're going to get ourselves straight off over and chat to some of the Lotus drivers, because they're pretty eager to get going, I think. As soon as the checkered flag falls, in fact, I can see the drivers for the Elan 26R race. They're already putting on their helmets and getting themselves ready for that. We will be in the pits for that race, though. So you'll be able to keep your eye on that. The first sort of 10-15 minutes or so we'll commentate from here before we move the camera. Oh, there is Emmett coming around. It's just had Jake Fraser-Burns. In fact, they're starting to lap some of the back markers as well. Farrow Mills just ahead of Jake Fraser-Burns. I'm sure that won't have too much of an impact. Silverstone GP, so vast, of course. Plenty of opportunities to let people through. And Ian Bolton has really dropped off the pace now, allowing the two leaders just to kind of run away with things a little bit. Fraser-Burns comes over the line to complete lap 7. His lead is 2 seconds over Emmett. Bolton's just making his way around Luffield onto the start-finish straight now. So this might be the final lap. We might even get one more in. We'll keep, it's going to be tight. It's going to be very, very tight, actually, as they come over the line. I think this might well be the final lap. We'll keep our eyes peeled. We'll have a clearer picture in about a minute and a half. So 2 minutes on the clock. That is it. Jake Fraser-Burns, the man. He's led the entire race, led from pole position. He's kept the 2023 MG Cup champion Ian Bolton at bay. Stuart Emmett has certainly proved a worthy opponent, though, in the invitation class. Still plenty of overtaking action happening on a little bit further down the field as well. Fraser-Burns, your leader. Emmett, your leader in the invitation class. Chapman is your leader in Class B. Burns, your leader in Class C. And Seville, your leader in Class A. Birchall's just coming into my shot as well. Got Stanfield just behind him. course, Peter Birchall running in Class C. He's 4th place actually in Class C, so the podiums at the minute: Fraser Burns, Bolton and Wright in Class D, Emmett and Blake in the invitation class, Burns, Hornigold and Chris Bolton in Class C. In Class B it would be Chapman, Wigley and Wignall. And in Class A, Seville, Mills and Farrow. They're your top 3 in each of the classes for the Equipe MG Cup. 50 seconds left on the clock. Where is Jake Fraser Burns? Just coming through my eye line now. Is the number 85. That is your Class A leader, Eliza Seville. We've got 30 seconds left. That is it. And here he comes now into my shot. So Jake Fraser Burns with Stuart Emmett just barreling down. I tell you, if Stuart Emmett had maybe one more lap, he might feel a little bit perhaps more inclined to get that one. Maybe another lap or two, and he might have felt a little bit of confidence. It's going to be too late. Jake Fraser Burns is going to win. We are literally running down now. We've got 10 seconds left on the clock. I don't think he's going to make it over the line, is he? Is this the final lap? Jake Fraser Burns coming over the line. 2, 1, and that is going to be the checkered flag, and Jake Fraser Burns is surely going to take it, and just does as well. Fraser Burns takes the win. Stuart Emmett comes home in 2nd place but wins the invitation class. Fraser Burns, your Class D leader and outright winner. Ian Bolton is going to come home in 3rd place but 2nd in Class D. Mark Wright is just going through my shot now as well. Let's just wait for a few more cars to come over. We're very eager to very quickly get ourselves over and interview some of the Elan drivers. So it's just waiting for a few more cars to come over. Farrow has come over. She's going to finish in 2nd place in Class A. Mills is going to come home in 17th on track. But whoa. That is number, I'm trying to see, 58. I think that's Tony Wigley just holding on to it. Just managed to get held on there. Fraser Burns has won. Emmett is 2nd. Bolton is 3rd. Wright in 4th, but 3rd in Class D. Blake has come home in 5th and 2nd in the invitation class. We're just waiting for confirmation for your Class C winner. There it is. It's Andrew Burns in your Rover 220 Tomcat. He's a Class C winner, and your Class B winner is Jack Chapman. Now, whilst the graphics go on screen for the leaderboard, Jack is going to run over to the Elan 26Rs, and he's going to have a quick chat and interview with those guys.
It's the Equipe Elan 60, the 60th anniversary, and I can tell you what, well, one, Ian did a great job on the MGs, I have to say, but luckily we can have a chat to a couple of drivers, and on pole position is a driver I actually know quite well. He used to be my driver coach. He looks like he's in the zone. I'm going to try and interrupt him anyway because he is quite good for the media. There we go. David Pittard, a bit of a different drive for you this week than it was at the Nürburgring 24 a week ago.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a huge motorsport fan of all levels, so coming back to the historic stuff, none of this flappy paddle stuff, none of this ABS and traction control, a pure driving machine. And yeah, it's awesome to be a part of this mega grid. Well done to Equipe GTS for putting together so many cars on the grid. The photo shoot looked mega earlier on, and hopefully we provide some good racing today as well.
I was going to say, in terms of the racing, what are you expecting? Because these are basically classic cars at this point, but do you still expect people to get their elbows out a little bit?
Well, I think it's going to be close because, I mean, normal historic racing, the variety is normally the awesome thing about it. With the Elan, the Mongoose being the car that's quick around the corners but not so quick in a straight. But this is effectively a cup race, so everyone's on a level playing field down the straights. It's all about who can get it around the corners. So there's going to be a few more ducks and dives, I think, out there. So it's going to be feisty.
It definitely teaches you something about driving, though, doesn't it, in one of these cars, or any classic cars. It's all about minimum speed and driver grip, isn't it, rather than aerodynamics or any of that rubbish.
I mean, you have to drive this car over the limit to maximise its grip, which means you are sliding the car everywhere, which is what you'll see on all these historic cars on the cross-ply tyre. And yeah, you learn so much about it completely, which is transferable to all cars, which is what I love about historic racing. There's a good bunch here. Andy Wolf Engineering has done a mega job with these two cars on the front row, and big thanks to Graham Wilson, the owner of this car, for letting me drive it. This car won the 50th anniversary race, and now we've got to go win the 60th.
I look forward to seeing it, David. Good luck for the race. I can hear the cars starting up. I'm going to try and see and just keep going until I get told off, basically, which is what I'm sort of planning on doing. Number 7, Shepherd and Jackson, one of the leading cars that's got an actual team. Are we okay for a quick chat? Absolutely, fantastic. Right, yeah, well, we're going to spot you towards the front end, aren't we? Very bright, very colourful. You got teammates. What does that kind of dynamic bring to this race?
Well, I've got Cam Jackson driving with me, who's a great friend and a great driver. He's pretty much the quickest guy I know out there. So it's a case of giving him a good car and letting him do what he can do for the second half of the race.
I was going to say, do you feel an extra responsibility as the driver who's starting this and amongst a grid full of talent as well?
Yeah, there's always that aspect, but it adds a lot of excitement, and it brings another level out of you usually. So it's always good fun racing against these guys. I think we've got an exciting race ahead of us.
Fantastic, thank you very much, Shepherd. Good luck for the race. Right, a little bit further back. I mean, this grid goes on forever, to be honest. We don't want to go too far because we've got to get back on our mounting point, and Ian's got to make sure that we're bang on track and everything like that. But we go further back. Tordolf Dorlin is currently in the car with the open face helmet as well. I think that makes it look like a little bit sort of realistic, as if it was the old school style of play rather than the slightly sort of more modern closed face helmets. I can hear them all revving up. But I'm just going to try and take you for a little walk down the grid, mainly because ultimately there's just such beautiful cars to look at. You can see the number 250 there, White and Kane's car, looking in the typical Lotus colours. I mean, you can't get more stunning cars than this. I've seen a lot of people that I know from the motorsport world on my little walk up and down the pits just then while the MGs were going out, and they're all out for the photo shoot. They've all come down to have a look at the Elans. 60th anniversary, obviously, for the Elan. It's the reason why we're here. It's the reason why we're racing. 60-minute race. All ties quite nicely together, isn't it? I don't know if they did a 50-minute race for the 50th anniversary, but it does tie in quite nicely. I can hear that there is going to be a whistle. There's a 1-minute board, which I think is about that time we probably wrap this one up. All these cars are going to be out on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit in about 30 seconds time. We're going to jump back into the comms booth or comms area. Look forward to it.
some great interviews in there. This really is, this is sort of the key race of the weekend for the Equipe Classic Racing, and we saw at lunchtime, didn't we, how special this is. The Elan 26R 60th anniversary race. We've just been having a quick look, haven't we, at the grid order for you. Of course, David Pittard on pole position. There is a pit stop in this race. So for the first 20 minutes or so, we're going to base ourselves down here, just up by Luffield. Then for the final 40 minutes, we're going to make our way up to the pit lane and catch you some of the action there as well. Butcher Tinkler in second place, Miles Griffiths in third, fourth, Shepard Jackson in fourth place, and Robin Ellis in fifth, Tordoff Dawlin in sixth, White Kane seventh, Baxter Mansell in eighth, Tom Swift in ninth, Simon Evans in 10th. They're your top 10. There's going to be plenty of action going on. I'll tell you something, Jack, as well. One thing I'm quite surprised about is I thought they'd be taking this quite leisurely. This is just the formation lap, and they're actually going for this already to really get some heat into those tyres, aren't they?
Yeah, I think that's what David Pittard was saying, wasn't it? To drive this car, you have to drive it over its basically capabilities to get the heat into the tyres and to make sure it's going as quickly as it can. You're basically going sideways for the majority, which will make a great spectacle for us watching, and a great chance for those in the car. I was actually speaking to David when we were down in the pits as well, apparently the owner of his car sort of said, bring it home nice and easy, don't mess around, make a bit of a show, but make sure that you bring the car in one piece. And after his Nürburgring shenanigans that Pittard got hit off within about the first 4 seconds, he said, no, I'm just going to go and win it. And he said, no, I'm not messing around, I'm just going to go out, I'm going to win.
Sorry, yes, I believe we're back now. I'm not too sure, Jack, you had any comms there. You were just talking about your conversation with David Pittard, the man on pole position.
Yeah, and he was saying that you have to obviously drive the car to over its maximum to get the heat into the tyres, which is maybe why we're seeing it going through the first green lap. There's not many drivers, to be fair, on many British motorsport tracks that I would trust more than him to do that with my car, and obviously it's not his car either. And I was just saying that I was chatting to him in the pits earlier during the lunch break while the photo shoot was going on, and he's been told by the owner of his Elan to just bring it home nice and chilled, don't worry about anything, put on a bit of a show, maybe win if you can, but just bring it home. Anyway, after Pittard's being written off basically in the first 4 seconds of the Nürburgring 24 hours last week in an Aston Martin, he said, no, I'm annoyed, I'm going to go win. So that's why he put it on pole. That's why he may well be end up down the road a little bit, because he's come here and he wants to release some energy, and unfortunately for the rest of the field, that may well result in him winning this by quite some distance.
Yeah, indeed. 2:22.611 the pole time. Butcher and Tinkler in second, 2:23.453. An hour race coming up for you. There is going to be a pit stop. As I said, for the first sort of 15 minutes or so, we're going to stick around down just up by Luffield as they head on to the start-finish straight. Then we're going to make our way into the pits so you can get a close-up action of these. Some of the teams do have two drivers. You can do it by yourself as well. David Pittard, the man on pole position, doing it by himself. The man who starts in third, Miles Griffiths, doing it by himself. Tom Smith, another, doing it by himself. Darren Edwards, I could go on. There's obviously a big list of cars. Of course, the Equipe Elan 60, the 26R 60th anniversary race, 1 hour, supported by Tony Thompson Racing. They do Elan Racing Prep and Performance. Do check those guys out as well. If you do want to find out more about Equipe Classic Racing at any point, you can. There's a link in the body of this broadcast wherever you're watching. Of course, the main places to watch is the Equipe Classic Racing YouTube channel. If you're there right now, and I know there's a good number of you watching, please say hello. Let us know where you're watching from today. We do want to hear from you. And also hit that like button, hit that subscribe as well. You can see those cars lining up on the grid. Oh my word, that is a beautiful sight. If you didn't see our exploits at lunchtime, do tune in and back in. We are racing here. We are expected. Are we rolling start? Are we? I think that looks pretty racing to me. Yeah, we are. Go. Yeah, we are going. There we go. We're seeing the same features as you guys. We're actually down at Luffield, where the assembly area is here on the national pits. So it's a great place to be. Not at the wing. We're not actually based at the wing. We're based in the national pits this weekend. Of course, Colin Chapman himself indicated that Elan was never really intended to go to a racetrack, but a load of independent race teams said otherwise, and I think they've been well rewarded, Jack.
Absolutely, it's a great looking car, it's a great handling car. I can't believe that he would design a car that looks as pretty and as sleek and as sporty as the Elan and say that it doesn't deserve to be on a track, because you design a car that looks like this, people are going to put it on track. People will put anything on track, won't they? So it is stunning, and I think that they're aiming, obviously, for this to be the biggest Elan race in history. I think that was the tagline they were going for. I'm not entirely sure if we've got a fact checker behind whether or not that's actually confirmed.
I think it's true.
You think it is true? Ian's thinking it's true anyway, for sure. So, yeah, I think it's a great event. It's a great spectacle. And a bit of an exhibition of how well these cars can go. And in the lead of this race, I do believe it is still Pittard coming through Abbey by the looks of it. But there's a little bit of an argument to be had with the driver who was, I believe, second place. Is in white yellow car, Butcher and Tinkler. Actually, I missed that on the entry list, to be fair, when I was doing my preparation. That Robbie Butcher was actually part of this great event. Obviously, British touring car driver. Driver that we know quite well, actually, the family, having beaten Tom, so I think it was a Diamond Goodyear Award or something like that. It's basically for the newcomers of the BTCC.
Well, for those who don't know you, of course, Jack, your brother is Tom Oliphant, who raced in the BTCC, and you're a racer yourself, aren't you?
Yes, don't like to bang on about Tom, but in fact, Pittard, actually, speaking, we'll come back to that in a second because he's going around the outside. The Butcher may well be looking at the inside, going through Brooklands and Luffield as there's puffs of smoke everywhere. Going through Luffield now, Pittard still has the position for the time being, and Butcher has to duck out of that one, but nearly 3 wide going through this complex of the circuit, and trust me, there's a lot of smoke, there's a lot of action. 60 minutes of racing, they do have a pit stop, of course. I'm not sure how many people actually want to swap the tyres. At the rate they're screaming through those rear lefts, they may well not have a choice. Coming over the TSL timing screen, I believe Ian can give us a bit of a rundown.
Yeah, okay, thanks for that. I mean, that was nose to tail stuff, wasn't it? Absolutely brilliant. No taking it easy here this afternoon for this Equipe Elan 60 race. Pittard is your leader, though. Just half a second over the line from Butcher Tinkler. I'm not too sure actually who is in the car there. Griffiths in third, then Ellis, Baxter, Mansell, then Shepherd, Jackson in 6th place, then the 2 Jacksons in 7th, then Jobstill and Wills in 8th, and Smith in 9th, and White Cane in 10th. They are your top 10 runners and riders so far in the Equipe Elan 60, celebrating the 60th anniversary. These cars really produced between 1964 and 1966. They spanned the S1 and S2 cars with Lotus. The Lotus Elan 26 card, referred to as Comp Elan, an absolute cracker. So very shortly, we are going to make our way to the pits, aren't we? Just another lap or two for these cars to come round down here. We want to see the cars up close and personal in the pits. We'll see if we can grab a couple of words with some of the drivers as well. 60-minute race in total here on Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. It is an absolute corker. It's a wonderful side. Again, if you didn't tune in during the lunch break, go back and see all 33 of these Elan cars lined up in the Silverstone pit straight. It was something quite special. We spoke to Rob Cole as well. Quite an emotional story for him as well. He's racing his father's Elan this afternoon.
It's always nice, that, isn't it? I mean, that's the thing with these classic cars. They have history. I know that's a bit of a given, but it's the sort of thing that we like to go out and actually get the story behind, isn't it, Ian? And that's why we're going to go into the pits, where maybe we won't be able to see the race in its full capacity, but we'll be able to chat to the drivers who have spanned this history with these Elans as well. And I know there's some drivers out there that are driving for an owner, but we'll still be able to get the sort of conversations and the stories of them. As Pittard still leads the 60th anniversary, he reminded us that that car actually won the 50th one. So it's, again, these cars, they just pop up time and time again, still race-worthy, still putting on a hell of a show. And behind the hands of, nearly 60 drivers who are all highly skilled, it goes to show what a good race car they still are. It's a bit of a shame they don't still make them, as they go nearly 3 wide into Brooklands. I think they did actually give it another go in the 80s of making these Elans again. Obviously a completely different car basically, but they wanted to bring the name back and bring the essence of it back, and clearly the 60s is a little bit sort of more of that essence, and that's the car that everybody still wants to get behind. And as I said, you can understand it as they go through Brooklands and Luffield and come over the start-finish straight. It looks like Butcher is about 0.7 of a second behind Pittard, and then there is quite a big gap between themselves and Griffith, Baxter, Ellis, Jackson, Shepherd in 7th place. So it's yeah, I mean, everybody's quite close considering this is a 60-minute race here, and everybody seems to be getting their toe in the game, getting the rhythm going, trying their best to sort of flat spot those tyres.
Well, you say that, Jack, as well, because normally pro drivers aren't allowed with Equipe Classic Racing, but of course there's a number of them in this field as well, so we are expecting things to be quite tight, and David Pittard's certainly not going to have it all his own way in this race, so it's certainly worth keeping an eye on it at the sharp end all through the field. Unpopular opinion here, actually, Jack, I really liked the Elan that was made. Was it like 1988 or something through to like the early 90s? I remember having a game on the Amiga where you raced one of those Elans, and I really liked it. So maybe that's a bit of an unpopular opinion. We should be talking about
showing your age there, Ian. I was too young for all that nonsense. I thought it was a motorsport on the Xbox, mate.
Oh, listen to it. Don't even make you sick. But we should be talking about that. Of course, we are for the Elan 26Rs. They're fine machines from 1964 to 1966. This is the 60th anniversary for the cars.
Yeah, I was actually in the pits earlier, as I mentioned, chatting to a fair few people.
So Simon, my producer's just told me the name of the game, so I think it was the Lotus Speed Challenge, I think, or something like that. It wasn't. I had it. Yeah,
you had it. Don't remember very well, clearly, because you don't remember the name, but fond memories. I'm sure as the front two just go through the field division. Griffiths as well. I think Griffiths in third place is putting up a hell of a show, to be fair, and I think one of the drivers is maybe Solo, as that's a very, very wide moment from the number 7. That's Shepherd, isn't it? It's currently 7th place. Just missing the apex by a country mile. At some point he'll hit the right postcode, but not ideal for him at all. But just to go back to what I was saying, the emotion of the pits. There was a couple of people. There's an older gentleman came out in the pits with a walking stick. Clearly wasn't the most mobile, and he would go out, and all of a sudden he was hit by the photo shoot that we had, all the Elans that were lined up, and genuinely he welled up, and he was like, "Oh, this is just brilliant. Isn't this just amazing?" He couldn't stop complimenting it, and it was like him walking back to his youth or something. He was like, "Oh, have you made sure you're getting photos and everything like that?" And obviously the whole thing was a photo shoot, so hopefully there'll be loads of access to them as well publicly of all those photos. You can, I'm sure, find it on any of the Equipe social medias and stuff like that. They'll put links out, I'm sure. But yeah, it's just nice to see that sort of harping back to the youth of the generation that maybe grew up with these cars.
Or just go back and watch the stream at lunchtime because I'll tell you what, cracking interviews there as well. So Pittard is still your race leader. Started on pole, David Pittard, the number 13 machine. Unlucky for some, not for him so far. 2:22.611 was the pole time. Jack, I'm really sorry, I've lost TSL on your phone now. I can only apologise about that. But do keep getting in touch with us across social media as well. We're live on the Equipe Classic Racing YouTube channel. We're also live at Live Sport Now as well. Do hit subscribe if you're watching it, and get in touch with us, comment as well. GW13's been in touch. And a driver in the 50th anniversary race. Winning car number 13 was Andy Wolf, the owner of Historic Racing, who prepares the car. Thank you so much. Little nuggets like that, really, really fantastic stuff. So Pittard leads, but the gap is next to nothing. 0.4 of a second over the line last time. We can see them, and they're going past the wing now, as we can see. We've got 15 minutes or so off this race. Another few minutes, and then we're going to move our way into the pit lane, because we want to see these cars coming into the pits up close and personal. So we can grab a word with some of the drivers, and here they come now. The two leaders just into our shot, the number 13 and the number 140. And I'll tell you what, you could just about fit a bit of A4 piece of paper between them. That's how tight it is.
I think the grins are probably spanning the width of the car, to be honest. I reckon they're having a whale of a time. Obviously, two drivers that are used to higher echelon machinery, shall we say, or more precise machinery. This is effectively what you get into Motorsport 4 if you're a racing driver. You want to put things sideways, you want to go as fast as you can, not worry about whether you're overheating the tyres, or in that case of the number 600, whether you've torn off, whether you've well, he hasn't torn the door off, has he? But he has somewhat broken his rear bumper, which is a bit of a shame. But to be fair, apart from that, actually, there's a healthy respect of bumper-to-bumper racing here, isn't there, Ian?
the racing's exceptional, isn't it? I mean, I would be terrified taking one of these round. I would dent it or do anything silly. Let's give you a mention as well to Rob Cole, the number 65. We spoke to him in the lunch break as well when they were lining up the cars. It's an emotional day for him. He started in 33rd. He's absolutely shot up the field. He really, really has, and he's absolutely flying. So keep your eye out for Rob Cole for the rest of this race. He's a sole driver as well. There are a number of teams do have 2 drivers in this. Everybody has to do a pit stop. There is a mandatory pit stop in this race. So very shortly, in a couple of minutes, maybe at the end of the next lap, we're going to just make our way to the pit lane. We'll still keep talking. I think we can probably switch to the mobile microphone, can't we? We'll still keep talking as we walk, but we won't be able to see any of the track action whilst we make our way over. But don't you worry about that. And what have you made of the action so far, everybody? Let us know. Some of you getting in touch with us across social media. We want to hear from you. What do you make of these cars? Do you have any memories of the Lotus Elan as well? Do tell us. Do let us know. And if your friends or family members or anybody at all you know is driving one of these cars today, let us know and we'll give them a shout out. We really do want to hear from you. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe as well. Fastest lap, of course, is Pittard, 2:24.193. Absolutely flying at the minute, although Butcher Tinkler's so close behind him. I hope that goes the whole way, Jack. I think they're about to come into our screen now. Yes, they are, and it does look like they're even closer this time around as well, aren't they? Even closer. Look at that. Wow, that's the battle for the outright lead as well. Magnificent racing. And I'll tell you something, Miles Griffiths as well, who's in 3rd place, started in 3rd, might just be thinking here, go on chaps, have a little bit of a battle. I'm going to save my car, I'm going to save my tyres for a little bit and maybe have a bit of an assault later on the race.
I think I'm interested to see whether Butcher's teammate Tinkler has got the same amount of pace that Butcher does. I mean, he'd have to be going some way to actually match it, but that could be Pittard's saving grace at this point, because it does look like he's trying to force moves inside, outside, putting him in different parts of the circuit. Oh, the 60. How many times do you want to catch it? That's the number. Who is that? 60. That may well have been Darren Edwards. Yeah, Darren Edwards is the number 60. And sort of. Yeah, you're probably right actually. So yeah, Edwards almost wiping himself and sort of out as well. It's again, they're not really holding back with these cars, are they? As soon as the visor gets up, we said this in the GTS category, didn't we? As soon as the visor goes down, it doesn't matter what car you're driving, you just want to win, and that is the sign of a purebred racing driver right there.
Yeah, it certainly is. I'll tell you what, I'm desperate to get to the pits, but I also don't want to miss anything either. I think what we might do is, how long have we got left? We've got 47 minutes, so we're going to do a run. We're going to make our way into the pits, so we might just have a general chit-chat as we make our way over, because we're not going to be able to see any of the track action. We'll keep an eye on the stream for you. We're going to swap mics, so we might go a little bit quiet for a moment, just whilst we swap over mics, but don't go anywhere, and we're going to be back in the pits very, very shortly. Stay with us. And I'll tell you, some of your 2 leaders, my word, David Pittard, Butcher Tinkler Cardi, the number 13 of Pittard and the 140. Oh my word, they are going nose to tail, aren't they, Jack? This is absolutely thrilling racing. It really, really is. What do you make of it so far, everybody? Please do let us know. I really, really do want to hear from you.
I thought you were asking me what I made of it then. I think you know what I'm...
You're too excited, Jack.
I was going to say, I think you know exactly what I make of it. It is absolutely brilliant. And even the other drivers, we mentioned Griffiths already, but a few drivers towards sort of the back end of the top 10 are putting on a show as well. I mean, you're thinking that they might be a bit slower, they might not have the capability in this car actually, but if you took away the top 5 and you just said that 6th place was leading this race, I'd be like, yeah, they're driving it really well, they're being miraculous. It's just the caliber of the top couple of echelons, but Butcher is within a couple of centimetres. Oh, yeah, you caught that in. Was the number 36 going a little bit wide?
Yeah, it was. It was number 36, who I'll tell you very shortly as soon as I can find it. Thank you very much for that.
Montgomery
down here, almost sideways. I'll tell you something. I thought maybe they might take it a little bit easier, but they're not, are they? And my only concern is the tyres, because it is a 60-minute race, of course. And Silverstone, as we know, it's so vast. There's a lot of long sweeping corners. I just wonder. Mind you, these tyres built to last, I guess. Right?
I was going to say, you might be concerned for the tyres. I don't think the drivers are that concerned for the tyres one bit, because they're using every single inch. And I like to think that because they're on a certain regulation of tyre, that they're one, long-lasting, two, they're obviously very slippery. I imagine that they're the sort of race series that if it's wet or if it's dry, they're on the same tyres sort of thing. You don't want to... You spent all that money on the actual car. You don't want to waste money on things like tyres and all that sort of thing. You want one set of tyres that's going to last you the entire weekend and the entire series.
Yeah, this is Formula One, isn't it? Tyres are boring. You know, we want to see the racing action. I'm delighted to say we are certainly seeing that here at Silverstone with the Equipe Elan 26 at a 60th anniversary race. Still a long way to go in this one, 43 minutes. We are very shortly about to make our way to the pit lane. Pit window will be open very shortly and we'll see a bit of action. We've just seen the two leaders actually come down now. Again, still Pittard leading the way, but it is tight, isn't it? It is really, really close. At the end of this race,
camera, unhooking the camera and turning it to a roaming camera from a static camera. John, the cameraman, is doing an absolutely sterling job, but I think he's just about that time where he's ready to go. So we're going to start wandering. We're going to start going over here, and I'll keep an eye on the action on my iPad so we can see who's where, what's what, and where we're going, because we're only going to be 30 seconds before we get back to the pits, and I'm hoping there's going to be a number of drivers who are waiting to get in the car who are happy to have a chat to us so they can give us a bit of a rundown and maybe some of the stories we've missed over the course of this race for their personal car and their personal race as well, I say, and the teammates that they have. But you can understand it if we're focusing on the front too, because ultimately this is still a race. We still are here to pick up trophies. We're not just here to show off the wonderful Elans, we are also here for the silverware as well. So you can understand why we're focusing a little bit on the brilliant battle between the front two. But up and down the grid there are stories, and we're going to go and try and capture some of them, aren't we, Ian?
Yeah, we are. I just want to say a big thank you to John, our cameraman, as well, because I think he's probably going to be furious with us for making him keep walking like this. It'll get easier the rest of the afternoon, I promise. I really do. But we are making. Just had a couple of people walk past with 2 cups of coffees. I think we certainly owe John a bucket load of coffee. I think maybe something stronger. So something stronger a little bit later. But we've got a job to do first, of course. So we're just going to make our way down to the pits. Because Pittard, that battle, Pittard, and it is absolutely remarkable. And the Butcher Tinkler fight, the outright leader as well. Brilliant stuff indeed. We've got obviously pro drivers, Pittard a pro driver. In fact, the top 6 are all pro teams, so as you would expect, actually. You must give Jobstall in 7th place is your first amateur team, so fair play to them, doing well. 41 minutes of this race to go. We're just making our way into the pit lane now. Don't forget to get in touch with us. We can see your comments across social media. We're live on YouTube, we're live on Facebook, we're live on Twitter, even LinkedIn as well. Ian Woodhouse, that's me. If you want to connect, feel free, head on over. But we are now just entering the national pit lane here at Silverstone. Let's have a little look around. I'm just going to hand back to Jack very quickly.
So as we start to just look down the pit lane here at Silverstone, the national circuit, of course, I can see yellow flags going into cops. Can't quite see the cause of it yet, but I can confirm there are yellow flags going into cops. I don't think there's a safety car. Yeah, the safety car boards have stayed in. Double waved yellows going into cops. Oh, there's a car, in fact, coming about to run me over. Number 11, that is, just coming in. A car that was right in the sharp end, actually. That's Jackson. Running in 5th place, has just driven past me in the pits. I'm waiting to see. Yeah, they're getting waved in. Unfortunately for John, our cameraman, we do have to walk all the way to the other end for the Elans because they're a long way away. Hello again, if you can see me there on circuit, on camera even. And I have to say, I know we're here to focus on the Elans, and we're obviously going to do that. But the spectacle of cars that are on my right-hand side going through these garages are something to behold. Aha, a few more cars coming in though. Number 250, the number 99, and the number 600, which was very close to, very close to running me over there. Ripping off the back end of that car. Are we going to see a driver change? Yes, we are. So as they try and manage the driver, it's almost like crowbarring the driver out of here at the moment. Trying to get the seat all fitted for the next one. Get him strapped up, quick clean of the windshield as well before we get back going. Start the engine back up, which obviously needs to be turned off before they do any work. Closing the doors and strapping up, this could be, it's going to lose crucial time. But I think they have to hold it for a certain amount of time anyway, given the fact that some people are obviously without drivers. The squeal it goes. I believe we might actually be able to have a word. It's toured off, I believe. John, nice meet you and everything. It's, I mean, you just come in. I'm sticking the camera straight in your face, I do apologise, but I want to get the stories. What was that race for you like? Because at the moment, you're operating pretty high up there.
Yeah, I got someone running into the back of me on the going through Maggots and Beckett's on the opening lap, and pushed me wide a bit, and a few people got by, but then I got into my groove, and then it was all right, and then I got a mechanical warning flag because the bumper was hanging off.
I was going to say, it's been hanging off for about 3 or 4 laps, to be honest. I think they let you off that one because we've been commenting on it. What's the story of the car? I mean, how have you come down to race the Elan and everything else? It's a great car for a great circuit, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, they're fantastic cars, and they punch well above their weight in terms of, you know, bigger, more powerful cars, etc. And they're just, you know, pound for pound, they're probably about as good as it gets, really.
British Motorsport's based on this sort of sports car, isn't it? I mean, you got the modern types of the MX-5 and the Genesis and everything like that, but this is really what steals the hearts of people out there, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, it's a good old British brand with Lotus and what have you, and it's just great to see so many of them out today. So.
Fantastic. Good luck for the rest of the race, and hope you get a bit of a shower later on. Right, let's move down and have a chat. Well, you might be able to see some more pictures out there, actually. We might not be actually on your screen anymore. But if we are on your screen, then cast your eyes to the right-hand side here, because, oh, wow. There are some pretty cars out here today. Some cars that you'll probably be able to see in the Libre category, which is the last race of the day if you want to catch any of these that are out there. Bittard still leads, a Butcher only 0.2 seconds behind. We're going to keep going. Even though there are some stunners. Most of the teams are right at the bottom end of this pit lane, which is a bit of a shame. But as we go down, we'll be able to keep an eye. This is the garage you really want to poke your head in. Back when Ferraris and Porsches are cars that you actually wanted to drive and wanted to own and had on your posters. I know I said I was born in the 95, but even so, they are. Whew. You don't get much better, do you? The Equipe, as I said, have done a great job of putting on a hell of a spectacle. And you can see the sort of the range of cars in there and the calibre of cars that we're operating with, that you can come down and watch, because of course we're not here, we're not live streaming tomorrow, but you have to come down and actually physically see these cars for them to be properly appreciated. A few more cars have driven past me in the pits, but not many. A lot of them are going to go for the 30-minute mark bang on, and then they're going to try and change. That's the tactic they're going for. I've chatted to a few people off camera. In fact, might be able to just squeeze an interview down here, actually, of driver waiting. Sorry, sir. I wonder if we could have a quick chat while you're waiting. You seem to be pacing up and down. Who are you waiting for?
Second driver for Graham Ridgway.
Fantastic. And how's your race going so far?
Yeah, he looks to be going okay, to be honest. Lost a couple of places on the start, but he seems to be making it back up now, so just waiting for the half-hour mark and we can share it 50-50.
I was going to say, is that the aim? Is as close to 30 minutes as humanly possible? Nervous about jumping in, or are you confident? Are you excited? It's a big race, obviously the 60th anniversary. Is it something that you turned up, you sort of had that nerves for?
Well, I'm more nervous because I prepare the car. So, so long as he gets his race and then the car finishes, I'll be happy.
You're happy. You're happy. To be honest, I think that's what 95% of the people would say as well if they had the balls to. Brilliant. Good luck for the race, and I'll let you get back to your pacing. Ian Waterhouse is back with me, and well, we're making some kind of moves down the pit lane, Ian. We're just admiring some of the machinery that's out here as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's get down here because I think there's a few more Elans stopping down here as well, which is good stuff. I'm not going to lie, Jack, I just had to go change my earbud as well so I could hear producer Simon. How's it all looking out there?
Yeah, to be fair, actually, it's been a struggle to keep an eye on the race because of the amount of people and the amount of machinery we've been chatting to, but there's lots of people who are about to get very busy down here in the pit lane. You can start to see, potentially, the cameras are on us, this sort of the breadth of field. And in fact, if you turn us around, there we go, we can start to see a couple more drivers coming in here, Ian, can't we? Who we spotted? In fact, actually, that's the driver we were just chatting to, I think. Oh, no, it's not. It stopped a bit earlier there, actually. You can't quite see the number, unfortunately. So there's a couple more drivers down here, though, that I'm sure would love to have a chat to you, Ian.
I'm sure there is, yeah. I'm more than happy to. Let's go down and find out. Look, we've got somebody over here. Let's go have a quick chat, shall we? Jump in and find out who we've got here. Look, this man looks very excited and very ready to have a chat with me. How are you feeling ahead of this?
Yeah, great, thank you.
What's it like being part of this incredible grid?
Oh, it's incredible, yeah. I mean, Rob Cole, John, they've done a brilliant job with the whole series, but to do this race in particular, I was sat with Rob having a meeting about 7 months ago, and he told me about his car that he was doing for his dad, and my eyes glazed over, and he said, "You're going to build one, aren't you?" I went, "Yeah."
It's a wonderful story, isn't it, from Rob? You about to go out?
Yeah, so I'm out in car 66. My name's Darren Edwards, and Scott's in the car at the moment, so yeah, looking forward to it. So
Might catch your pit change up close and personal. Best of luck out there. We're just turning around here, the 117 car just coming into bits, another one coming in as well. Let's get a close-up of these cars, shall we, as they come in. Look at this, an absolute fine-looking machine. Here's the number 49 coming through, Stephen Reese there. Let's make our way down a little bit further, shall we, and get into the nuts and bolts of all of this, shall we? And it's such a packed grid. It's so nice to see, isn't it? So many cars out there. Let me just pop TSL. You can see, actually, we're about to have the whole team here. There's about to be a driver change, so let's just move over here because we've got one coming in. It's coming right in front of us as well, so I'll get John to turn around and let's point on the car, shall we? Here it comes. This here, Jobstall and Will's car. They were going very well. In fact, they were leading class as well at one point, so I wonder if we can jump in and grab a quick word with them very shortly. In fact, it is Andy Wills in the car, so let's just find out from Andy very quickly. We'll get a good look at this pit change. Look at this car, absolutely unbelievable. The Lotus Elan, a thing of utter beauty. I don't know if you can see, you can probably see the dashboard there, full wooden in there too. We're just going to let him do the pit change first before we jump in, because I know Andy Wills has got to keep an eye on the clock here. You do not want to get a needless penalty, do you? Here we go. Car about to head out track. Listen to this. Turn up the volume wherever you're watching, because it is absolutely magnificent. Listen to this. Here it goes. Vroom, vroom. Oh, Andy, oh my word, this is just different level, isn't it?
It's a bit hectic out there, yeah. It's a lot of fun. The cars are very difficult to drive on the limit. But,
well, you're doing it though. We're seeing you coming around Luffield. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, there's some fun to be had, that's for sure. No, it's good.
What's it like being part of this festival?
Yeah, mega. I mean, to have so many Elans together, all racing for one another, some very, very high level of driving, and some really good amateurs as well, which is nice to see. So it's really good fun.
Better let you go get some water. Well done, congratulations. Right, have we got any more cars coming in? I think we're about to have one right down here. In fact, there is one in there as well. The number 55 has just come in as well. I'm assuming we haven't had the leader in yet, have we, Jack?
No, we haven't had the leader in. No, Pittard and Butcher still out there, about 0.1 seconds apart apparently as they crossed the line last time. But I do believe that we have Tinkler sort of waiting in the wings, ready to change with Butcher. I don't know what the protocol will be in their team, or whether they want to actually. In fact, this is no, it's not, is it? It's a little bit further down. Yeah, let's go down and have a wander. See if there's going to be a driver change. So this is going to be interesting. If there's no driver change, I'm guessing they have to, well, they will have to hold them in the pits for a certain amount of time. But it does look like there's going to be a driver change.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the Bond Hall car, the number 85, as you can see. Sorry, Bond Fell car. So let's have a quick look at this. I wonder if we can really get the camera in to have a look at these cars. Look at it, absolutely beautiful. I hope they rev it up again like they did last time. How nice was it, Jack, seeing the car pull away from the pits there, the revving, the sound. It's just oozes history, doesn't it? It oozes drama, it oozes absolutely everything. They're just getting a driver strapped in, of course, getting ready to get themselves back out on a track. Driver change going ahead right now. The engine just been fired up. Oh my word. Thumbs up, it looks like. Just got to hold on and wait. Now let's have a little listen. Let's listen. Oh, don't disappear just yet, because I'll tell you something. What a special day this is, isn't it?
It's fantastic, absolutely fantastic. Yeah, I love it. With all these Elans, just so special.
The racing out there, I'm surprised at how hot it is.
Yes, it's quite warm, especially when you have to play catch-up. I got nerfed on the first corner and ended up going down through the grass, so I tried to play catch-up, but, you know, not like 5 or 6 years on this circuit. So.
What does it feel like for you, just being part of this paddock?
Magic, absolutely magic. I've been racing this red car for 15 years, and this is one of the most special days in Brilliant. Fantastic.
Thank you so much. I'll let you go get some water. Thank you very much. Right, we're waiting for more cars. There's another car down here. Let's make a move, shall we? This is the number 66 car. Actually, we just spoke to the driver, didn't we? We had a chat with Darren Edwards. This is his car here, the number 66. Let's watch him pull away. I hope Jack's been keeping up to speed with what's going out on track. I'm sure you all have, watching at home, but I've been so busy in the pits recently that I just haven't been watching. So it doesn't, like it said, Darren Edwards now behind the wheel of the 66, the 26R Lotus Elan. Here we go. It's about to head on out. Look at that. Wow. And, you know, I'll tell you something, this is great because another one's coming in as well. So let's move down. We're going to capture this one too. I just want to get a look at these cars. There's something special. They really, really are. 60th anniversary race, 60-minute race, of course, pit stop. In comes a 472, actually. And this is Miles Griffiths running in 3rd place on track. So this is going to be, it's a single runner and rider. 3rd place in the pits right now. Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Jag. I hope you're keeping up to speed with what's going out. We get so excited in the pits. But Miles Griffiths is kind of running on his own in 3rd place for a little bit, wasn't he?
Yeah, but the driver's still impressive. It does look like he's going to not have a driver change, which is why they're holding up a phone right in front of the windshield. Probably want to see where they are, and also that's the timer to tick down. How long have they got to go before they can put their foot down and get going again? Very crucial, because obviously tenths of a second mean a lot in motorsport. And he's just waiting. He doesn't have to get the engine off because he don't have to change drivers. So there's no fear of the engine not starting, which sounds stupid, but trust me, in race cars, they're more temperamental than you would like, especially classic race cars. Keep them revving up, keep them nice and hot, and away he goes there. Nicely done there. Butcher's back in the game.
Yeah, just behind us as well, we've got another one coming in as well. The 150 has just come into the pits as well. This is the Buffer and Willis car, so a quick driver change. We'll grab a quick chat very shortly. But let's get the pit stop done first. Let's just watch it in its full glory here. Pit stop for the Elan 60th anniversary race. It's Andy Willis just getting into the car now. So Willis is going to take over from Philippe Bouffon, the man from Switzerland, who's just gotten out the car. I don't know where he's just run off to, actually. I think Jack's going to grab him.
Yeah, we're going to go try and grab Buhoffer, who's just come in for the pits, and see he has run away quite quickly. But the driver that's just come out of the car, he was sat in 6th fence. Do you mind if we have a quick chat for the YouTube? Sorry?
Sorry, what do you do?
Do you want a quick chat for the live stream after you just come out of the car? Is that all right?
Yes.
Yes. Fantastic. How was the race out there? You're running very well. It's stubbornly inside the top 10.
Really? I didn't notice. It's first race, actually. I had a rollout about 1.5 months ago, and
wow.
Yeah, some training yesterday, and I feel really very comfortable with that car. It's lots of fun to drive, and yeah, it's also a great course here.
Absolutely. What's the story and how you came across and ended up driving the car in the end then? Is it yours? Is it a friend's or someone else's?
It's my car, but I started about 20 years ago with Formula Juniors and then Formula One, HCPCA, and now I found the closed wheels an interesting chapter to open, and that's where I'm in now.
I'm loving it, absolutely loving it out there.
No, it's great.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for having a chat to us. Right, we can have a look because there's some more drivers who are getting ready to go. But I think there's a driver right to my right-hand side here who's sort of waiting in the wings, waiting to go before we end up moving on. Just to give you a bit of an update, I know you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, but it looks like Pittard has pulled out about half a second ahead of Butcher. No sign yet that either of them are coming onto the pit lane, which is slightly surprising because it's 24 minutes and 40 seconds, and maybe they're keeping Butcher in for as long as they can to keep up with Pittard. But Pittard will also have to pit at some point. Now, there is still yellow flags down at Copse in the first corner, and looks like they're recovering something as they went into the first corner. I can see a recovery vehicle just on the left-hand side on the entry of the corner. Can't quite see what happened. Ian, can you?
Simon's just told producer there's been a crash on one of the straights, so we'll obviously keep you up to speed with that. We're going to shut on a replay actually, so we might be able to see. We should be able to see it very shortly.
Oh, yeah, that's nasty. Yeah, so it looked like one of the drivers obviously ended up turning across. Probably thought they had more space than they did. That is not a nice area to go off on the circuit, because you're going very, very quickly out of there. You've been flat out for a good 15, 20 seconds, and a nasty crash, nasty way to go, that, unfortunately.
We've got some good news though. We've got plenty of cars in the pits, so let's go down and have a quick look at them. In fact, it's getting very busy. In fact, our race leader's in behind us, just behind us. Let's go have a look. Number 13, David Pittard in the pits. Now let's move down, shall we, and see how he's getting on. We've got the 24 car here. It's this one here, the number 13 in the pits, getting ready. It's been going very well for David Pittard, hasn't he? Led from pole position on race 2. Because he's a single driver, so there'll be no driver change, so we won't be able to grab a word of him until after the race. But we are going to stick around in the pits as soon as this race finishes as well, so hopefully we can grab a word with some of the other drivers too, and find out how their day has gone and just what it means to be a part of this quite remarkable day and grid. It's a very historic day, the largest Lotus Land 26R grid ever, we believe, ever here at Silverstone. Listen to that, Pittard absolutely burns out of the pits. That's what we like to see. We've got a 26 car in as well, just to the left of the camera. Let's keep looking at these cars. Guys, do you know, I don't even know how long's left in the race, but to be honest, I don't really care, because I'm just having such a good time down here. It really is. We've got Julian Thomas. I'm going to have a quick word with him very shortly. I'll just let him get his helmet off, because I always choose the worst possible time to try and grab a word with people. I always do. Here he is. Julian, how was it out there?
Incredible. Wow, that was fun.
What's it like being part of this? Did you get goosebumps when we lined up all the Elans?
Oh my God, yeah, absolutely. Just chills all over. Incredible. What an event.
It is. It's a bit of a historic event, isn't it? I mean, what is it like to drive?
It's just unbelievable, those cars. They're just like the best handling cars you've ever driven. They just slide and they do exactly what you want. If you take it too far, it bites.
Well, look, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the day, won't you? Really appreciate you talking to us. There's another car down here. She's been in the pits for a while. Not too sure why that is. There's another. Oh, it's such a wonderful place to be in this pit lane. Again, I have absolutely no idea how long we've even got on this race, but we will pop the camera on the start-finish straight once we start to think. 21 minutes. Thank you very much, Simon. I appreciate that. 21 minutes left on the race. So still plenty of time, still plenty of action to come. And over the next sort of 5-10 minutes or so, when the pit stops get completed, we will get a bit of an understanding of exactly where everybody is in this race. Of course, we've got double waved yellows at the minute into turn 1. We saw on the replay, didn't we, what happened? The number 75 car just heading out of the pits. That's Simon Evans. He's just making his way out now. And I wonder if we can just have a quick chat and find out what is going on here. I've got Simon Jackson behind the wheel of the car. Simon, sorry guys, I don't mean to interrupt. What's the problem?
We've got a misfire which we thought we'd found and sorted out, but unfortunately it's still there. So we're changing the coil, see if that'll help.
I suppose these things happen. It is motorsport, isn't it? But what a day it is. Well, there you go. I'll let you guys crack on. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. There you go. We're just going to fire this car up and see if it starts now. Hopefully they've got this sorted. That was the voice of Simon Jackson there. And it looks, oh, listen to that. Listen. Oh. The bonnet's going back on. Let's have it back. Well, there we go. Simon Jackson there, going back out in the number 11 machine. They started in 12. Of course, they've been in the pits for quite some time, so it looks like that might put that out. I think we might get ourselves, if we put the camera back onto the pit wall, because I think that might be it now. I'll just hand this over to Jack.
Yeah, so it was interesting actually. It's amazing who you don't recognise when you've got a when they've got a helmet on. I was just speaking to Philip Buchhofer just before, and I was like, I swear I recognise the name, couldn't recognise the face. He said he obviously raced quite high up, and all of a sudden it hit me mid-interview. He raced in the historic Monaco, and I believe a Lotus there as well. So yeah, a bit silly of me. If you want more information on him, it's yeah, Philip Buchhofer. A bit embarrassing on myself as a commentator, but well, he had a helmet on. It's hard to always see. You couldn't really even hear him, to be honest. Not many people coming into the pit lane just yet. I can tell you that Robbie Butcher is obviously leading this race. To be honest, I expected him to be in the pits by now. I'm slightly surprised. I know he's sort of maybe waiting for Tinkler to jump in as well, but it just doesn't seem to have done so just yet. Although now it says he's on an outlap, so I don't know if we missed it. We have been searching up and down this pit lane. Maybe I was just doing my research a little bit too thoroughly, and Ian had already caught him. But we can see that Butcher is still leading. It's going to be interesting when the TSL rocks round and they come back out, whether or not Pittard has retaken the race lead, or whether he's having to fall behind and do the hard work.
I missed it, Jack, so I was out and about and then getting a bit excited in the pits. Has Butcher actually pitted yet?
Well, that's what we were just discussing. It says he's on an outlap apparently here, but I haven't seen him come in. I don't know if you have. I thought maybe you had seen him while I was doing some things on my phone.
Well, we won't have to. It won't take long for us to find out, I'm delighted to say. So here we are. We've put the camera actually on the start-finish straight as well, the one that we've been using for roaming. There is a car coming into the pits now. There is. I now wonder if this is it. We are looking for 140. I'm trying to remember what colour it was. I think it could well be. So bright yellow. It's definitely not that then. So 140. Butcher's about to come down to start-finish straight in about 20 seconds or so, so we'll find out very shortly who is going to be leading. This is going to be exciting. This is going to be close. Remember how close it was for the opening stint until Pittard came into this. And Pittard is your leader. Pittard has retaken the lead. So David Pittard, a man who started on pole position, leads the race, and he leads by 8.8 seconds. So far, fastest lap of the race is by Pittard, a 2:24.1 at 9.3. So Pittard leads from the Butcher Tinkler car. Griffiths stays in third place, then we've got Ellis in fourth. So Robin Ellis started in fifth up to fourth place. I'm still on Robert Colewatch, who has been absolutely flying throughout the course of this race. Down in 27th, wonder if he might pick up a few places. Started in 33rd, had a very bright start. Another car coming down the pit lane as well. In fact, I think this is Jackson. We've just literally spoken to them. We've just had a chat with Simon Jackson. So let me go down and see if I can figure out. It looks like the issue that they were having is still there. What a shame that is. So I'm just making my way over now. It looks like the issue hasn't been resolved, unfortunately. Not been resolved.
Unfortunately, it's still there. Something, the cable had snapped off the starter motor and it was earthing on the sump, but it might have short-circuited something else. Shame.
Well, who knows? We've got 16 minutes. You might be able to get just a few tester laps out there.
Yeah, exactly, yeah, try and fix the problem.
Talk to you guys, I really appreciate it. Hopefully they can get out. It's the number 11, the Jackson car there. Looks like it is going to be, they might just get out for a couple of laps, Jack, but it might just be tester laps. So unfortunately, number 11 car looks like their race is all but run.
It's a great shame that, isn't it? I mean, it's the sort of risk you run when you race any kind of car, to be fair, let alone an old one. I'm actually amazed at how many cars, well, not amazed, I suppose. They built them well, you know, back in the 60s, but I am slightly surprised at the amount of cars that we've been still got going. And the lack of contact as well that we've had is always very nice. I was speaking to Roy Alderslade, an old Janetta friend of mine, which is probably a Probably shouldn't mention them, to be honest, but not Roy, but the other car manufacturer I just mentioned. Yeah, he was saying that it's amazing when you come to race in a series like this, the respect that each driver has. You know, you're all racing in high-end, expensive, precious machinery. It's amazing the berth that each driver gives you, and then you sort of see the top drivers, the pros, like we saw early on with Pittard and Butcher, going very close at it, and you know, you can fit an A4 piece of paper between them. But the rest of the time, if someone sees you at the inside, the likelihood is they're going to miss the apex and just sort of not really fight it too hard. Still give it a bit back, try and carry momentum, but there's, you know, more ways of winning a race than to try to squeeze someone and causing contact. Unfortunately, I think for Butcher and the Tinkler pairing, I feel like they're maybe a little bit slower than Pittard. Obviously, Pittard, who doesn't have a teammate or anything, so he can just go as fast as he wants for as long as he can, which is quite a long time, I imagine, given the fact that he's a 24-hour endurance driver these days. But Butcher seems to have switched over to Tinkler, and it doesn't seem to quite have the same pace. I'm actually looking up and down the pit lane now to see if we can find Rory and actually have a chat with him, because he'd be a sort of a great perspective on what is this fantastic event.
If you do find him, go have a look, Jay. If you do find a wave like mad, I'm going to go back and hang around with John, our cameraman, and see what we can see. But a lot of you get into touch with us on social media as well. Paolo is watching from Italy. Thank you so much, Jensen Davis, saying such a good fight for the lead. It has been, hasn't it? Although it doesn't look like Dave Pittard is just starting to extend that lead a little bit. It's gone out to just over 12.5 seconds now. Can he take it home? We're certainly going to find out, aren't we? Of course, GW13's been back in touch. Ben Tinkler, of course, is actually a historic Formula 4 champion as well, so plenty of talent out in the field. In fact, it's a wonderful field. It's an incredible day. I really do implore you to go back during lunchtime. We had all 33 Lotus Elan 26R cars lined up in the pit lane, and it was very emotional. We caught up with Robert Cole, had a very interesting and wonderful chat with him. Emotional talk as well. Some incredible stories coming out from this car, produced of course from 1964 to 1966, the Lotus Elan 26R. It is the 60th anniversary race. We have 13 minutes or so left of it to go. Do keep getting in touch with us. So we've got Rajan, who's watching from India as well. We can't see the comments. We do want to hear from you. Hit like. We're live on the Equipe Classic Racing YouTube channel. Make sure you hit subscribe if you're watching there as well. Helps us bring you even more live motorsport action. Well, what have you made of it so far as well? It's great to hear from the drivers too, isn't it, up and down the pit lane, but we just want to see the cars as well, don't we? They make such a roar. I thought the racing might sometimes not be quite as intense as it was, but it certainly has been. There's been nothing left on the plate at all. It's all guns blazing out there, and I'm going to be a little bit sad when this race is over. Still more action to bring you, of course, though. The final race of the day is the Equipe Libres as well, the heavyweight cars. Make sure you tune in for that one. Every race is live, wall-to-wall racing now for the rest of the day. We're going to be on air for another sort of 2.5 hours or so you can watch plenty of action. Jack's coming back to me, can't find Rory Butcher. Maybe we might find him after the race, you never know. There is another car just coming into the pits as well. I'll see who that is. No Joy, Jack, I take it? No problem at all. Well, we might catch him after the race, you never know.
It's as if they've done their pit stop in the F1 pits or something, isn't it? There's all the 88 coming in, making his presence known with those squeaky brakes. That's not your speakers at home, people. That is genuinely just the brakes of Cliff Gray, the number 88, who's currently in front of us. Not sure where Cliff Gray is actually operating in. I think he was inside the top 20. But he's got a problem here. He's not very happy. I think it's I can't quite make out what he's looking at, to be honest. I think he's just trying to keep the car warm. His mechanic has ran off. To have a word, we've actually got another one coming down the pit lane as well. See what the mechanic's bought. It looks like a measuring stick or something, doesn't it? It genuinely is. It genuinely is a measuring stick. Oh, I think he's got oil pressure potential problems. Yeah, no, it's a dipstick. It is. I mean, that's the old school way of measuring your oil as well, I'd say. Doesn't think, I don't know if they think he's got any oil or not. They don't seem to be giving him any. He's sending him on his way. Maybe just a pressure gauge problem.
Yeah, seems to be quite happy. Came in. All okay, it seems.
Got a misfire. We thought it might be low fuel, but the fuel's good, so he's just gone out to the end of it.
Fantastic. Good, that's what I'd say. Always worth checking, is it? We've got the number 17 car back in.
Yeah, I think it's O'Reilly actually, or just at the end here. Now, seems to be relatively stationary. We're going to rush over. I say rush, we're not really allowed to run in the pits, but we're going to try and speed walk our way over, get those steps in, have a chat, and see what on earth is happening in this direction as well, because O'Reilly in 11th place in class, or O'Reilly actually, I think I might have just be adding an Y on at the end there out of habit. Currently sat in the pit lane, will be plummeting down the order. That gap between the front two seems to be growing. Griffith still in 3rd place, Shepherd in 4th. That means Ellis has dropped down a position, torn off up to 6th. And it is O'Reilly. Just the Y is not appearing on our screen. I'm waiting to sort of see if I can have a chat with the driver's mechanic, because they seem to be deep in conversation without really being in too much of a rush, to be honest. Which obviously is not really where they want to be. 15 seconds now, the gap between 1st and 2nd. So, yeah, it's a shame that I can't find Butcher, to be honest. It is like they have operated in a different pit. We've got another driver coming in, just in front of me. The battle's out there on circuit. Cahill, Pansishi. As far as we can see, that's the names of them. And Hopwood as well. Very close. And driving past me now is the number 99. That's Powell. See if I can get a word with them as well in a second, but I'm waiting for O'Reilly to drive off so I can have a chat to their mechanic, to be honest. Here we go. So O'Reilly driving off. Quickly have a what on earth went on there with O'Reilly's car?
Oil pressure's just dropping a little bit on right-hand bend, so he decided rather than potentially risk the engine, he'd send it to bring it in and not worry about it too much. He wasn't that high up on the grid anyway, so.
I was going to say, he seemed rather lackadaisical about getting back out there. It was like you two were just having a nice chat about the weather or something. Was there any urgency in there at all?
No, not really. We decided once you're starting to see oil pressure drop, the last thing you need to see is your engine blow itself to pieces. So yeah, to save the oil on the circuit and the engine life, we thought we'd just park it and not worry about it.
Classic cars and parts are two things that quite often are hard to find, aren't they? But you've got some brilliant distributors and manufacturers and everything still going on, haven't you? The parts are still there to be had if you're clever about it.
Yeah, for these Elans, the parts are easy to get hold of. There's plenty of suppliers for them, and so it's not really too much of a concern with these. And that's one of the reasons why we choose to race them. Is to buy a car that you can buy the parts for still.
I was going to say they're great cars as well. Thank you very much for having a chat to us. I'm going to go and find out why on earth the number 99 is currently getting wheeled backwards into the garage. That is a sight that no racing driver, no fan, no mechanic wants to see, especially probably the mechanic, because it means that they've got a big job ahead of them now. So Ian has been stood here, looking, waiting, watching, and probably going to be sticking a camera where it doesn't belong. But we're going to give it back to him. Ian, what have you been observing?
Yeah, we've got a number 99 Nick and Eddie Powell car here. It looks like it's been wheeled into the garage. It does look like that is that. I'll just let him get out very shortly. And it looks like only with 6-7 minutes or so left, that is that. What's the problem?
We're not sure yet, but engine's lost power, so there wasn't any point continuing. It's losing a lot of time.
Bring it in anyway, but what a day it's been, hasn't it? How emotional was it seeing all those Elans lined up in the pits?
Yeah, it's fantastic. Best gridding I've seen with the Elans, so good to be part of it.
Great to have you as well. Commiserations, it hasn't quite gone your way today, but thanks for coming down anyway. We do really appreciate it. Let's move around as well. We're running out of time. Actually, the race is getting done. Is another car coming in? Oh, let's move down. There's another car in the pits as well with the bonnet open. We've got 6 minutes left of this race against Pittard, who still leads. The gap is up to 15 seconds now. He's led the entire race, other than, of course, when he came into the pits. David Pittard, the man who started on pole, looking good for the win if he can just keep it going at the minute. So here we go. Number 19 car here. I wonder if we could just have a quick chat and be like, find out what the problem is.
Nothing, I've just come in for a cup of tea.
Well, can I have one as well? Let's talk about something a bit lighter, shall we? How special has it been here today for this event?
It's pretty incredible. I think it's a real credit to not only Colin Chapman but to Tony Thompson to have so many 26Rs out in one event. I mean, there is virtually as many cars here today as where they were made originally. So it's
100 or so, isn't there? I think there was 33 lined up earlier. It's remarkable.
It's very special. I mean, to be on circuit with so many Elans at once, it's incredible to have double-digit grids let alone 30, is just so special. It's a privilege to be here.
A boyhood dream, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I've come from California for this, so it was well worth the trip. But, you know, the racing's so close here, especially on the Grand Prix circuit, so it's great fun.
It's a real pleasure to have you, and when you do go home, have a safe flight, won't you? Thank you so much for talking to us. And we go all the way over from California to race in this, quite remarkable indeed. We have less than 5, sorry, I'm just going to jump in front of the camera, how rude of me. Less than 5 minutes to go, and it's looking good for Pittard at the minute, isn't it?
Yeah, he's smashing it. It's a bit of a shame actually for that for the Hotwood car, because he was having probably the closest battle out there on the circuit with Panchisi. But it's obviously gone by the wayside now, and well, to be fair, there's still a good battle between Smith and Ellis for 6th and 7th place. As we see Hotwood now accelerate away. Oh, it's nice to see the car that was at the pit. No, it's not. The car at the end of the pit lane unfortunately pulls into the actual paddock. I thought they were going to go out onto the circuit, but no, they pull out onto the paddock instead. Yeah, 4 minutes to go. Pittard 17 seconds the good. Since the pit stop, that sort of fight has been extinguished, but it was still a very exciting first half hour.
I want to just bring the camera over here for a second, because look at this. The Hotwood car just wheeled out of the pits there. This is what it ripped up. Look, how cool is that? Look at its tyre squealing marks there. How cool is that? What a day it has been so far. It really, really is. Yes, 3.5 minutes. We're going to stay in the pits for the end of the race and see if we can grab a word with some of the drivers. There is more racing action to come, of course, but really the Elan 60th anniversary race, it is the main feature race here this weekend, Jack. So we're going to stick around in the pits for that and watch the cars as they come down and see if we can grab a word, of course, with Pittard, if he can hold on, of course, for 3.5 minutes. So we are, look at it, it's Pittard who leads. It's the Butcher Tinkler car still in second place, and Griffiths in third. So actually the top 3 are, in fact the top 4 as well, because the Shepherd Jackson car, the number 7, is in 4th. So quite remarkable. The top 4 are as they started, Jack. I think you heard the top 4 are as they started as well. So that's pretty impressive considering how tight the racing has been.
Yeah, absolutely. I've just realised I've actually sent John on a mission that actually I've got it completely wrong. If you want to go and crash John and tell him that it's not up there, sorry, just ignore what I said. Because I sent him up to go and capture the checkered flag, and I accidentally sent him in the completely wrong direction, and it's quite literally the other end of the pit lane. He's going to be really annoyed at me. Anyway, yes, it has. The top 4 have been basically as they were, and it's yeah, that's not a bad thing really. Actually, I think Griffiths is slightly catching the Butcher Tinkler car, but it's sort of been very, very small amounts with 2.5 minutes to go. There is a driver who is coming down the pit lane now. This would be a heartbreaking way to end what has been a really good race, and it's the number 88, and they're actually pulling straight into the pits. It's Gray. He's already been in, Cliff Gray, and he's not only just pulled straight into the pits, he's pulled right to the back of the garage as well, and he's already been in once. There's a plethora of people coming in to ask him what on earth is wrong, but it looks like that he's decided to self-retire the car regardless. Bit of a shame, but with only 1 minute and 50 seconds remaining, Ian, we're getting very close to the point where we can crown a 60th winner, and it looks like it's going to be exactly the same car that won the 50th anniversary as well.
I'll tell you something, if you commentators curse right there, Jack, I wouldn't say anything just yet. I would just hold your horses a little bit, but yeah, 1.5 minutes left on the clock. Pittard has really been exceptional throughout this race. The lead is up to 17.6 seconds over the Butcher Tinkler car in second place. So Griffiths had something of a bit of a lonely race actually in third place of the entire race really. And then of course we've got the number 7 car, the Shepherd Jackson car, started in 4th, currently running in 4th place as well. So the top 4, it's quite incredible, the top 4 as they were. Of course we must say a big thank you as well, supported by Tony Thompson Racing, this Elan race. Of course they are race prep and performance specialists for the Lotus Elan. They've really been a big part of this, and if you do want to find out more at any point about the Equipe Classic Racing, you can. There is a link in the body of this broadcast. Give it a click and it will take you straight through. So time almost running out, 30 seconds or so. About to start the last lap of this race. So David Pittard has been absolutely sensational. He weathered heavy pressure in the opening 20 minutes or so of this race, came into the pits, and from then he hasn't really looked back, has he? As he's going to be chasing down victory. I'm going to just go find Jack and hand over to him very shortly.
So as the timer goes down to 0, we can start and wait for the checkered flag. I'm actually going to put myself on the pit wall so I can get a proper view of what will be the 60th anniversary champion here for the Lotus Elan, the Equipe Elan 60. I've just actually poked my head down in front of the pit lane. I have to say, it's a stunning view. If you are around, wow, it's amazing how they don't look anywhere near as fast as they are actually going when you get up close and personal. I do implore you tomorrow, potentially, to get yourself down here, get yourself trackside, and watch the Equipe Racing Club, because it is pretty sensational. The fact that with the timer has ticked down to 0 must mean that we've got a checkered flag coming out soon here at the national pits. I can't quite see where it's going to hang out just yet. Pit boards are still hung out, which means drivers are still out there racing. There's the F1 wing on your screen right now. And the checkered flag's not going to drop from there, is it? Waiting to see through the cameras to see if we can find David Pittard, to be honest, because he's the driver we're going to be waiting for and wanting to see cross that checkered flag. Well, sure, not necessarily wanting to see it. There's a whole host. There it is. And here's David Pittard, winner of the Elan 60. He slows all the way down, celebrates in front of the team, and accelerates off again. What a race. It was a fantastic exhibition of racing in the first 15-20 minutes with himself and Rory Butcher that we saw while we were stood on the sideline next to Bucklands. Coming across the line, here comes Tinkler and Butcher. And again, no shame in coming second in this race, to be honest. It's all about the occasion. It's all about the fact that you got to the end. The 472 Griffiths comes across the line as well, just lapping a few cars on the way through. A great race, a thoroughly enjoyable race. One that will live in the memory of a lot of these drivers, I'm sure, for a long time, and in the cars, because that's the special thing about these sort of cars, isn't it? It's not just about how old they are, it's about what they've achieved, and this is certainly something to go on the car CV.
Yeah, I mean age is a great thing as well. It's 60th anniversary, these cars are 60 years old. It's incredible, really, the way that they can tackle Silverstone Grand Prix with such ferocity. Yes, okay, they're exceptionally well looked after, as they should be as well, but to have 33 of them here out of only 100 produced, it's quite incredible, and it just goes to show the respect that these cars are shown, and rightly so as well. I know Colin Chapman, looking down, has probably got a big smile on his face this afternoon.
Yeah, why shouldn't he as well? I think one of the drivers before, I think it was, I can't remember who it was, we've spoken to so many, I think it was Buchhofer, was saying it's not only a great car, it's a great circuit as well, and no better place to put an event like this on than Silverstone Grand Prix. I'm glad they didn't just do it on the international, I'm glad they didn't just do it on the national circuit. We get the big GP circuit out here, we make a thing of it, and as I said, it's going to live long in the memory, I'm sure. We are going to wait for a few drivers to come into the pits. We're hoping, Ian, that they're going to park somewhere in front of us, aren't we, so we can get a quick chat.
I'll tell you what's going to happen, because I've just been down to chat to the marshals. There's no parc fermé here for these, because they don't have enough marshals for all of the cars, and they're going to go straight down to the garages. So this is why we're sort of staying halfway down the pit lane, so we can capture them come in. We'll follow, when we do see David Pittard, we'll follow his car down, grab a word with him. More racing action coming up, of course, but this race really does take priority because it's such a special occasion. Again, I will say, if you haven't seen it already, please do go back and check out, after the Equipe GTS race, we came into the pit lane in a glorious sunshine here at Silverstone. We had 33 Lotus Elan 26 hours lined up in the pit lane. We heard from Rob Cole. It was a very, very emotional moment indeed. Well worth a watch back. It was only 3 or 4 minutes long or so, but well worth checking out. Let's just make our way down a little bit further, shall we? Do want to see David Pittard. But I mean, it's not just David. We want to speak to a number of drivers. And the race, what an honour it is to win the race, but it's just an honour to take part, Jack.
It's an honour to cover it as well, really, isn't it? I mean, it's one of the... I mean, we love I know you've obviously done the MGs a lot, Ian, and Equipe as a whole is a fantastic club to be a part of, and yeah, it is an honour. And as I said, I'm sure a lot of people will know and remember which car is which, as we're currently walking down the pit lane. It's obviously going to take about 4 minutes for the cars to get in. I'm sure the top 3 will be absolutely itching. They'll probably be going around a bit quicker than everybody else. And the rest of the cars, there are more races after this. We'll be getting ready to go back out. I think there's about 4 cars after this. This may well be the first driver in front of us. Is that there? It is David Pittard, isn't it? Yeah, so let's walk down. He's going to receive a rapturous round of applause, I'm sure, from the rest of the field. A class act and a big name to have on this grid as well. Remember that pros not only aren't allowed on this grid, but given the fact that it was a big event, they wanted as many people as possible involved. And a bigger spectacle. Here is Tinker, of course, the Butcher Tinker partnership coming home in 2nd place. And there's Griffiths as well, solo drive. In fact, Tinker Butcher, the only dual drive in the top 3. And we're going down because we're going to have to see if we can get which one we can get a chat to first. There is Roy Butcher. I've been trying to find him.
Let me grab David Pittard very quick. I'm sure he'd be delighted. A little handshake there as well. David, what an honour it must be to win this race.
Absolutely. I mean, that was a hell of a race, man. That was a hell of a race. Big hats off to Rory. Yeah, bit of a...
These boys put you under some pressure. That opening 20 minutes was incredible, wasn't it?
That's what I mean. I mean, it was so close, super fair. Yeah, both Wolf manufacturing cars. Yeah, sort of pulling away at the front there, and yeah, to race against a top touring car boy like that, I mean, yeah, he knows how to get his elbows out, but no, super fair, super clean, and super fun. That was one of the best races I've had actually in a long time.
Tell us about the car. What's it like to drive here?
It's great fun. It's pretty leery out there today, to be fair. Quite a few oversteery moments, and but yeah, I kind of mentioned earlier, it's a bit of an extension of your body, really. It's just a big go-kart because it's so light, so nimble, and you can just really sort of do what you want with it. So it's a pleasure to drive.
Is this one of those races that you've won it now, perhaps you don't quite realise the significance of the win until maybe even a few years down the line?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the sort of legacy of the Elan is one of the sort of pure drivers' cars. So to bring as many cars here today as the organisers have has been fantastic. And yeah, to pit them all against each other. So sort of yeah, proves this is one of the best, which is great. So again, huge thanks to the owner, Graham Wilson. I think he's watching it on the live stream and on the timing. Yeah, thanks for letting us play out in your car. And yeah, 50th anniversary winner and now 60th anniversary winner.
Boy, done good. Well done. Congratulations, Jack.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm actually going to try and have a chat with Rory Butcher, who obviously the team came second in the end there, Rory, and I have to say that was one hell of a battle. I reckon you and David must have been grinning from ear to ear for the first 20 minutes.
Yeah, we both had a fantastic race there, and I felt like we needed to put on a bit of a show. Same team, 2 fantastic cars here, and two mates having a race. I just want to say thanks to Peter and everybody at Wolf Motorsport here, and can't wait to drive this car again. I'm massive smile here.
Fantastic, and Tinkler, I believe, as well, coming in. I mean, to be within touching distance of the car in the lead, when you jumped in the car, how much pressure did you feel getting into it?
An enormous amount of pressure, yeah. Rory did an amazing stint to start off with, and yeah, I just had to sort of try and hang on to it to bring it home, really. So yeah, I'd like to thank Peter for giving me the opportunity to drive his car, and the boys at Wolf Manufacturing, because they've put a lot of hours in to get this car here. It's his second race meeting and two podiums, a win in the second. So I think the cars are going to get better from here. So yeah.
How did you end up driving the car then? What's the story behind you getting behind the wheel?
I helped build the car, and one of the I think Ben couldn't make it this weekend, so Peter very kindly asked if I'd step in. So.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on the second place. That was an epic drive between those two teammates. I mean, in the end, I'm sure there'll be a round of applause and trophies getting given out. There we go, a round of applause already getting given. Ian, I'm sure there's more people to talk to.
I've got Miles over here actually. Miles in third place. Miles, congratulations. Dare I say, it looks a bit lonely at times.
Yeah, it was lonely. I'd have liked to have kept up with Rory and David at the start. Did for a couple of laps, but they were just too quick.
Were you watching them in front thinking, hang on, you're saying happens here, I'm through?
Definitely. I was hoping they'd sort of trip each other over in the nicest possible way and I could gain some ground back on them. But no, enjoyed it. Thanks to Nick for letting me drive his car. And yeah, just had great fun.
Tell us about your experience here this weekend. I mean, it's almost an honour, isn't it, to be driving these cars around Silverstone Grand Prix in such an occasion?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, 60th anniversary of the Lotus Elan. They're a great little car, fantastic event. Thoroughly enjoyed it.
Fantastic. Congratulations. Third place. Well done. Great stuff indeed. Let's move along a little bit as well. We caught up with these guys a little bit earlier. In fact, let's move the camera over here because I just want to get another look at these cars. The race has, of course, come to a close. Congratulations, Dave Pittard. He is the winner of the Elan's 60th anniversary race, and a real hive of activity here, a real buzz, as you can see around in the garages. It really has been a quite momentous occasion for this. Again, please do go back and watch the video we did actually in the lunch break as well. We had all 33 Elans lined up. We heard from Robert Cull as well. He's been racing. Look at Jack. You don't know where to look, do you, Jack? Because it's just such a special occasion. It really is, right?
Absolutely, and everybody's just got a smile on their face, haven't we? I mean, we probably shouldn't be doing this right in the middle of the pit lane, but oh well, no cars are coming out just yet, are they? Yeah, I mean, it's such a spectacle. Everybody's got a smile on their face, and I know we were around the winners just then, obviously, but even the drivers that had problems. I mean, I was speaking to one of the drivers' mechanics who said he had an oil pressure problem, and he was like, well, I might as well just come in and not let the engine go boom. And I was like, how can you be so lackadaisical about that? You know, you come here to try and take part and to win, and he was like, well, I've come here to have fun, sort of thing. And I was like, well, that's really what ultimately we're looking for, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? Like, nobody loses today, do they, really? Absolutely nobody loses. We've got John Pearson as well. We spoke to him a little bit earlier. We've got a lot of the boys around here. I wonder if we might be able to just grab another quick word with John after the event. He's just having a quick chat with John. He's a busy man. He's been doing everything. No, don't disappear. No, come on, Nick. Go on. I want to have a quick chat with you as well. How was it out there? How was it?
Well, I wasn't out. So
okay, you go ahead then. All right, no worries. Car okay? Car good?
Third.
Special, huh? Pretty good. There we go. We are going to have a quick chat with them very short. I don't want to interrupt too much. Normally I don't mind, I just jump in anyway, but have a look at these cars. Look at this, the exhaust in the centre as well. We heard them powering out of the pits, don't we? They are quite incredible. The Lotus Elan 26R, referred to as Comp Elan, produced between 1964 and 1966, about 100 or so. 33 of them here today. Colin Chapman himself said they weren't actually meant to go onto a racetrack, but you know, if it's got an engine in, it's got four wheels, we'll take it onto a racetrack. It truly is quite remarkable. Let's catch up a little bit later, shall we? And maybe we can move around a little bit more and see if we can grab a quick word with some of the other drivers as well. I am going to jump in actually right into the middle. John's running away from me. Doesn't want to touch. John, how are you? Are you feeling a bit emotional now the race is over?
This was a big race for us. Yeah. I think it was a real big spectacle, and I hope everyone enjoyed it. You know, that was in it. I know I've talked to a lot of people.
They have done.
Everyone said it's just epic, and then people say, "So you're going to do another one?" And I said, "What? Another 60 years, maybe." But who knows? We might.
We've got to do a 61-minute race next
year. We might do an Elan race next year. We might see if there's enough people that want to do it. Why not? Be pumped, wouldn't it?
How was it out there then? Tell us about your experience this week.
It's great fun, but you should really talk to the quick driver.
We've already had a chat.
We've already had a chat with Julian. It's a real privilege to race these cars. This one is an original 60-year-old car. It raced here 60 years ago in vaguely the same form probably, and it's just a real pleasure. It's not quite as light as some of the other ones here, but it's driven properly, it's still very quick.
I think the car itself is probably shedding a tear. A lot of memories, isn't there, here?
Absolutely. What a privilege to drive a car with such famous pedigree. It really is. It's amazing.
Are you guys racing again at all this weekend? Are you doing anything, or can you just go relax now and enjoy the hospitality?
No, we had planned to race in the GTS CC race tomorrow, but Julian's got to go to the States, so I'm racing with Ben Tinkler, who I may
Ben's just done very well. We just spoke
exactly. I may well have chosen well there. So it'll be nice to race with him, and I'm in the 70th race in an RSR in, I don't know, in an hour or something.
I was going to say we're covering that, so you better crack on actually.
Yeah, I better go and do my hair or something. Yeah.
Looks fine, don't worry about it. Guys, thank you so much. We really appreciate your time today. We really, really do. We are going to have to get ourselves off, actually, because we've got more racing action coming on, as you can see. But what a treat that was. That is a once-in-a-lifetime race. That will never, ever happen again. In fact, the Monopostos are heading out on track already. We're going to go get ourselves into position. A big thank you to the Lotus Elan, to Colin Chapman, of course, everybody at Lotus for just creating this incredible car. But to David Pittard is your race winner. Congratulations to him. Coming up next, we have the Monopostos, Jack. action. I'd say Jack Oliphant is back with me as well. We're fresh-faced after that Elan 26R race. Something quite special. That was a very momentous occasion, a once-in-a-lifetime. But here we are with the Monopostos. This is something quite incredible too. Lap 1 is over. Jack, how are we looking?
Yeah, we got Line, who's I think on first, but then I think the reason why is because we're not idiots, but it says 0 laps next to his name and Bishop's. Whereas O'Brien and the rest of the field all have 1 lap to their names, so it is a little bit confusing. I don't know if transponders are just slightly going askew, but as we've only just returned back to the commentary box, it is one of these things where you're sort of not entirely sure. You're trying to catch up with a race that's maybe just started. So who was on pole position?
Well, Lyon was on pole, Bishop was in second place, so there's a high chance that's how it is. We are just, of course, looking to try and get the correct lineup with TSL. I think it might just be a little bit behind, but of course the Monoposto Racing Club is for promotes single-seater motor racing, as you can probably tell, since 1958 as well. The class structure, there's a wide variety of cars that can compete on equal terms, with the exception of the Monomoto 1400 and 1000 respectively. A couple of classes in this as well. The F3, the 2000, the 2000 Classic, the 1800, the 1600, the Monomotos, as we've just mentioned there as well. Here they come around again, pretty quick times too. And we have a safety car. I'm not too sure why that is, but we do have a safety car coming.
What that'll do, though, is at least we can catch up with what on earth is going on, Ian.
Yes, thank you for joining us, and thanks for bearing with us as well. We were just making our way down. Of course, the Elan race was a big race for us to go off and cover, and we were just making our way back from the pits down to just up to Luffield here, where we are now, at the left-hander, and then it sprints right round into Luffield. So we didn't actually see the start of the race ourselves. We know we had it covered, fortunately, but 16 minutes to go. Line is your leader, Bishop second, O'Brien in third, then Williams fourth, and then Dibden is fifth, but leader in class. Timms is sixth, the leader in class, and Horton is in seventh and leader in class there. So 15 minutes or so. So a big grid as well, 43 cars in total, all the way back to row 22. The Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, of course, allows that as well. The models of the cars, they look fantastic. I was watching them come down the pits a little bit earlier as they were making their way to the assembly area after, during the Elan race, and it did look pretty impressive. I'd love to chat to some of the drivers. I don't think we're going to get a chance today, unfortunately, to do that, just to find out what these cars are like going around the corners here at Silverstone, because they look quite special, don't they? One of the F3 cars just going through there as well.
Yeah, I think it's the type of car that, for a lot of people, they'd associate with Silverstone a bit more than what we've seen so far, to be honest, because obviously a lot of people only really maybe tune into Silverstone for the Formula 1 Grand Prix, but as we've demonstrated today, and as is demonstrated pretty much every week actually, there is a lot more than just goes on than just Formula 1 here at Silverstone. It's a great circuit, and admittedly the GP loop is not used anywhere near as much as I would like, but when the British GT comes, when the bikes come, obviously events like this as well that want to hire out and have a special event as well, it's always a special time. And it's one of those things where, if you can say, when I was telling my friends that I used to race, they would not be very impressed at all up until you tell them that you've raced at Silverstone. And for some reason, all of a sudden, everybody goes, "Oh, what? Like the F1 circuit?" Yeah. So, it is one of those things. Although I think there are better circuits out there for atmosphere, especially for club racing, like Alton Park and Brands Hatch, it is certainly one of the places you want to remember for getting pole or for getting a race win or for doing your best race anyway.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but perhaps it just means a little bit more to say you've won on the Grand Prix circuit. That's why the Elan race was so important as well, to have it here on the Grand Prix circuit as well. It's there's obviously different circuits here at Silverstone, but the Grand Prix circuit obviously is the heavy one. You talk about atmosphere though, Jack. Behind us, the grandstand is almost full. You know, it's jam-packed here today. It's really wonderful. It's the biggest event that Equipe Classic Racing have ever put on, and it's wonderful to have Monoposto with us for the weekend's action. We're only here for today though, so if you do want to catch any of the on-track action tomorrow, you will have to come down to Silverstone. But if you're within the area or fancy a trip down, bring the family as well. It's so worth it. It really is. Certainly, I think the weather's going to be good tomorrow as well, which really does help make all of
the weather has turned out quite nice here though today, hasn't it, Ian? It's all of a sudden, it's sort of, I've just taken my jacket off, and I didn't think I'd be doing that today when I turned up. It was all miserable this morning.
It was cold, wasn't it, a little bit? In fact, the first race of the day, the Equipe GTS, what a great race that was as well, by the way. All of the races that we've covered today will stay across the Equipe Classic Racing social media channels. We're on the Facebook page, we're on the YouTube channel as well. If you're watching on the YouTube channel, comment in the comment section. We can see the comments. We do want to hear from you. We want to know where you're watching from. We've had people in England, we've had people in Wales, we've had people in Portugal, Spain, people in Crete, Cyprus, Australia, probably somebody in America as well. Let us know where you are watching from. Luxembourg as well. And the safety car lights are off. So the safety car lights are off. So we are gearing up and about to go racing again. And it is number 51, George Line, the man who started on pole position, will get us back underway. We've got 12 minutes of this race to go. And I thought out of Tony Bishop's car, I thought I saw a bit of blue smoke coming out of the man in second place. And it looks like George Line might get a bit of a jump as well. So George Line, let's rip. And we're about to go green flag racing again here at Silverstone Grand Prix for Monoposto. Race 1 of the weekend for these guys. The only race we're covering on the live stream. But it is go, 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 is it?
Yes,
somebody off.
But we've had it off instantly going through, over the start-finish line. But on the left-hand side, it looks like they're going to go park their car. I don't know, have they lost brakes while they're still going but not turning onto the circuit? That's a bit of a strange one, isn't it?
There's plenty of runoff there. I wonder if they're just trying to get off the grass before. So they're still going very slowly, aren't they? I'm trying to see who it is. Is that...
Is it 89 or 69?
Is it 89 or 69?
If it's 89, it's William. And to be fair, it did look like it was a driver who was towards the front end. Getting out the car now, it's convenient.
69, it's Kevin McClurk. Sorry, Jack.
Okay, so if it's William. If it's 89, it's William. If it's 69, you said it was Leclerc, did you?
William's running in fourth place. That'd be a great show. It'd be a great shame, whoever it is, but it is motorsport. These things do happen. So.
Yeah, what is quite nice and convenient is them to park right in front of our camera, though. So at least we can get a better view than we may well have done if they'd done it at the corner, but we hadn't quite seen us clearly. But we will give you as much information as we can when they do come past. Remember, it's either 89 or 69. You may well have seen it on your stream a little bit clearer than we did.
Yeah, tell us.
So you may well already be sort of.
It was 89. It is 89. It is 89. I'm getting.
So that is Williams.
In my ear. What a shame that is. Yes, James Williams started in 6th place.
There they are. Yeah, 89 is clearing now on my screen as they wheel that car a little bit closer. It was a bit of an odd one, isn't it? Because they just pulled off on going through the final corner, and it didn't look like any contact or anything like that. They weren't out there. They weren't spat out there. It was just the fact that they ended up there. But anyway, the front three are now going past us, and as you can imagine, there is now a big gap. In fact, there's a massive gap between 3rd and 4th position, where Williams once upon a time filled, but as it goes down towards Brooklands and Lovefield, that was the number 28. Chapman versus Jung, I think. But Chapman versus Horton, actually, really close to each other going into Brooklands and Lovefield, but for the time being, I think it was Chapman just ahead.
Yeah, so top 3 as they were, actually, a little bit of a gap again, actually, because Dibden is in a different class, so that's why there's a gap. Expect the top 3 to sort of get a bit of a head of steam here, but hopefully we're going to see that battle all the way through. I'm a little bit concerned about Tony Bishop's car, because I think behind the safety car might just be burning off a little bit of oil or something, but there was a puff of blue smoke out the back of the car. Hopefully nothing too concerning, but George Line clearly got a decent start going, and a great job by the Orange Army as well, of course, to clear Williams' car out of the way. We have 9 minutes of this race to go. Interrupted race here for the Monoposto. Of course, safety car out after about 4 or 5 minutes. Oh, we got 67 going very slow.
Oh no.
Number 67 going very slow, just past us. I'm just trying to see. That's Andrew Wheels, started in 16th place, going very slow. I'm trying to see where he is. Surely going to pull into the pits.
He is now still going around Lovefield, but yeah, you would imagine he would be pulling into the tyre that one in, wouldn't you? It's a bit of a shame there. The wheels were still on, but it's not something. The engine didn't seem to be performing particularly cleanly.
Yes, yeah, we certainly don't want wheels to come off.
No.
If you're going to retire, then get it back to the pits if you can. So it looks like Andrew Wheels, his race is run as well this afternoon. What a shame that is. Of course, we've just lost James Williams as well. He was running in 4th place. Started in 6th place as well, did James Williams. So clearly had a decent start there. Out of the race on the restart. I don't know, maybe just ran a little bit wide. Something went wrong, didn't it? Shame we can't catch up and find out. But here they come now, and George Line still leading away. I think Tony Bishop's getting a little bit closer here. I think it's going to be a fight all the way to the finish. Carl O'Brien in 3rd place. It looks like Line and Bishop have just got a little bit of breathing space from O'Brien, but O'Brien is still well in the mix. We've got some cracking moves going on here.
Yeah, that looked to be a big dive actually by...
that's Jason Timms.
Yeah, Timms on Dibden. But Dibden missed the apex, but you don't need to necessarily... Well, you want to hit every apex, obviously, but he managed to keep decent momentum, and there's such a short route to Luffield out of Brooklands that you can sort of get away with maybe being a little bit more conservative on the defence, because you're going to have the inside as you go into Luffield. But he did hold on to that one, and actually further back there's still a good old scrap and a good old battle going on the rear end of the field as well. These open wheels, they may well be expensive cars, but they don't mind trying it a little bit, do they? They don't mind going for the moves that they're available.
Jack, every car here this weekend is expensive, but in a good way. It's great to see them coming there. Sun just disappears behind a cloud for a minute as the cars steam round the right hand of Luffield, then onto the start-finish straight right in front of us here, and I think we are going to have a fight all the way to the end. 7 minutes of this race left to go. That is all. And who is it going to be? Can Lyon hold on? Started the race on pole position. Bishop in second place. He interrupted the race because that safety car coming out. We know for a fact that we have lost James Williams, and it looks like we lost Andrew Wheels as well. He pulled up. Was coming very slow past us, wasn't he? So he's out.
I believe the safety car was Warren. Sorry, and just to
Warren,
go on.
Sorry, apologies. Thank you. Coming up next as well, by the way, we have the Equipe Pre 63 and 50s. That's the 30-minute, 3 more races. Still an hour and a half after this race of on-track action to come. The Pre 63s and 50s just off to our left. They're geared up. They're almost ready to go. As soon as we get the checkered flag, and we'll get the final leaderboard up for you. There goes our race leader, by the way, still holding on from Bishop, but there's not a lot in it as well. They are dropping O'Brien a little bit, it looks like. So O'Brien having a bit of a lonely race there in third place, but not a lot to choose between the two leaders. And I imagine the toe's quite important around here, Jack.
Yeah, it's so many long straights, isn't there? That's the thing. So any kind of advantage that you can get is taken with much gratitude. What's also quite interesting is we've been stood here for quite a lot today, Ian, and the attitude of the cars going through Brooklands and Luffield is something we've spoken about quite a bit. It's such a contrast to watch these open wheels go through here compared to the more tin top closed wheel action that we've been talking about before. The tin tops will go completely sideways. These guys are planted, aren't they? I mean, they're on rails going through there.
It's all about straight lines, isn't it, with cars like this? Like Formula One, if you can go straight lines, then you go as quick as you possibly can. We were talking about sliding the Elans around a little bit. So an arm up there for the number 44 car just coming round in front of us. I'm just trying to see who that is. That's Will Cox. So Will Cox has got his arm. It looks like he's got a bit of a problem, probably coming into the pits as well.
But yeah, it's a different type of. I'll get to that in a minute, because it looks like it's 71. I don't know whether they're just sort of wimped out of it, or whether they're going very slowly, to be honest. But towards the rear end of the field,
71 cars. Chris Kite did look like it's going quite slow around there, but we'll have to keep an eye on that.
Oh, big lunge here as well. Is that a back marker?
78 and 19. Oh, it just cuts right behind as well, doesn't it, to try and get the straightest line out of there.
I think the problem is, if you can do that with your car, it means you're not quite going fast enough through it to defend the position around the outside. But lessons learned going forward as the leaders now dive in front of us.
Yeah, multiple classes in this as well. George Lyon is your race leader from Bishop. O'Brien, they're all in the F3A class. Timms is in 4th place on track, and actually first in the M1400 class, and Dibden is in the F3B class. Helton is in the M1000 class, and Chapman also, who's in 7th place in the M1000. That's how it looks across the classes at the minute. Go a little bit further down, you've got Wheatley in the 2000 class leading that one, currently 11th on track. There's a classic class as well, Hodgson leading that one down in 21st, so well worth mentioning the class structures as they come through as well. It's not just all about the top three, there's racing going on all through the field, but it's George Lyon who is leading overall in the F3A class.
Yeah, if you're in the YouTube chat, remember, do keep commenting. Let us know what you've been saying and who you're supporting, whether you like the Elans, whether you like the open wheel stuff in the Monopostos, or whether you're waiting for some of the more historical racing that's coming up on your screens in a couple of moments' time. Just to go back to my sort of note on the driving styles, the attitudes of the car as well, they all completely juxtapose each other. I think tin tops. I mean, you said about straight lines. For the open wheel, a bit of a tip for anybody out there who's wondering, a great sort of tip that I was given was you want to keep the car as straight, the steering wheel as straight as possible for the longest amount of time possible on the lap. The likelihood is if you do those two things, you're going to be the fastest driver out there. The last thing you want to do is be soaring at the wheel and keeping it turned because you can't get fully on the power, whereas in the Elans and other things like that, you can be fully on the power and have complete opposite lock going, and you're probably going, that probably means you're doing a good job. So they are completely different driving styles.
They certainly are. I mean, Jack, actually you could argue that these sort of are classic cars as well, because all commercially built racing cars in Monoposto must be built before the 2006 season or earlier. However, you can enter a home built or one-off car of any age. So I suppose you could 2006 was only like yesterday to me. But,
I was going to say, basically, if your head pops out the roof, you can race it here, isn't it? It's one of these classes, a bit like the Libre category. That's the final race of the day here at the Equipe Classic Car Racing.
Oh, I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, that is a case of, if you're eligible for any of the other categories, you can race it in the Libre. So you end up getting a whole host of different cars, a massive amount of drivers who just want a second race on the day. It's just a way of getting more value for your money, or probably from Equipe's point of view, more money for your value sort of thing. It's yeah, you might as well get the if you're going to have the option of only racing twice a weekend and the option's there for 3 times, you might as well race the 3rd time as well, sort of thing. So the car's already here. That'll be really exciting. I'm looking forward to that one. As I said, it's a large array of cars that we'll have on the grid, and it'll be a massive grid as well.
Yeah, time is running out for Tony Bishop to do something here last lap. The lead over the last time was 2.3 seconds. I think Bishop has the fastest lap of the race, 1:56.280. It's looking good though for George Lyon. He led the race from pole position, has led every single second of this race, because we were interrupted by the safety car. O'Brien in 3rd place, and Dibden is in 4th, but leader in the F3B. In fact, he got back past Tim's on that last lap as well. So plenty of action going on still throughout the course, as you can see on your screen as well. Don't forget to get in touch with us. We're live across Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch and LinkedIn on the Equipe Classic Racing YouTube page and live sport now as well. Do hit subscribe if you're watching there. It just enables us to bring you motorsport to watch for free. Just hit subscribe so you don't miss any more of the action. Who knows, we might be back here at Silverstone in October actually for the Super Sprint. That's well worth tuning in for if we'll be back for that. I hope so. Next up though for Equipe Classic Racing, ahead to Donington Park next month, 6th of July. This race though, the Monoposto is coming to a close. We are on the final lap of the race, I believe, unless that we might not be actually. 21 seconds.
It's a little bit closer than you think, unlike the fight for first place, which has dropped well off. Bishop's nowhere near them anymore. Line is pulled away substantially, and we've got 10 seconds. I think we're going to get one more lap, unless they just throw the check.
He's over the line. No, he's over the line. So this is now the final lap of the race. So George Lyon did make it over the line. So there we go.
Very well done. Very well done. Trying to fit as many of those sort of puns in as possible today, are we? Because the challenge accepted, if so.
Well, you did one about wheels.
I did. I did one before as well. I cannot remember for the life of me what they were. It shows a good joke when you can't remember, doesn't it?
It does, but Lyon has actually got a 4.5 second lead now over Tony Bishop. So all he's got to do it really is keep it on the tarmac, and he'll come home and take the win for Monoposto. O'Brien currently in 3rd place, in Dibden, Timms, Cheong, Chapman, Levy, Harrison, Wheatley, Scott, Otway, McClurk, Cunningham, Jordan, Clark, Tag, Wright, Hodgen, Don, Hoskins, Davis, Hudson, Hill, Kite, Molloy, Callan, Spencer, Bagnall, McCallum, Catazaro. They are your 31 runners and riders in this race. We have lost Horton, Wallace, Goodwin, Roper, Jones, Cox, Williams, Wheels and Warren. So 40 cars in total, quite incredible. I actually have 43 on my grid order for race 4. We've got 7 races in total to bring you. This is just the 4th. 3 more races still to go. They're all half an hour each as well. So another hour and a half of on-track action to bring you. But this is now the final lap of the race. We are just waiting to see where George Lyon is. He will be taking the win if he's managed to keep it on track. I'm sure he has. Ever the pro, he knows what he's doing. Glorious day now as well, emotional day as well for the Elan drivers too. Do go back and check all of that out. All of the content that we brought you today stays where it is as well. So if you're watching at the Equipe Classic Racing YouTube channel, it will stay there. And there he is, George Lyon, just coming through us now. He's just about to switch right onto Luffield. There is Bishop just behind him as well, and it is going to be George Lyne who has led every second of this race. George Lyne is going to get to the line in first place, and he wins for the Monoposto race 1 here this weekend at Silverstone.
Yeah, Bishop did well, didn't he? But at the end, he didn't have a prayer to try and get close enough to Lyne. But it's
was that a nice
that was
loose
an
of a pun?
That was an attempt.
Yeah.
I'm warming up, Ian. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, O'Brien, unfortunately, as we watched the start of this, well, the restart of the safety car, O'Brien didn't really get anywhere near, did he? Unfortunately, he dropped well off and just didn't have the pace of the other two. But unfortunately, we lost Williams as well, who was the fourth in that quartet of drivers right at the front end in that category. But a great race held by all, and hopefully they've all enjoyed it as well. That's the main thing. Fingers crossed. We didn't see what happened to Warren, did we, before the safety car? But fingers crossed, the fact that we had the safety car come in quite quickly probably meant that they're quite safe and they're okay.
Absolutely. So congratulations, George Lyne. He takes the win overall and in the F3A class. Dibden comes home in first in the F3B class. Chapman comes home in first in the M1000 class. Just waiting for a few more cars to come through. It looks like Timms is going to win the M1400 class there as well. Wheatley was leading the 2000 class. Just looking a little bit further down, Hodden leading the classic class. Don leading the 1800 class there. And I think that's Bagnall in the 1600 class, and that is it. So they are going to be your class winners for the Monoposto race. We're just going to head on over and get ourselves ready to chat to some of the drivers for the next race, which is going to be, it's the Equipe Pre 63s and with the 50s as well. So it's a combined grid. It's going to be quite something special. I'm going to pop this mic down, grab the other one, and I'm going to head over there very shortly. Right, everybody, welcome down to, oh, sorry, there we go. I'm just getting everybody's way here, having some photos. The Equipe Pre 63 with the 50s as well. Look at these cars here. Oh, my word. These are something special. We've got Robbie Bernberg here. He's very kindly turned the engine off for us, Robbie. Thank you so much for it. Tell us about the car.
Cool. So this is a 1959 Cooper Monaco, chassis number 4.
How did you come to find yourself sitting behind the wheel of it?
I used to have a Cooper Bobtail and loved it so much, and then looked for its big brother and got one of these, and I bumped into the owner one a couple of years ago, and he was selling it, and we did a deal.
I think we need to hang out more often, you and me. I think you're obviously on pole position. You can take this one home?
That's the plan. See what I can do.
Top man, thank you for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Let's just move down, shall we? Oh, we've got it's John again. How are we doing, John?
I'm all right. I'm chuffed to be third on the grid. I've got to make sure I finish that way too. That's the goal. So yeah, it's good.
They're not that far in front of you. You can do something, can't you?
Yeah, but they're a lot faster. Especially the Bobtail is extremely fast. The Morgan's fast, I've got to keep ahead of the other MGAs in this race.
Can I just say, everybody watching the Equipe YouTube channel probably aware of this, but obviously you're very heavily involved with Equipe. How much work has gone behind the scenes to put this weekend together?
This is the biggest weekend we've ever done, the biggest grid sizes, the most races, and so far so good. Everyone's had a great time. The sun is shining. I mean, you know, that you couldn't ask for more. So far, so good.
So far, so good. I'll let you crack on. Thank you so much. Let's keep moving down a little bit further, shall we? I wonder if we could just jump in for a quick chat here as well. Sun is shining. We're at Silverstone Grand Prix. Life couldn't be much better than this, can it? Eh?
Not much better. If the brakes work this time, they'll be better than it was in practice, but that's okay.
Okay, so we're going to really use that formation lap, are we, to test it?
we are, that's right.
Well, look, best of luck. I'll let you crack on anyway. I know people want to get on. Now, who doesn't love an Alfa Romeo? I know I certainly do. And just look. I mean, look at this mix of cars. Wow. All right, let's jump in here because I've seen Matt all day long. I wanted to say hello to you, Matt. I've seen you all day long, but what a treat this must be to be behind the wheel of this.
Yeah, it's a lovely car. It's probably a bigger treat for the fans or for the people watching than it is to be inside. It's beautiful.
It's outside.
It's lacking a bit of power and a bit of brakes, but it's a lovely looking car.
Well, you're at the sharp end, you say that, you know.
Well, sharp end of the 50s grid, not the sharp end of the total grid. But...
Well, don't worry about that. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. What's it been like this weekend so far? Now it's still only Saturday, of course, but what a day it's been. Certainly seen those Elans, right?
Yeah, it was a great spectacle, the Elan race. Really enjoyed it. Looked a bit hectic out there at some points, but it was a cracking race, yeah.
Well, thanks for bringing this out to play. Who doesn't love an Alfa, right? Absolutely. There we go. Thank you so much for that. Let's keep moving down a little bit further. I feel there is a big gap, of course, to the 50s there. We've got the pre-63s a little bit further back as well. Let's just keep going down. I think we've got a little bit of time, which is good. I'm not too sure. I think I've seen a bit of recovery actually on the far side round Luffield, so I think we've probably got a little bit of extra time, shall we? A few of the E-Type Jags down here as well. Let's go have a chat with the 711 car if we can. Of course, this is for the pre-63, so let's go have a quick chat, shall we? Because who does not love a Jag? Just look at the wheels. Probably the best wheels. These Jags, they have the best looking wheels ever, don't they?
They're beautiful, aren't they?
What's this like to drive around Silverstone on a Grand Prix circuit?
It's extraordinary. You're hardly ever in a straight line. You're always sideways in these.
Always sideways. So we're expecting some spectacles from you down here.
Yep, it could be quite dramatic.
Good man, thanks for talking to us. Best of luck. You heard it here. It's going to be quite dramatic. Fortunately, John, our cameraman here, is going to be with us down here, so we're going to keep an eye peeled for that one. Quite spectacular indeed. Let's just move down a little bit. I just want to listen to this because we've got a couple of cars having a bit of a rev up down here. This sounds good, doesn't it?
Yeah, it sounds great.
Is everything all right?
Sorry?
Is everything okay with the car?
Yeah, everything's good. Yeah.
Good man. All right, I'll let you crack on anyway. We're just gearing things up for that. Let's keep moving down a little bit further, shall we, for this one? In fact, I can tell you how quick everybody is. In fact, I think the whistle might have just blown, so I think we'll just have to... Let's just jump in here as well, because who doesn't love an E-Type, right? One of my favourite cars of all time. What's it like being behind the wheel of one?
Exciting. Yeah, a real handful.
Especially when you're about to launch it around Silverstone GP, right?
Yeah, loads of power, not much grip.
So we expect you to go lightning fast down the straights, and the wiggly bits might be a bit sideways.
Yeah, you're holding on to it there, yeah.
So, man, thank you for talking to us. We appreciate it. In fact, the cars are going out now, so let's make our way down, shall we? Green flags. It's time to go racing already. Wow, that was quick. Blimey. I didn't hear it. It's so loud down here. The number 92 car is absolutely revving it. That's Simon Parry Williams. And off the cars go. Look at this shot. Wow. Great work, John. This looks incredible. Look at that. Oh. Not bad, eh? Not bad at all. We're going to make our way down into position. So if we get a chance to show the grids, we will. I'm going to head down into position with John, and I'll be back on comms as soon as the race starts very, very shortly. Well, welcome back, everybody. Almost time to get going for the Equipe Pre 63 and Pre 50s. They're just on their formation lap, but I tell you, they're getting through things pretty quick because the next race are already coming into assembly already, and this one hasn't even gone, and it's a 30-minute race as well. Jack Oliphant is back with me as well. We've just been to top up the water. Very important because the sun is blaring down.
I was going to say, normally we're sat in a commentary box or something like that, but the fact we're stood up outside just in front of the assembly area, which is why we can get down to chat to these drivers so quickly. But all of a sudden, that means you're out in the elements, and the elements today are hot. I mean, I'd much rather it than... Imagine if it was raining, we'd be screwed.
We would be in a little bit of trouble. I'm sure I have a habit of finding cover when it rains. Right, if you've not seen the Equipe Pre 63 with the 50s before, the Pre 63 is the sports and GT cars running on Dunlop historic CR65L section tyres and FIA Appendix K specification. The 50s, race series for 1950s production sports cars, unsurprisingly, and sports racing cars from this evocative and exciting era. It certainly is, isn't it? Equipe 50s combines production sports cars and sports racing cars with classes split pre-post 1956. Basically, any sports cars racing of this period. The period EGT and GTS production drum brake and disc brake sports cars. So basically, anything. From 2022, they were running separate classes for drum brake cars as well, so always worth noting. So safety car just coming around now. As you can see, the cars there is on pole position. Roby Bernberg just making his way through.
It may well be a rolling start here, Ian, because I heard in race admin that there is a rolling start at some point today, and the fact that we haven't had one yet.
Yeah, it'll be this way because the car's normally peeled off by now. If it's,
the safety car would go behind.
Yeah,
and here's the second lot as well, actually. So yeah, the two classes separated by a decent margin. We're going to get ready here. The 63 is leading us away first, I think.
Yeah, I'm not so sure actually. I think it might be the 50s going first, so we'll keep our eyes peeled on that one. But here we go, and we are now underway, and we're off. Half an hour of action from the classic race in the Pre-66 and the Pre-50s. Chat to a number of the drivers just then in assembly area. Very excited indeed to get this one going. Split grid as well, as you can see. So we will keep you up to speed with the best of it as we can. We are running multiple cameras today, 4 in total. So there are 1 or 2 blind spots, but I don't think it really tells, does it at all? It's been a cracking day's racing so far. This is race number 5 of 7 we are bringing you with Equipe Classic Racing. It's the biggest event they've ever put on here this weekend at Silverstone. They're back tomorrow as well, don't forget. But it's not been live streamed, so if you do want to watch it, and I recommend you do have to come down to Silverstone. But bring the family, why not? Just pay at the gate, come on in. There's the grandstand seats just behind us, well worth popping in. There's cafes, all sorts going on. You can walk around and have a look at the cars up close and personal. I certainly do recommend it. I've had such a nice day today, I really have. So lap 1 underway here for the Equipe Pre 63 with Pre 50s. I wonder how this one is going to go.
You can see some fans actually on your screen right now and enjoying themselves out here, enjoying the spectacle. And as we said before, the Silverstone GP circuit is a great circuit, but it is a little bit spaced out. So it's nice when we get a few people that have actually sort of joined in. That's why they don't open every single grandstand, for instance. That would be a nightmare to try and police. But the BRDC grandstand, that's exactly behind where we're stood. You don't need to be a part of the BRDC to enter it this weekend. So you can just walk in and have one of the best seats in Silverstone to be able to see Brooklands on the field, which quite often is one of the most exciting sets of corners that you can have, with maybe Maggots, Beckett's and Church being the second, but it's a little bit further away.
Yeah, do get in touch with us as well on social media. We can see your comments, the YouTube channel Equipe Classic Racing, in the live chat. I know a lot of you are tuning in and watching there, so do get in touch with us. Here come the cars down now, and it is Roby Bernberg. We just spoke to him as well, the man who started on pole position. Alongside him, Andrew Wenman. Remember Andrew from a little bit earlier in the Equipe GTS race. He's back out in his Morgan as well, as you can see. The cars coming around. David Wenman going through there as well in the number 4. Things are going to close up pretty quick here as well, so do keep your eyes peeled for it. They're all coming around, and I was chatting to some of the drivers, Jack, and certainly in the E-types, expect a lot of sideways going around corners, especially down here. This is a complete stark contrast to the Monoposto race we've just seen.
Yeah, we were talking about it during the Monopostos, actually, weren't we? In the two different styles of how they attack the corners and how you can get the best out of cars. I mentioned during the Monopostos that if you're in a single-seater, whoever's got the steering wheel the straightest for the longest and over the course of a lap probably is going to be the driver who's the quickest. But in these sort of cars, you can have your foot flat to the floor and you can pretty much be going sideways and be absolutely loving life at the same time. There's a real reason why a lot of these drivers choose to drive these sort of cars rather than anything that's a little bit more delicate or precise.
Yeah, so Bernberg is leading the way from Andrew Wenman in the Morgan in second place. John Pearson, we've just spoken to him in the MGA 1840 in third place, and David Wenman in the Jaguar XK120 in fourth. Then Williams in fifth, Wilmot in sixth, and Chatham, Alexander Spooner, Jill Danelli, Coates, Holmes, Hyle Evans, Moore, Muirhead, Parry Williams, Eels, Nistorica, BT, Gordon, Mortimer, Harrison and Woods. There, 23 runners and riders in this. What a mix of cars, by the way, as well. Got a Triumph Italia in there, Austin Healey in there, an Elva Courier in there, Jaguars, of course, E-types, XK150s in there, MGAs in there. We really do have it all, don't we? Of course, Morgan as well, the Cooper Monaco 1960 from Bernberg in there as well. A real mix of cars, just as we have off to our left as well. More on that a little bit later. That is going to be the next race, so we're going to chat to those drivers a little bit later. Got the BCB in there coming up next, but right now all the focus is on the Equipe Pre 63 with the Pre 50s. If you do want to find out more about Equipe Classic Racing at any point, you can as well. There is a link in the body of this broadcast on YouTube or Facebook. Just give it a click and it will take you straight through to the Equipe Classic website. I do recommend you give that a click at some point, but maybe not whilst the racing action is going on. 25 minutes of this race to go. Lap 1 was a 2 minutes 37. Just can't read really too much into that, and already it does look like Bernberg is getting pulling a bit of a gap, Jack.
Yeah, it's not much of a fight at the front. In fact, first and second look positively close if you compare it to the gap from second to third. I mean, the front two are pretty much all the way around Luffield, and the others haven't even got to Buckland. And actually, we got a class overtaking another class here, I think. The 81 at Wilmot is now third overall on the track, so behind Bernberg and Venman is actually Wilmot. So it's a big jump up. Big lock up as well, just in front of us by one of the E-types.
That's Andrew Moore there in the E-type. Just spoken to him as well, and he was saying that there's going to be a lot of sideways action around here.
You kind of wonder where they get the bravery from, don't you, to go into corners that hot on brakes like these old classics. It's scary. They must start braking about, I don't know, a mile down the road.
Well, I spoke to 4 or 5 drivers in the assembly area, and 3 of them were concerned about brakes.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. We'll either see lockups or overheating and they won't work. But, Ian, I know we can't show it because it's the next race. But that Ferrari on the front row,
yeah,
that 308.
Little clue, everybody. There's a red Ferrari.
On the front row, and the type of Ferrari you actually want to own, not the from the ones these days or anything like that.
And you know that's not a replica as well.
I know.
There's no way that's a replica.
How on earth he's been brave enough to put that on the front row of the grid is beyond me. And in fact, actually looking back, you covered the BCV8s quite a lot, haven't you?
I have, yeah.
Ian, yeah. over the years, along with the MG Cups and stuff like that, and the fact that they've been mixed with these 70s cars as well. There's a lot of horsepower that's about to go out on that dummy grid. But I mean, not to take away from any of the stuff that we're seeing right now. I mean, the 50s and the 63s. I'm putting on one hell of a show as well, but I tell you what, I'm not actually sure which one I'd rather drive. That's the question actually for you, Ian, I'd say, is someone who's not really ever done motorsport, not raced or anything like that, what grid would you like to be on for today?
Because I would be a rookie,
yeah,
probably the likes of that.
They do look fun.
Probably the MG Cup, and the only reason I say that is because I know a lot of the guys from the MG Cup. I've covered them for a few years. So the MG Cup is probably the one I'd go on, and I'd probably be trundling around at the back. So.
I think you picked the only front-wheel drive class there as well, haven't you?
I have, yeah. There's been a love on social media as well, so please do keep your comments coming in. We can see them. Ellie Louise O'Neill. So let's go number 9. Number 9 is Sam Williams, started in 15th place, so we'll keep an eye for a bit of smoke coming out of the back there of Bernberg's car.
Not brake as well. I thought maybe it was something to do with the lockup, but it continued round the corner, so maybe there's a little bit of a worry for that one. But going down into Brooklands is now Wilmot, and then I think Chatham slow, quite quickly behind. Yeah, the 691 of Chapman. So there is a few battles towards the front of each group, shall we say, because the top 6 is first and second of each category at the moment, anyway.
Bit of action going on here as well, by the way. It looks like Doug Muirhead going toe-to-toe with David Wenham there as well. Though there is still there's some pretty good racing going on here, isn't it? Wheel-to-wheel stuff. Like I said, I don't know how they have the bravery to put these cars through the paces like they do. I think I'd park it in a garage, polish it, look at it, and put it away again.
I was going to say, my dad owns like a Porsche 928 and a few other bits like that. Lovely cars. He won't take them out. He won't take him out of the garage. I can't imagine what it would take to get him to put a roll cage in it and bring it. I mean, maybe not the 928, but a car like that he cherishes so much. And all these things are exactly that. They are cherished items. They're almost part of the family, I imagine, with how much they have to care for them. And to be fair, what I quite like about it is if you did have a car and you just stuck it in the garage, you probably only see it once every 2 weeks when you think to go into and have a look at it and maybe have a clean of it or something. Whereas if you're here racing it,
we've got a spinner right in front of us, the 154.
That's right on the apex as
come
well.
Back round and well spotted by the 21 just to get out of the way.
Not stalled it.
That's John Harrison, by the way, in the 154 there, just having a bit of a spin right in front of us. He's got it going again. And the number 21, Jeremy Woods, did very well to see the danger and get out the way quickly. And a little bit of a round of applause from the grandstand behind for John Harrison for spinning it around and getting it back going again. Just a bit of a hairy moment, that's all, just lost it.
Yeah, I think Bruno would have given that one a 7 for the pirouette. To be fair, he obviously hit the clutch down pretty quickly because he didn't stall the thing, did he? So that was quite impressive. It probably didn't last him. It probably meant that he didn't lose too much time. I think he only lost one place.
He only lost one place. I mean, he did start 23rd and last on the grid, but Jeremy Woods did get past him. So Jeremy Woods has made up a place there. What have we got? 20 minutes off this race to go. 30 minutes in total. The order looks like this. Bernberg has led it from the start so far. Went him in second, and Wilmot, Chatham, Spooner, Giordinelli, Coates, Muirhead, and then we've got David Wenham as well. Different classes as well. We must, as Roby Bernberg just goes through again. It's still smoking, but it doesn't seem to slow him down, does it? Out the back, and a little bit of smoke there from the 93 car of Andrew Wenham in his Morgan, because he raced in the GTS race earlier today as well. A busy day for a lot of these drivers. A lot of the drivers actually about to go out in the next race took part in that Equipe GTS as well. Russell McCarthy's in that. Neil Fowler is going out as well. Ian Pryor, I think, maybe too. So a little bit of inter-rivalry, I suppose. That's what we like to see, a bit of friendly rivalry. Do turn the volume up for the next race as well, by the way, because it's going to be an absolute corker. Plenty of action going on through here as well. The 232 car coming through. That's Alistair Coates, and managing to hold it on as well. Wow.
Wow, I know you were looking down at your clipboard there.
I just heard tyre squealing and everybody go, whoa!
I genuinely thought that was a gunner, but good car control in the end, actually, to be fair, so can't really argue with that one. Yeah, it's nice to see that people have decided to dust off either another car or they've just dusted off the helmet to make sure they come back and have another go at a different race. It's what we like to see, isn't it? As I said before, you might as well get the bang for your buck when it comes to these sort of weekends. It costs enough money for the car, costs enough money to get down here and race. You might as well do as many as you possibly can.
It's a massive weekend, I can't stress it enough. The biggest weekend Equipe Classic Racing have ever done. And rightly so as well, because the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, you know, it's difficult to get marshals for as well. It's so vast. So a big thank you to everybody for stepping in. I mean, what a treat it is to see the cars, but they're all volunteers. They don't get paid.
Oh, and they do the Lord's work, honestly. It's actually very impressive whenever you meet someone who's maybe not in the motorsport world and you educate them on the fact that the marshals aren't paid and they're completely volunteers, and they go, oh, right, okay, but they've only ever watched F1. And then you realise, actually, no, the marshals are not just here for the F1, although that is the biggest, obviously, operation that they do here at Silverstone. They're here nearly every weekend doing something, covering something, letting us race. I mean, without them, we wouldn't have a chance. And the thing is, they're also one of the most accessible ways of getting involved in motorsport. If you have no idea how to get involved in this world and you think you might want to give it a go and see if it's as enjoyable as you think it looks, and trust me, it is, but you can't drive, you can't necessarily commentate, you can't necessarily be a race mechanic or anything like that, then being a marshal at any age is the opportunity for you, and you can go down and type in, obviously, how to become a UK race marshal in Google or whatever, and they'll take you through the process. They do taster days, they do experience days. You can even have days where I think they get the kids involved as well, though I think they have to be over a certain age.
Oh, sorry, Jad, there's been a change for the lead here, and Roby Bernberg has got his hand out. It looks like he's got a problem. Our race leader, Roby Bernberg, is going to be pulling into the pits. He's got his arm up. What a shame that is. He did say he was a little bit concerned about brakes as well. I wonder if something's happened there. Bernberg comes into the pits, and it looks like his race is run. He is out, and it does mean, no, number 93, Andrew Wenham in the Morgan, takes over the lead.
Yeah, I think, well, you mentioned that you saw smoke coming out of it, Ian. I said that I wouldn't expect that to be brakes if it carries on after the corner, once he's released the brakes. Maybe that's something to do with it. Oh, I get it. It was a puff of blue smoke, so maybe it's a problem with oil or something like that. I don't know, but either way, it's a great shame because he was leading the race by a long way. But if you're Wilmot, you do not care, do you? Because you now inherit the race lead. Oh, sorry, Venman. You inherit the race lead now, and it's your job to try and take care of it. Fingers crossed we don't see any more casualties. We're about nearly halfway through this race already.
Yeah, we certainly are, aren't we? Wedman takes the lead, then Wilmot in second, Chatham in third, Spooner in fourth, Giordanoelli in fifth, Bernberg in the pits, as you can see. What a shame that is. Muirhead, then Hyle Evans, then Coates, Moore, Parry, then Nistorika, then Wenham. That's David Wenham in the number 4 car, not to be confused with Andrew, of course. That is how it looks at the minute at the sharper end of the grid. It is the Equipe Classic Racing Pre-63 with the Pre-50s. Classic cars everywhere. Here comes the Alfa Romeo. Look, the 169, Matthew Homener. I had a chat with Matt, actually. And who doesn't love an Alfa, by the way, is what I was trying to get. And I was saying, it must be a real treat to drive the car. He says, I think it's probably more special for the spectators than it is for me behind the wheel. I was like, I don't know, I think I'd quite like to be behind the wheel of that. I just would be too scared about putting it in the gravel.
I wouldn't mind it if everywhere had bouncy castles on the outside instead of Armco and concrete, but yeah, it is a special thing. To be fair, actually, when you get out there, we're saying about how scary it is and stuff like that. When you get out there and actually start driving it, you get used to the feeling after about 10-15 minutes. You get used to the car, you get used to the sort of feeling, and all of a sudden you just think about going faster and faster and faster. You forget about the price tag, you forget about the pressure. You're just focusing on, I think I can brake a little bit later there. I think I can turn in a bit quicker. Ooh, the back end doesn't, it gives you a bit more grip than you think. Ooh, okay, this is fun.
So John Harrison's just coming through again in the 154, and you may remember he had that spin 3 or 4 laps ago down here. Just a little bit more tentative now coming around here. A bit of action going on. That's your leader actually coming through is Andrew Wenham, just catching up to some of the back markers there, and Howard Spooner going well as well. He's right at the sharp end, could be making up places. In fact, the battle at the sharp end isn't too distant. Wenham has a lead of 4.3 seconds, then Chatter from Wilmot, and then just behind, it's only half a second between. In fact, Wilmot's got through on that lap as well. So Wilmot has got through.
Chatham's in the lead.
What's happened there?
Yeah, Chatham, that's what I was pointing at. I was thinking, that's not back markers. Chatham genuinely is in the lead of the race by half a second, then Wilmot, and then Venman.
Oh, apologies there, yeah, I must have missed that. And Chatham's just had an absolute flyer as well. The Austin Healey done a 2-minute 33.8. That's the fastest lap of the race as well. So Chatham, maybe the tyres are coming in or something. With 13 minutes to go, Chatham is absolutely on fire, not literally.
Yeah, Chatham and Wilmot actually were putting on a hell of a show. They were catching through. They were part of the brigade that I think started, 30 seconds behind in the group behind or something like that. I'm not entirely sure, but properly fast. Where did they start? That's the question, Ian. I'll let you have a quick drink first before you get the answer for me. But Chatham and Wilmot have absolutely charged through, and they are, well, potentially on for a race win here. Well, one of them is.
I'm not so sure my grid sheet is actually accurate because it doesn't have the splits. It just says how they qualified. So Chatham did actually qualify second overall, but I don't think he was further down. So we're expecting him to come through anyway. And of course, without Bernberg in the field, who did actually start on pole, it's not a huge shock that Chatham has actually just come through and taken the lead.
I've actually, I remember being in the race admin, eating my lunch very quickly, and I heard them next door to me saying that I think every single grid today has been amended in some way. So whether there's a late qualification or whether there's been a...
That's not unusual though, is it?
Yeah, whether there's been a traditional or whatever. So yeah, it's one of those things where I think maybe we did see a potential change, and that's why when you printed your grids off as soon as qualifying finished, they could well have changed between now and then.
Well, can I just say, actually, a big thank you to the administration staff here in the race control, who have very kindly been printing order sheets for me.
Yeah.
But they did print them about 3 hours ago. So if there's been any amendments, then yeah, I might not quite have. Unfortunately, we do have the graphics pulled in from TSL. So thank you to TSL as well. I bet they don't get thanked very often.
They don't. No, you're
we had to
probably
pay for it, but thank you anyway.
I was going to say is you don't get thanked if you charge for it, do you? But to be fair, I think the rate is quite reasonable for the work that they do, and they are literally everywhere. Speaking of everywhere, the two leaders are all over each other. The 93 of Venman has certainly dropped off, but the race lead is heating up with
Wilmot going toe to toe, aren't they? It's great to see this. Sorry, Jack.
It's all right. No, you're absolutely right. I mean, it's they are pretty much falling all over each other. It reminds me of the Elan race that we just had with Butcher and Pittard.
I'll tell you what, that was some race.
Yeah.
You know, certainly that first 20-25 minutes or so, where we had Butcher and Pittard total. I mean, literally for 20 minutes there was nothing to choose between them in these cars that were produced between 1964 and 1965.
Wow. Very wide moment between the two leaders coming out of Cops, I think. I'm not sure who's come out on top of that one. I didn't quite see. All I saw was I looked down at the cameras and going through Cops, which is the first corner. For anybody who doesn't know the Silverstone map, it looked like a very, very wide moment from one of them. It looked like they were going to go try and go side by side, which is obviously not necessarily something that's advisable going through that corner.
Yeah, I'm just seeing it, but I'm watching it on YouTube. You've actually got the live picture, which is only about a second delay.
Yeah.
I'm watching it back on YouTube, just seeing it go wide now. Ellie Louise is getting in touch again. Shout out to number 9 car. We've already done it, Ellie, but we can do it again.
We're going to a potential race lead move change once more in. We do want to hear from the ladies and gentlemen at home, of course. We're going into Stowe. Again, they're going side by side. This could be very, very exciting indeed. Sorry, carry on with your comments.
Oh, no, I'm liking it. The racing obviously is so important. Yeah, people commenting again. Ellie Louise wants to shout out to car number 9. We've done it once. We do it again. Sam Williams, of course, behind the wheel of that one, going very well indeed. So, yeah, it certainly is. Certainly with Ellie, anyway. If anybody else is watching, has got a friend or family member racing today, please do give them a shout out. Or if you just want to say hello to a friend or family member who might be watching the stream, again, let us know in that comment section. I can see there's over 100 of you tuning in right now just on the Equipe Classic Racing YouTube channel. We are live at other destinations as well, but do comment. We can see them. Hello, let us know where you're watching from as well. We're trying to find out how many people in how many different countries are watching. We've had quite a few already come through, so if you're in the UK, tell us whereabouts you are in the UK. If you're overseas, tell us where you are. Please do get in touch and we'll give you a shout out as well. Thank you for tuning in today. And thank you to Jack Oliphant for coming down and joining us as well. Made the trip all the way down from Leeds to watch us today with us.
It's a hard life, isn't it, to come down to Silverstone in the sunshine and watch some great racing and classic cars as well. But I'll get on with it. I'll live to tell the tale.
Well, here's our leaders now, and it's still the 81 car Wilmot leading the way. But again, I think this is going to go all the way down to the wire. How long have we got left? We've got just over 9 minutes of this race to go. Remember, it was a 30-minute race in total. And it's been full-blooded affair, hasn't it? Maybe not quite the same pace as the Monopostos, but the racing has just been as tight, hasn't it?
It's been tighter, if anything, hasn't it? The front two in the Monopostos are very close up until the last 2 laps, and we're hoping this one remains close for the rest of it, because they are putting on one hell of a show. I think in that last lap, Wilmot was quite significantly quicker. They're not close enough this time to go side by side. And, well, both of them probably actually. Both of them probably did an illegal lap last time because how wide they went through Cops. But yeah, well, they're back on. They're doing a great job, and they're putting on a show for the people in the grandstands, and they are loving it as well. Actually, I mean, normally the grandstands are quite full at the beginning of the race, and then maybe they empty out. But actually, they've remained there all this time, which just goes to show how engrossed they are.
I'm liking the battle as well between Andrew Moore in the E-Type and Simon Parry-Williams just behind. So there's racing going on all through the field as well. And I've just seen David Wenham come through as well in the number 4 car. So lots of action going on all throughout the field. Well worth keeping your eye on. Remember, this is the Equipe Pre 53s. 63s with the pre-50s as well, so a joint grid. The next race coming up is a joint grid as well, the 70s with the BC V8 Championship. Make sure you turn your volume up as well, by the way, for those heavyweight V8s that come down with the MGB, MGCs. I've covered them for a few years, and I can tell you something, they are loud.
Stunning
Well
cars.
worth watching. Great racing indeed. After that as well, we have the final race of the day, the Equipe Libre. So another 2 races still to bring you after this. After this one, still an hour of track time to come. 2 more 30-minute races coming up. But do hit like button on the live stream, and if you're watching on YouTube, if you're at Live Sport Now watching it, or you're at the Equipe Classic Racing channel watching it, please do hit that subscribe button as well. We don't charge you guys to tune in and watch this at all. It's completely free motorsport for you to watch. If you just hit that subscribe button, it means you just keep up to speed whenever we do go live with the Equipe Classic Racing. Just don't miss any of the action. There you go. That's it. Doesn't cost you anything, and you can even turn notifications off if you don't actually want to know. So
yeah, exactly. You can even mute us if you don't want to listen to it.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
If you don't listen to us, we
Well,
understand. We don't take offence.
We won't take offence, but I mean, a little bit. I'll cry myself to sleep, but apart from that, it'll be fine. Chatham is still in second place.
Well, Wilmot's just got a little bit more of a gap there, isn't he? Just a little bit. I say a little bit. I mean, I'm talking like 0.2 of a second more, but in motorsport terms. Oh, and Bernberg's back out. Roby Bernberg's back out. I'm delighted to say the man who started on pole position was leading the race for the early stages. Had a bit of an issue, came into the pits. We didn't see it because we weren't in the pits, but he's gone back out just to complete the race, which is nice. He'll be a couple of laps down, though.
I was going to say, this is his outlap, actually. So we haven't missed him. It's just the fact that this is his first time going out there since having to come into the pits. It's a bit of a shame. So yeah, big gap now between Wilmot and Chatham. 1.6 seconds roughly. A little bit too big to think about any kind of move. 6 minutes to go. It's quite a long time. And you have to think, I mean, we've spoken a lot about how Silverstone is the best place for this event, Ian.
It's prestigious, isn't it?
It's prestigious, but where would you like, if you couldn't do the Silverstone, where would you like to have seen the Elans take part?
Hatch.
I was going to say, I thought I could see that coming out of you before we even asked the question.
Zandvoort,
that was an outside shout for me as well. Great circuit.
I don't want to be that guy, but I was there last month and kind of fell in love with the place, got to be honest.
I was going to say, it's a great place, Zandvoort, and I think they would suit the Elans. Not many straights, unlike Silverstone with a lot of straights, obviously. I think
there is that banking. But,
there is a banking as well. There's quite a bit of banking, and the third corner's a bit nasty. But the rest of it is utterly, stupendously special at Zandvoort. But to be fair, I think the Elans, anywhere they go around this country, would be fairly special. So fingers crossed we see more of them, and that we can live stream more of them, so we can bring them on the screen for you guys as well, because there is lots of brilliant British circuits out there that I think would suit any of these cars. And like you've covered before, Ian, you've been all over the country following the BC-V8s and the MGs and everything like that. How special would it be if we could do more of this?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I was at Brands Hatch actually with Equipe, just doing the MG Cup that day there. It makes you realise how much you kind of miss it. Do you know what I mean? I mean, I'm very fortunate. Like you actually, Jack, I don't know if I should say it, but obviously I do a lot of work with the BARC. You do a lot of work with TCR. So we're at tracks, and in fact I'm back here next week, believe it or not, on the Saturday for the British Endurance Championship. So very, very fortunate to be doing what we're doing. We do really appreciate it. Wilmot's still leading the race, as you can see. I've had a few more comments coming on. Nigel Baston is watching, of course. Nigel and Craig Baston normally part of the MG Cup. Boys, I hope you're doing very well. Simon Lowry has commented as well, saying good luck watching from Seville, of all places. And Lance Ellington, you may know Lance Ellington. He does a lot of singing with Andrew de Beck. That's the right, isn't it? Andrew de Beck?
No.
Is it de Beck?
Oh,
Anton de Beck.
Anton de Beck.
And Lance is watching as well, saying good luck everyone racing today. Wish I was there. He's done a bit of racing actually in the MG Cup as well as Lance. So really, really nice bloke. So if you get a chance to go see Lance live as well, I'll tell you that boy can sing.
I was going to say, it's quite nice, isn't it? It's one of those, you know, if you go to a touring car event or something, Ian, and you turn up, everybody wants to be a racing driver. That's just it. Everybody wants to make it to the top level of racing, and if you ask people what's your aim or what's your goal or what do you do, they all say basically the same thing. 80% of them say the same thing. You turn up to an event like this, you talk to any of the drivers, they'll give you a completely different story. They'll give you a story about how they bought a company up, about how they sold it, about how they inherited the car, or about anything whatsoever. They saw it at an auction. It'll be a completely different story every single time. Not many of them are here to become professional racing drivers. They're here to enjoy it and have a good time. We have lost a car. That was the leader, Wilmot, going through, but
no, that wasn't Wilmot going through, I don't think.
Was it not?
No, I don't think so. I've just seen behind that David Wenman going through the number 4, so don't worry, Jack.
Oh yeah, my bad.
You're getting too excited about touring cars. But you are right. There is something. If you drive a Ferrari or a BCV8 or one of the Austins or the Jaguar E-Type or the Jaguar XK that's coming down now, there's a story behind it, isn't there? There's a story. No disrespect to touring cars, but if you drive a back in the day a Vauxhall Astra or whatever it was, or a Seat Cupra or whatever they are now, it's not quite the same story, is it? There is a story behind getting there, and it normally. I mean, look at Andrew Jordan.
Yeah.
Who I know quite well nowadays. I'm sure you probably know him as well. Of course, touring car winner, racing minis now, historic minis.
Yeah,
absolutely loving life.
He's always been part of that, and his dad was always a part of the historics, the classics, and everything like that. And they absolutely loved it. And in fact, I got the impression when he was racing for BMW and we were around him a little bit more, that he actually would sort of get through those weekends and look forward to the classics and the historics a little bit more, actually. So the 2 leaders, by the way, have just gone past me, so I was incorrect massively. I do apologise for panicking any Wilmot or Chatham fans, well, mainly Chatham. But with 90 seconds left to go, those two gapped themselves by about 2.5 seconds. I don't think Chatham's got really anything left in the tank.
No, there will be on the about to start the final lap of the race now. Wilmot with just over a 2.5 second lead over Chatham. Howard Spooner in the E-Type as well, in 3rd place, but first in class. It must be worth noting as well. John Pearson is leader in class as well. We've just lost. There we go. We've got it back. Pearson's leader in class. We spoke to him a little bit earlier too. So lots of class battles to keep your eyes peeled on as well. And already the drivers have been asked to get in the cars for the next race. They want to get a move on, don't they? I normally get a bit more of a gap than this, although they did that in the last race and they still had 5 minutes to walk around. So
yeah.
Jack, you're going to run off and see if you can grab a word with some of the drivers, aren't you? Once this race finishes, we'll show the leaderboard, of course, whilst Jack makes his way over. And of course, it is the 70s with the BC V8 Championship coming up next. This race is not done yet. We've still got 30 seconds, just over 30 seconds left on the clock. And it really does look like it's going to be Joseph Wilmot who is going to take the win here. Roby Bernberg was the man who started on pole position, led it for half of the race, and then unfortunately something happened with the car, came into the pits, had an issue, and that allowed Wilmot to inherit the lead, but he's been under pressure from Jack Chatham. In fact, Chatham briefly led as well, didn't he, actually?
Yeah.
I'm not quite telling the full story here. Chatham briefly led. Wilmot got it back. It looks like Joseph Wilmot is going to get the job done here. Jack Chatham will come home in 2nd place. Howard Spooner in 3rd, but will take the class win, and Gio Donelli in 4th place, 2nd in class.
Yeah, great drives all round, really, hasn't it? It's been a bit of a spectacle. Everybody, I hope, has come out with a smile on their face. That's the most important thing, as we always say. Not necessarily the most truthful thing, but it's definitely something that we're hoping to see from these drivers. Just trying to get the race program up on my iPad, actually, but it's not working. I can tell you if you like. I can tell you what's coming up next. It is the 70s with the BC. It's more the fact that I was hoping to get the entry list, to be honest. I wanted to know exactly what the cars I was going to be walking past in a minute were, but there's nothing worse than getting it wrong when you're on the grid, you know. Well, I'll have the grid order for you, Jack, so don't you worry about that. But here we go, final moments. There goes Wilmot. He's just coming over now. He's just literally gone straight past us. Has Joseph Wilmot. He's about to come round Luffield, the final corner. And in the Equipe Pre 63 with the 50s, the outright winner is going to be Joseph Wilmot. He's just making his way around Luffield now, onto the start-finish straight here on the National Pit Straight at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit. Wilmot will take the win. Chatham will come home in 2nd place. Spooner will come home in 3rd. In fact, I've just seen Wenham go through as well, the number 93 car. He's going to come home in 5th place in total, but 3rd in class, so well worth. No, in fact, no, 1st in class, so apologies about that. It's slightly brighter colour, isn't it? So there we go. So coming over now, the cars, the clock has run down. Wilmot has taken the win, confirmation there. Jack Chatham has come home in 2nd. Spooner has come home in 3rd, but 1st in class. Just waiting for Roberto Giordinelli to come home in 4th place, but 2nd in class. Wenham's over the line as well, 5th on track. I'll just wait for Muirhead, then Hyle, Evans and Coates-Moore, and then Simon Parry Williams. Final few cars just making their way around, a little bit more spaced out. You're not missing any battles or anything like that on circuit right now.
A cracking race Saturday, wasn't it, Jack? I thoroughly enjoyed that one.
Yeah, no, really exciting, and okay, it may have died down towards the end, but it doesn't take anything away from the beginning and what was a fairly thrilling event. I've got the entry list now. I've just been doing that for the last 30 seconds, but that's great. But yeah, I think hopefully these guys will have enjoyed themselves, and I think, yeah, realistically, everybody's come back with a fairly clean car. It's a bit of a shame that Bernberger obviously had a little bit of a problem, but the fact that they got back out and then finished the race means that hopefully it's fixed.
Right, great stuff. Thank you very much, Jack. Jack's going to make his way over to the assembly area now for the Equipe 70s with the BCV8s. As soon as we get the official confirmation, we'll show it on screen for you. We're just going to go off comms for a second whilst we get Jack into position. I hope you enjoyed that as much as I did. Coming up next, the Equipe 70s with the Equipe BCV8 assembly area interviews. Don't go far.
So we got one hell of an array of cars here for the 70s and the BCV8. So you can see actually behind me, probably one of the cars you're going to want me to talk to first is the number 308 in the Ferrari. Anybody guess what type of Ferrari? That's right, it's a Ferrari 308. It's a bit on the money, isn't he? I'm wondering, John Dixon, if we can have a quick chat with you, if we can stick the mic through the very small window here. Oh, that would be an idea. Yeah, let's try and open the car. I don't want to touch it because it's a very nice car, but you're about to take it onto a racetrack, so I feel like it's a bit counterintuitive. What's it like to drive, though?
It's fabulous to drive. It's got a lot of grip. It's not as powerful as you might think. But it stops well and it goes around the corners, which is a great advantage. But we're going to be under pressure from the MGB V8s for sure.
I've stuck my head in here, and I'll be honest, I was expecting, from the looks of the outside of the car, less technology inside. You've really souped this thing out, haven't you?
Well, it's actually an FIA car. The only technology I've got in here is actually a Garmin.
Oh, really? Well, it's a very nice bit of kit. So, are you expecting to drive a bit like an Elan? Are we going to be going sideways, or are you going to try and keep it planted like a single-seater?
So it's got a lot of grip, but once you get near the limit, it will slide on these tyres, and you need to get a bit of movement in the car to get some lap time out of it.
You're a braver man than I am, that's for sure. Good luck. What's the very story of the car, actually? How do you come about it?
So the car raced in the Ferrari Championship in the 90s by a woman called Sue Newton. And she even won at Zandvoort in it in the early 90s. I bought the car 2016, raced it in HSCC and road sport spec, but then modified it to Group 4 spec. This car is unusual in that it's a Facchetti copy, so most people think it's a Michelotto, the rally cars with the wide arches. This is actually a Facchetti car, a copy of the Day car which raced at Daytona.
Wow, that is a fascinating story, and yeah, I just can't believe we get to see it. A good luck for the race, and hopefully, you'll have a decent one. You might end up winning it, and I think everybody would enjoy seeing this car on the top step of the podium. Good luck for it. Right, oh my God, I'm getting whistled at already. The BC V8s are all around, and I can see doors are slamming, which is a bit of a shame, because I did want to have a chat to second place Neil Fowler. You can hear the car starting to rev up. Another car that you might have caught your attention is the number 40. That's Kevin Jones in the Triumph CR8. Again, some stunning cars up and down. It's a bit of a shame we didn't get to chat some more of them, but we're going to be up with the 70s and the BC V8s in a couple of minutes' time. Right, there we go. We've made the short trip back to where we're actually filming. We've got white tyre walls right in front of us, actually, haven't we? I've just been chatting. Funny enough, I've noticed something. Different safety car. Do you know why? Oh, why? The other one's got a slow puncher. That's it, really?
So that's why. Useless, interesting fact for everybody. If you're wondering why there's a different safety car, the other one has got a slow puncher. That is it. Right, BCV8s, of course, I've spent a lot of time around over the last couple of years or so. Of course, the 70s as well. Equipe 70s bring together GT, GTS and touring cars that appeared in a season-long series. Equipe 70s feature many iconic cars of the era, and we're running 5 groups. And they'll all run to separate engine capacity, so it's well worth keeping your eyes peeled for that. They run on Dunlop, well, Group 1s run on Dunlop historic tyres. Groups 2 and 4 run on slicks, as in period. Group 3 and Group R run on any tyre listed under Motorsport UK. List 1B and or Dunlop post-historics. So it is a series for 1966 to 1981 sports GT, GTS and touring cars. The BCV8s, of course, it runs a wide range for enthusiasts of the MGBs, MGCs, MGB V8s as well. They're the heavyweight ones we expect to run at the sharp end of the grid. So do keep your eyes peeled for this. There's quite the mix of cars, isn't it? That Ferrari as well, John Dixon. Oh my word! I think
special, isn't it?
Who didn't have a poster of that on their wall when they were a kid, or even a fully grown adult, actually, for that matter? You can have any of these cars, can you? And they're quite special. Do turn the volume up for this one, everybody tuning in as well, because those BC V8s are, as you might expect, with the V8s, very loud indeed.
They make a rumble, don't they? And it's like the Earth's falling apart underneath. Shall we go through the grid lineup, Ian, just for the sake of it?
Go ahead, Jack, take us away.
There is a lot of names to be going through. So on pole position, and alongside them is John Dixon, and in second place, Neil Fowler. Row 2 is Frank Guest and Jordan Spencer, and I'll just make sure I can actually hold the paper down. Row 3 is James Wheeler and Kevin Jones. Row 4 is Russell McCarthy and Mike Whitaker. Row 5 is Richard Plant and Robin Ellis. Row 6, Andrew Young and Simon Evans. Row 7, Andrew Wenman and Stephen Winter. Row 8 is Nick Matthews and Bob Rowe, not to be mixed up with Rob Rowe. But the cars are going in front of me now, so I'll get a bit of a move on. Row 9 is Neil Merry and Luke Spencer. Row 10 is Steve Wells and Stuart Dixon. Row 11 is Gavin Watson and Max Cawthorne. Row 12 is Andrew Long and James Darby. Row 13, James Walpole and Johan Dennekamp. Row 14 is Simon Taylor and Oliver Waddle. Row 15 is Ian Pryor and Peter Hiscox. And right at the back of the field in 31st and 32nd position is Brent Wilkin and Sean Holmes respectively. And just as I was reading them out, actually, the right at the back end of the field got a small ripple of applause behind us in the BRDC grandstand.
For you.
Well,
not because the cars were coming around.
Blushing.
Right, can I just say as well, quite a few comments have just come flooding in as well, actually. We've got Jace Ryder 12 watching in Utah. Says, fun racing in the morning here. Catherine Stone says, shout out to the Spencers from Gibraltar. I think it's actually for the back end of the last race. So thank you for that. Debbie Kay's watching in South Oxfordshire. And Gemma Blakey says, shout out to my hubby Cyprian Nistorica. David was running in the E-Type in the previous race from Gemma and Finley in rugby. I hope I said their name right there, Gemma. Fisk Racer says, I know Roberto quite well and many others. Home is next village, father and son Wenham, halfway through 6 weeks in Crete. Oh, very nice indeed. Jim Bryan's got in touch with you as well. Jim Bryan, of course, racer in the BCV8s normally. Good luck to the BCV8 boys, Andy Young and Stevie Wells and Simon Taylor in my old green BCV8. First race in it, I think. Catherine Stone says, come on, Luke, number 70.
Yeah, a lot of love in the chat all of a sudden, isn't there? Which
we'll
we like to see.
Yeah. Luke Spencer, of course, in the numbers, lines up in 18th place, so we'll certainly keep an eye out for him. Yeah, a lot of love. Keep it coming, everybody, as well. Somebody who I know will be watching right now, because he was watching a little bit earlier, is Johnny Wheeler. Johnny Wheeler's just had an operation. Of course, he is the father of James Wheeler, who's in this BCV8 race. I know you're watching, because I've just literally spoken to James. Whilst, Jack, you were doing a great job talking to the drivers live on air, I was just mingling and making a nuisance of myself, and I was chatting to James, and I said, oh, your dad's watching, by the way. He's like, I know he is. He keeps messaging me. So, Johnny, comment. We know you're watching, mate. It's good to see you. I hope to see you again trackside soon, buddy. Of course, Johnny's done an awful lot of racing in the BCV8s as well. Hope to see you soon. But son James, of course, champion in the BCV8s as well. So he'll be at the sharp end of this race, I can tell you that.
Tell that you've covered these before, haven't you?
Once or twice.
Yeah. You say
well, here we go anyway. About to get the race underway. Another half-hour race coming up. One more after this, and it is lights out. We are go. I'm expecting a bit of a desperate run down to the first corner. Who's going to get away? Is it going to be the Ferrari who leads? I think the Ferrari's dropped down to 4th place there, so a bit of a bad start. Might be a little bit heavier than some of the cars around them as well, and expect those BCV8s to be lightning fast down the straights too. This is going to be an exciting race. This is going to be nose to tail stuff all the way through to the finish here as well.
Oh yeah, looks like we've got a bit of a stall on the grid. They're trying to push it, get it back going. There is the advantage of being at Silverstone is the fact that there's a long time before any of these cars actually return to the national pit straight. They've probably got about 2 minutes to go, but yeah, a bit of a shame that the Ferrari didn't get off the line. I suppose though he was saying that there's going to be a lot of pressure from the BCV8s around him, and that's going to come true, isn't it? Because although these cars are technically separate grids, with the 70s and the BCV8s sort of being treated as two separate things,
times are similar though.
Times are very similar.
Times aren't particularly crazy, to be honest with you. John Dixon on pole in that Ferrari at 2:21.328. Neil Fowler is in the BCV8. He's always a leader as well. We do have yellow flags, by the way, down there because of that car. But Neil Fowler 2:22.131. So, Dixon has got the pace we think double wave yellows on the start finish.
Can't see the number annoyingly because of the sun.
I think it's that Triumph. You know?
I do think it's the Triumph as well, which was.
It's not Kevin Jones, is it?
No, I think it was. Well, Jones was the green Triumph, the number 40.
That's what I think it is. Yeah.
That was Kevin Jones.
If it's not Kevin Jones, can only offer you huge apologies if you're watching this back after the race. The picture we've got isn't the clearest, is it? So.
Well, it's more the fact that the camera, obviously, the sun's shining on it.
I'm looking at it now, and I think it is the Triumph. So we wonder what's going to happen here, because that is in a very
safety car.
That's
what's going to happen.
Well, it hasn't been.
It has. It's already been picked.
Oh, it has. Yeah. Sorry, apologies. It has gone. Yeah.
So
it's right in front of us, and it's gone, and it's not there. So obviously it's gone. I just don't know why it's it. And already the new safety car is straight out.
Earning its keep.
Good
obviously.
job they changed it. Then.
Be a bit awkward if they were trying to change a tyre and had a safety car needed. But actually, well, have you ever seen how the Formula E do it? The safety cars, just while we've got a bit of time to chat.
I don't.
So they have BMW they certainly started doing this at the beginning of Formula E.
Oh, sorry. Just to touch base, we'll touch on that shortly, because we did have the first few corners of the race, didn't we, before yellow? So confirmation, it looks like Fowler did take the lead of the race, and the Ferrari of John Dixon, the number 308, has dropped down to 4th place. So very shortly on your screen as well, the timings will come alongside. We are racing at the minute. Well, I say we're racing. We're under safety car conditions, of course, but the clock is ticking down, so these laps do count. So it does look like Dixon, unfortunately, did drop down to 4th place. So the restart should be quite exciting.
Yeah, the advantage from some other drivers, even though it says Dixon still on your screen on the left, as soon as they come over the start-finish line, well, the finish line specifically, that will change. There we go, Fowler in the lead. Spencer in second, McCarthy in third, all BCV8 drivers. Aha!
We've got
a recovery truck is coming out in front of us. And that's not to join the race, that is to go and get rid of the stricken...
that's a race I'd like to see, recovery truck racing.
You ever seen truck racing? Oh, you're part of Bark, you must have seen truck racing. You covered truck racing, that's awesome to see.
I've done about 3 rounds already this year, Jack.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I do the British Truck Racing Championship. I was at Pembrey 2 weeks ago for that. So.
Epic stuff though, isn't it?
Yeah. It's pretty special stuff, I've got to say, yeah.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, it means we're going to lose, and I think it is
the Triumph, isn't it?
Is it Jones? It's Wheeler or Jones? It's Jones, isn't it? Yeah, you're right, in the Triumph.
Jones.
Yeah, 40.
Yeah, the number 4. Oh, that is a beautiful car as well.
I know, it's one of the few that I called out.
40. It is Kevin Jones. Yeah. Thank you, Simon, producer there, just confirming in my ear. A real shame that, because it is a beautiful car. It really, really is. But it is motorsport. These things happen. But to not even start is a real shame, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's. I mean, especially if you've waited all this time, all day. You've been waiting.
It has been a while. These cars qualified at about 10 o'clock this morning.
Yeah.
So it's what?
You had to stick around.
Is it 25 past 5? Or I thought it was like 4 o'clock.
Having sat around and raced in a series where they send you out at qualifying at 9 o'clock, and then you're the last race of the day. I can tell you that it's painful when you have to wait, and then as soon as you do that last race of the day, as soon as you start, you stall, or someone hits you off in the first corner. You think, I've just wasted 12 hours.
There is one more race today, so they're not quite the last race of today. There's no curfew here, is there? Or is there a curfew here?
Normally you'd say 6 o'clock or somewhere like that, but there's going to be less likely to be a curfew at Silverstone than there is at, say, Brands Hatch, isn't there?
I was going to say it's 25 past 5 now, and we've still got another half-hour race to go, and we've still got 25 minutes of this race to go.
So, 6. Well, no, we do 24-hour races here, aren't there? I suppose it's just whether or not
you have to have a different license for that.
Yeah.
And I don't think
good question. I feel like as commentators
I don't think they do. It's only Anglesey now, I believe. It's my understanding. Yeah.
Oh, I missed that.
I think you might still be able to apply for a license, but you've got to go through a lot of, like most things in life.
Red tape. Yeah. Well, it's a shame, that one.
Anyway, Jack, whilst the safety car is out, you were telling us about what Formula E do with a safety car.
Oh, yeah, it's just a sort of, if you didn't know what the Formula E do, you always need a safety car available, don't you? And as you can imagine, Formula E wanted to use the electric car, the BMW i8, I think it was back then. It might well still be. But you can't have a safety car. It needs to be gone at a drop of a hat, so you can't have it plugged in. You can't have it plugged in charging and waiting. So they end up creating this charging pad. So they're parked on a charging pad at the end of the pit lane.
That's cool.
It's like a wireless charger, and it charges the car up. And it's quite fascinating, really, because you do wonder, well, if that technology is there and you can use it in pit lanes in certain places or whatever, why can't you get one of them at your house? instead of like plugging it into the wall or something like that.
Money.
Well, yeah, I imagine it is money.
I imagine it's.
But you've never seen anybody with that sort of technology apart from the Formula E.
Could you have an entire straight?
Well, exactly.
That's a charging pad, so the cars just get an extra like 1% every time they go over it.
Yeah, that would be. I mean,
over the course of a race, that would be worth like 20%. That'd be quite a lot, wouldn't it?
I actually did my dissertation on the consumption or something like that, contemporary consumption of fan engagement of British touring cars. I don't know, it was about 6-7 years ago. Anyway, it was about how fans interact in motorsport, and as a consequence, I had to do a lot of study on Formula 1, Formula E, and the British touring cars. And what I noticed is that Formula E do it best because they do stuff a little bit similar to what you just said. I mean, they have, if you go around the outside of a corner, specific corners around the lap, you can hit all 3 gates, and like in Mario Kart, you get a boost. You get a 15% increase in your horsepower for a short amount of time, and stuff like that is really very cool. I mean, I know a lot of people hate on Formula E because probably a lot of people who actually enjoy stuff like the BC V8s actually because of what the V8 brings you and the drama and the essence, and I'm absolutely on board with it. But it is also pretty cool to see that, you know, you can increase and decrease the amount of horsepower if you have little gimmicks during the race and stuff like that. I think there's room for both of them in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. I got to say, I've just seen the recovery track still on the start-finish straight. I mean,
that's why I'm rambling about Formula E.
But I mean, we've had 8 minutes already of this race, and we haven't really had a race, have we? Except the first corner, really, where unfortunately John Dixon dropped down 4 places for him. Of course, good news for Neil Fowler. But
you can see the cars trying to cool themselves down actually by opening the window, opening the doors.
But this is going to go on for at least another lap after this. I mean, qualifying was what, 2:21. Do we have TSL up? I mean, I know, of course, but it's taken 3 minutes, just over 3 minutes to get round. So we're going to have this lap, probably another lap. So that's another 6 minutes gone. That's half the race gone before we. I mean, can't they just? Could they push it? I don't know. Is that? Could you not just push it off?
I wouldn't question it. I
don't know.
If they this is the thing with Silverstone, obviously. I mean, again, if we were at a smaller circuit,
heavy, though, isn't it? So
well, very heavy.
Maybe I'll get over there with my guns.
The problem is, if you got such a long pit straight and such a long pit, allows us to have massive grids, but also means that there's nowhere to push that thing, is there? That's the problem, and it may well be seized somehow.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know, stuck in gear or. Something we're not entirely sure, are we? But the fact is they didn't feel like they could push it, so here we are. It's a bit of a shame, but hopefully it'll get recovered quite quickly, as you said. I mean, we might miss half the race, which is a shame, but luckily, ladies and gentlemen at home are probably...
isn't it? Yeah, it's motorsport. It does happen.
It's understandable.
It does happen. Whilst we are here, of course, so keep your comments coming in, keep us company. Where are you watching from? I'm going to try and remember where everybody said. So far, I know for a fact we've got people watching in the Netherlands. We've got people watching in America, Australia, Crete. A few people watching in Crete.
Yeah, that's cool.
Portugal, Spain, Wales, England, of course. We had a few people in
Silverstone, I reckon a lot of these people.
There was somebody who's watching from a balcony somewhere at Silverstone, really? So that's kind of cool.
They had us on actually in the cafe earlier when I went to get some drinks and stuff like that. Yeah.
Oh, I feel famous. So let us know where you're watching. If you're watching from somewhere, Luxembourg as well.
Yeah, Luxembourg.
So if anybody's watching from a different country we haven't mentioned yet, please do let us know.
I think it's actually one of the cars in the Libre race, Libre race that is coming up after this one. That I walked past them while we were doing that Elan race, and one of the stickers on the front of them was Radio Luxembourg. So maybe that's why fans from Luxembourg have come specifically to cheer on that driver. And I think it's that orange, what I believe is a Mustang or some kind of...
Yeah, it looks like a Mustang, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So you've heard the song...
Quite far away, we can't quite see.
We are big in Luxembourg.
There we go. Me and you are famous in Luxembourg.
So if you're watching at the Equipe Classic Racing YouTube channel or Live Sport Now on YouTube, we're both live on both those channels, please do hit that subscribe button as well. I know there's quite a few of you watching on both, so please do hit that subscribe. It really does help us. Of course, it's completely free for you to watch this motorsport. So please do hit that subscribe. It's completely free to do. Just means you don't miss any of the Equipe action that comes up for the rest of 2024. Hit like as well. Just gets into front of more people. We just want to hear from as many of you as we possibly can, and let us know where you're watching from. It's an interactive show. We can see the comments. If you want to give somebody a shout out, please put it in, and we'll give somebody a shout out as well. I'm just looking to see. I just wonder whether
safety car still has lights on.
Safety car still has lights on, does it? So it's going to go around for at least one more lap. That means that another 3 minutes at least of safety car. We've got 18.5 minutes left on the clock here, so it's another 3 minutes behind the safety car, and You know, I can't. It happens. It's motorsport. It's got to be frustrating for everybody, though, hasn't it? You know, but they've got to run to a timetable. We're already running late. The last race should have finished at 10 to 6, and it's almost 10 to 6 now. Well, it's 22.
I don't want to harp on or anything about past experiences or whatever, but I remember racing at Spa, and we drove all the way out there. We did a day of testing a couple of weeks before, so that was enough of an expense of the trip out. And then we had the actual event, and we were teams with the GT5s. And if anybody's watched Ginetta GT5 racing before, they'll know it's absolute carnage. It's a bit like watching the Ginetta Juniors. And we were teamed with them, and of course they go up Eau Rouge for the first time. We only had 2 races in this weekend, keep in mind. And one of them sticks it in the wall. Got in. Anyway, we're under safety car for 2 laps. Each lap is 5 minutes. It's only a 20-minute race. So we're under safety car conditions for 1 lap, then under safety car for 2 laps, and then we're racing for 1 lap, and that happened in both races. We went all the way to Spa and had 2 laps of racing.
Wow, that is insane, isn't it? I do have some good news though. Harry Wilmot is watching. A different country is watching from Dubai.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and Mark Warren.
I feel like we should get a map and tick these things off.
We should actually, shouldn't we? Mark Warren's watching. He says, "Come on, Andy Young," and he's watching from Surrey.
I think I raced against a Mark Warren. I wonder if it's the same one. If Mark in the YouTube chat wants to let me know if you raced in
there you go, Mark.
in Ginettas.
Question for you: have you raced in Ginettas? Have you raced against Jack Oliphant? Let us
if
know.
he did, he probably just went past me while I was crashed into a wall.
Yeah,
he would have beaten me.
Beat him as well. Please tell me you beat him.
As I crashed into a wall at one of many a circuit in Britain. It's what my commentary teammates always like to remind me of. Whenever I do it with Andy McKeown, he's like, "Oh, remember that time you crashed into Donington? I was commentating on it." "Oh, thanks, mate. Yeah, cheers."
Oh, I didn't know about that, Jack. I'm pleased you told me that. Yeah. Well, I wonder if we could find the clip of that and show it.
It's on my Instagram, actually. It's quite funny. I put it up there because it was hilarious. But no, to be fair, have I crashed around Silverstone? Now that's a question. Normally I do a tour of my favourite crashes, but around Silverstone I don't think I did. I have a couple of spins in the a couple of races that were an absolute pouring wet, but I never hit any walls, I don't think, which is always nice.
I've got to be honest, Jay, if you are pitching for a drive somewhere,
I've given up on that. I've given up on that a while ago. Yeah, there's a reason why.
Yeah, let me drive your car, and I'll probably crash it and spin it because I've had a massive smash at Silverstone. I've had a huge crash at Donington. I've had a big crash at Alton, big one at Cadwell.
You should have seen it at you should have seen it at Croft. Oh my days! Wanted to go home. Obviously couldn't though. Got to see it through, haven't you?
Right, Orange V8 has got in touch as well. He's watching from the Isle of Man. John's got in touch. John Wheeler. What's happened to James? Who was leading from the start, then disappeared? What has happened? That's a very good question. Actually, he's off somewhere, isn't he?
Hey.
James Wheeler. Yeah, we know James has gone.
So James Wheeler.
What's happened to James Wheeler? I wonder if we can look around our cameras and see if we can find James.
So I think Wheeler was off at the same time, just before the safety car. So because his name was at the right at the bottom, but just ahead of Jones since the beginning of this race. So I'm not actually sure where unfortunately we may have lost that driver.
Yeah, we unfortunately, Johnny, we don't have him on our cameras, unfortunately, but looks like he's off somewhere. I'll try and see if I can find out. Mark Warren has got back in touch with me. Yes, I raced Ginettas. I think it was a year behind you, Jack, so never on the same grid.
Knew it, with Roy Alderslade and all of them. Yeah, I spoke to Roy actually before. This is a conversation between me and Mark now, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to mute, feel free. I'm kidding, obviously. But yeah, no, it's nice to obviously see and hear from some drivers from back in the day. As I said, it's always nice to turn up to these things. It is, to be fair, actually, I wanted to make this point earlier, Ian. Actually, it's a good point to make now. We walk around this grid and it's so friendly. The safety car lights are still on, by the way, so it means we're going to have another 3 minutes of safety car, unless it turns off within the next.
It's too late. I think they need to turn off by now.
But it is such a friendly paddock, no matter what series you talk to. I mean, we've spoken to nearly every grid now, haven't we, Ian? And everyone's been so happy to open their doors and open their garages up and come and chat to us, which is so nice to see. And I reckon they'll probably be like that with anybody who comes down, maybe from the public as well. I'm not going to say go into people's garages and start just talking to people randomly, but you know what, if a driver's there and you want to ask about a car, I'm sure they'll be happy to answer a question.
Jack, I'm just going to go chat to the marshal just if I can find out what happened to James, really, because it looks like the start-finish straight is cleared, so I wonder if something else has happened. So
it's not cleared yet. We've still got.
Is it still there? Is it?
Yeah, we've still got.
Right, okay.
It looks like it's dumped a load of stuff on the start-finish line actually, and maybe that's why. If you want to go and ask the marshal, they might have a direct line to what happened and give us a bit of a better idea.
I'm just going to disappear off. So if everybody could just keep Jack company on the live chat for
Feel
us,
free.
That'd be great.
Mark, how the devil are we? No, I'm kidding. But yeah, no, it's. Melissa Parry Williams saying good luck to 92 the Blue Healy. Rob Spencer at the TT watching Jordan and Luke Spencer as well. Good luck everybody, says Melissa. Stay safe, that's for sure. Pod saying that about the entry fee. Well, yeah, to be fair, it is a bit of a shame. They probably will be racing tomorrow as well. We're not live streaming tomorrow. You may well have heard Ian say that before. If you do want to go and watch, or come down and watch some racing, now, trust me, this is a blip. This is a fly in the ointment of what we've seen so far today. And it looks like the recovery vehicles are potentially making some kind of move, although I thought they were going to try a 3-point turn into the wall there, but just disappeared into the gap, which is nice to see. So we should be getting going racing relatively soon. Ian is, I don't know whether he's going to be nodding at me or not. Are we racing soon? He's nodding at me, ladies and gentlemen.
Racing very soon. Looks like the van has gone in. I've got some good news as well. Johnny Wheeler, I know you're watching. It looks like James Wheeler just pulled off up at Village. He's okay, by the way. I've just spoken to the medical guy, and they've had no calls or anything. So just spoke to the marshal as well. They said, was it 199? I was like, yes, it is. He's just pulled off at Village. Looks like everything's fine. It might just be mechanical.
Great stuff. Always nice for, the marshals. They do
a great job.
They do a great job, don't they? And it's so nice to have that sort of direct contact with them. How close we are right now. Normally in a commentary position, you don't get any of this sort of thing, and you're having to wait for hours before you get any information. But yeah, straight on it. Well done, Ian, to make sure that everything is good and ready to go. So they're going around Stowe. That is about halfway around the circuit, maybe 2/3 of the way around the circuit. So fingers crossed we should be racing with about 10 minutes to go.
Yes, I think we're going to get underway. So at least we'll get what 4 or 5 of lap racing, won't we? Which is going to be good. Subject to nothing else happening, of course. But it's Neil Fowler who leads the way now. Neil Fowler, I know very well in the BCV8. Over the years, did have a few reliability issues. Getting to the finish was a problem. But let's hope that doesn't hinder him today. And of course, with the shorter, actually full throttle racing, let's hope he'll be okay with that, because he got the lead, didn't he? John Dixon, the man who started on pole in that Ferrari, dropped down to 4th place. So it's going to be an exciting start. I think that we will be racing at the end of this lap. I'm pretty confident the safety car will be pulling in at the end of this lap, and we'll have 9 minutes or so of racing. They're just going through the wing now, as you can see.
It says 10 minutes, but actually on TSL, I hate to say this, it only says 6.
Oh, have they shortened it?
They may well have shortened it to try and fit everybody in. Safety car is in front of it.
You're right, safety car is in, and according to our TSL, we're only going to have 5.5 minutes or 5 minutes of racing action.
2, maybe 3 laps, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it. So it's basically going to be a sprint. That's all it's going to be.
And it'll be interesting to see who gets a good jump, actually. We're seeing the Ferrari 308 in 4th place, qualified on pole position, of course. Are the tyres hot enough? Is the car hot enough and warm enough?
Well, Jordan Spencer's looking racy as well in the 94, just behind Neil Fowler. Watch out for him. There's been a bit of support on social media for him as well. So we're about to go racing. We've taken the clock down, by the way, everybody, because we believe it's changed. There's only going to be 5 minutes left, so we're going to get sort of 2 or 3 laps. That is it. We are racing now. We're green flag. Finally, we're going to get underway, and it's Fowler from Spencer, from McCarthy, from Dixon, from Guest, from Plant, Ellis, Young, Winter and Spencer. That's Luke Spencer, number 10. That's your top 10 here. Unfortunately, we have lost James Wheeler and Kevin Jones from this race. Kevin Jones didn't even get off the start line, did we? And James Wheeler's pulled up at Village and out of the race. Looks like mechanical for both of those drivers, but we are finally racing again, and we're going to have 2 or 3 lap shootout here, Jack.
Here we are indeed, and actually the top 3 or 4 were separated by a much larger gap than I was expecting. None of the 2nd, 3rd or 4th really sort of came out on top in that restart. I have to say, well done to Fowler. Great start from him. He's pulled a nice gap. He's been able to do exactly what he was hoping for, basically. It looked like he started accelerating about halfway down Luffield, which just gave him the opportunity to straight line the car, get it off the corner nice and quickly, and not have any fear going into Copse whatsoever. So with 4 minutes to go, that is probably going to be I want to say 3 laps, but I think it's going to be more like 2, Ian. We could end up finishing here. This could be the penultimate lap.
No.
Do you reckon we're going to have 3?
3 laps. We're going to have 3. Fowler leading the way, of course, from Spencer McCarthy. So actually, it's 3 BC-V8s leading the way. Those Class D cars as well, the V8s. So well worth keeping in check there. Dixon is the leader in that Ferrari in the Equipe 70s. There's multiple classes as well, so it's going to be quite difficult to keep up to speed of it. Guest, of course, in the Ford Escort Mark II, 1975 in Class 3 and second in the Equipe 70s overall. We will, of course, give you the results at the end of the race, which will break down everything for you. The Equipe Libres are ready to go as well, just off to our left in the assembly area. Not too long moving forward, we're going to start hearing that thunderous roar of the BC V8s as they come down the straight here, just going through the wing, as you can see now on the Formula 1 start-finish straight there. And we're going to find out what story has happened so far on this opening lap. And it is still Fowler who leads, but he's getting a little bit out of sorts. And Jordan Spencer's going to try and go round the outside. It's going to be a bit of hard work to do there. And oh, look at that. Spencer's front left wheel was off the ground as he was putting the power down there. Dixon's got past and up into third place overall, still leads the Equipe 70s. He's got the Escort just behind him of Guest. This is going to be a thrilling sprint to the finish.
I think we've lost McGarth in third place. There was a big gap between second and third, which was Dixon.
Yeah, haven't seen McCarthy. He's off somewhere, I think.
Yeah, so big cheer behind us as we see a couple more cars go through Brooklands and Luffield. But yeah, Dixon up into first place. McCarthy's dropping down the order massively. Don't know if there was any kind of contact or whether the car just gave up. Not entirely sure. We can see green flags being flown right in front of us. Does that mean through the complex there may well be yellow flags just before our marshal post here? No, they bring it back in, so I don't imagine that's the case. It's just a case of letting everyone know they can properly start racing. But Fowler versus Spencer, Ian, looks like it could heat up.
Yeah, Spencer, fastest man on the track as well, 2:23.344 last time around. That's, of course, in the BC V8s, but it's getting quite dicey between Dixon and Guest in the Equipe 70s as well. That battle is worth keeping an eye out as well. There was quite a lot going throughout the rest of the field as well. It's great having the leaderboard there to our left as well. Got so 1 minute 50 on the clock here.
Big cheers.
Cheer. Looks like number 140. He's got a bit of a fan club in the stands behind us. Just trying to see who that is, actually. I don't...
It's Hiscox, and unfortunately last place, but it's an invitational car, so fair play.
He's not quite last.
He's not anymore.
Hiscox, he is ahead, so I think that's what the cheer for was. He's obviously made up a place, so... I know Peter, top bloke, and very popular, as you can probably gather from the grandstands behind us. So we have only got 1 minute 20 seconds left on the clock here. Fowler leads from Spencer in the BC V8 Championship. Dixon leads from Guest in the Equipe 70s Championship. This is on. It's going to go all the way to the wire. Are we going to get one more lap? I think we will. You don't think we will?
I think it's tight.
I think this is the penultimate lap. You think it's the final lap? I think there's one more to go.
I think it's going to be tight, but we'll wait and see. They will have gone through Abbey by now, actually, so you're probably right. As they come down towards us from Brooklands and Luffield, there's probably going to be about 30 seconds left to go, so which would indicate another lap. So, yeah, I mean, if it offers another chance of a race lead change, which it doesn't look like it will for the time being, because Fowler is well ahead of Spencer by about the tune of about a second and a half. And then we see another change for thirds, for Guest is ahead of Dixon.
So Frank Guest has done it. So Frank Guest is the overall leader now in the Equipe 70s from Dixon, who's dropped down to second place there.
And then we got Planton. I think Winter has got ahead of Young, actually. So the 3 has gotten ahead of the 67. So there has been movements to around the top 5, but Fowler does look like he's got a healthy lead against Spencer, and then Guest ahead of Dixon. What's the gap between those two? Only probably small, actually. Yeah, there we go. About 1.28 seconds, actually. So whatever was happening through Brooklands and Luffield has extended that gap.
Well, in the BCV8 Championship, Andrew Young actually running in third place overall in the BCV8s. First in Class C, though, mixing it quite nicely with the Equipe 70s. That's who he's racing with, kind of out on his own a little bit in the BCV8 Championship. Third place on track, first in class, though, for him. The clock has run down, so we are now on the final lap of the race here. It is going. Jack, I don't want to say it, but I'm going to say it anyway. Just so I was right.
I was about to say, the first thing when you passed to me, looks like you got it right, Ian. More cheering in the background. Not 100% sure why, because no cars were going past us particularly, but maybe the fans were just giving something to cheer about. Maybe they just like seeing racing. We didn't get to see much of it for the first 20 minutes. It's a bit of a shame. What I hope, Ian, what I'm fearing is the fact that the next race may well be shortened to 25 minutes as well, because I think that's what's happened here, isn't it? They've knocked off 5 minutes to try and make sure that they can fit everything in. I reckon 6:30 is the curfew. That's what I'm going for.
I think you're right, and I think
that's the next bet we've got.
Well, no,
you've won the late.
I agree with you. So no, I'm not taking that bet. I'm not
got to win something today.
Right, let's go for it. Fowler and Spencer toe to toe on the final lap for the BCBA Championship win. We've got Guest and Dixon going toe to toe for the outright win in the Equipe 70s. Quite remarkable. It's Ford Escort against Ferrari. Ford versus Ferrari. I think there might be a film about that. I'm not too sure, but I don't think it was a Ford Escort, was it?
It wasn't an Escort, but it was a damn good film, to be fair, actually. So
I haven't seen it.
You haven't seen it?
No.
You haven't seen Le Mans? Wow.
No. Right, here they come.
Ladies and gentlemen,
it's still Neil
ridiculing.
Fowler. If he could just make it round the left-hand here, then the right long left into left field, and then over the start finish straight. Look at that front left lifts off the ground for both those drivers. Guest is still leading from Dixon as well in the Equipe 70s. It looks like it's going to stay as it was. Neil Fowler got into the lead from the start. He's led every single second of this race, most of it behind the safety car, to be fair, but he's going to come over the line. Neil Fowler is going to win the race outright and the BCBA Championship Class D BCBA Championship. Spencer comes home in second, and it's going to be Frank Guest who comes over the line and wins the Equipe 70s with Dixon just behind him. Dixon does win his class as well, though. We're just waiting for Plant to come through, then Winter, Young, Ellis, Spencer, Evans, Wells, Rowe, Matthew, Wenham, Long, and you can see the rest for yourself before my voice breaks away. Well, it was a shame, wasn't it? Because when it got racing, it was brilliant. It just took a bit of a while to get it going due to the lengthy safety car, of course. We only actually had, 3 or 4 laps of real racing, didn't we? And a little bit at the start, but that just goes to show how important that start can be, because once Fowler got in the front, that actually proved dividends, didn't it? Because I have a feeling that Spencer had got in front, Spencer would have won the race.
Well, that's it. I mean, you're looking at Dixon and probably thinking, well, you need to learn how to get the car off the line. But the problem is with these sort of older cars, and everyone's different. Every single car is different. The clutch position will be different. The revs might be different as well. The clutch lifespan will be different. So, you're sort of playing a game where you're having to figure it out yourself, and clearly you didn't quite get it quite right. And to be fair to Fowler and Spencer, over the course of the 3 laps, it didn't look like they were going to slow down. And I know it's a short race, but they did a great job. It didn't look like Dixon had it in the car, even though they got pole position. Guest did well as well. Shame that we lost a few drivers, but we do have one final race, which is going to be extremely exciting. Hopefully, no safety cars. That's the plan. Ian's going to be able to go and walk and talk and do all of his best stuff and on the grid as well, and we'll be able to have one last 20 to 30 minute race of the day before we end up tuning out here at Silverstone and hopefully wishing them luck for a good day tomorrow. A couple of minutes time where we do the grid walk for the last race of the Libre and the last race of the day.
Well, everybody, it's a little bit sad, isn't it? 'Cause it's the final race of the day. The Equipe Libres are getting themselves geared up and ready to go. Another 30 more, it might be 25 minutes. We're not too sure at the minute. We've had a few delays today, haven't we? Let's grab a quick chat with Mike Whitaker, the man on pole position. And Mike, every time I look around, there's just monstrous cars everywhere. Tell us about this and how you came to be behind the wheel of it.
1965 TVR Griffith. I bought it about 2006. Had it restored by a TVR expert at the time, and I've raced it since something like 2008, 2009. Weighs about half as much as a BMW 2 Series, and it's got like 450 horsepower and drum brakes.
Wow.
So it's really interesting to drive.
Not just interesting, you're also pretty handy behind the wheel too, aren't you? On pole position for this one. You can convert this, right?
I will be doing my very best. It's a long way, as you've said today a few times in the races, you know, it's a long way from the start to the finish. Yeah. TT's on this week. All the TT guys are like, no, there's no prizes for qualifying, you know, it's the race. But yeah, we'll be giving it a really good go. I know most of the people around me, so we always give each other a little bit of space, but a bit of a hard time on the track, so it should be great.
We've noticed that today. The racing has been very respectful, hasn't it, across the board, but still intense.
Yeah, I mean, we're all trying. I mean, you get the first third of this grid is people trying to win it, and there's some great cars out, run by great preparers. So yeah, it's serious stuff. I had somebody come and watch me from work a few years ago, and they were like, "Oh, you actually really race?" You know, it's sort of. I think he thought we sort of drove around and waved at each other.
An exhibition. Oh no.
Yeah. He had a Porsche GT3, so I think he thought, like, you know, you've got to have a modern car to be quick. I think he really appreciated just sliding these old girls around. Actually, it's good fun.
Top man. Well, look, thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Best of luck out there as well. There's your man who starts on pole position. Should we see if we can grab a quick chat with Bruce as well in one of the Lotuses as well. What a day it's been for these cars, and Bruce, what a day it's been for you. Have you enjoyed it?
It's been cracking, yeah. I mean, what the boys at Equipe have played on is just incredible. You know, this is proper classic racing with proper people. You know, it's been brilliant. And the Elan race was amazing.
Oh, it was actually quite emotional, wasn't it? Certainly when we lined the cars up in the pits, all 33 of them there, it was quite remarkable.
Yeah, no, it was it was excellent. Unfortunately, we were up. I think we were 6th or 7th, and we had a coil break, so we never finished. But yeah, no, it was fantastic. I mean, just brilliant event, absolutely brilliant event.
It's actually almost that type of race, though. I know you want to finish as far up, but nobody really loses in that today. You know, it's part of being something historic. I don't think we realise how big it's going to be until we look back in a few years. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's probably the first and the last time that you're going to see that many Elans on a grid. You never know, but you know, it was a 60th anniversary, but it was fantastic. Yeah. They've done a fantastic job.
But into this race right now, because you've got 30 minutes or maybe 25. I don't know. You might know actually better than me. What are we going to do from here?
Well, the Griff will disappear, I think, but we've got a few Elans around us, so I think we're going to have a good battle. Hopefully, we'll keep the Cobra back. I mean, with the Elan, it's all about braking. We can have all these guys into the corners, but we do need to come out. Fair enough, because as soon as you get on the straights, 400 horsepower against 180, there's no comparison. But as a rule, the Elan, you know, a quick Elan will give a Cobra a run for its money.
Look, thank you so much. Thanks for talking to us, Bruce. It's a pleasure having you here this weekend. Really do appreciate it. Let's move down a little bit. Let's have a chat to the Cobra as well, because look at, I mean, these cars are just insane. Now, I always remember from these playing on the computer games, you know, taking a car like this out, and they were always really difficult to handle, and there was a lot of sideways going on. What are we expecting from you?
Lots of sideways, but whether it's on purpose or not is another thing.
Look, you're at the sharp end here, so you can do some work here, right?
Yeah, I'm going to have great fun, I think. I feel like a bumblebee with lots of wasps.
I better let you go. Thank you so much. As you can probably hear, the 30-second board is about to go up, so the final race of the day here for the Equipe Classic Summer Festival about to get underway. It is the Equipe Libre. We'll give you more information about that very shortly. Let's watch these cars go out, then we'll bring you the grids, and whilst we get ourselves into position for commentary, listen to this. Turn the volume up if you haven't done it already. Oh my word, it's time, almost time to go racing. Well, we're back in position, everybody, for the final race of the day, the Equipe Libres. We just heard from drivers. You're just seeing the grid order at the minutes. Of course, Mike Whittaker, we just heard from him, the man on pole position. Simon Evans in second, and Bruce White in third, then Nick Powell in fourth, then Graham Moss, Darren Edwards, John Tordoff, we've got Baxter Mansell car in eighth, Andrew Jameson, Jack Wilmot, David Methley, Matthew Heim, Jamie Boots, Andrew Cahill, Frederick Lawrence, Robert Cole in this race. He's had a busy day. It's his third race of the day already. Paul Keneally, Rick Wilmot, Doug Muirhead, he's just been out as well, Gerard Buggy, Matt Holborn, Neil Fisher, Joel Hopgood, Roddy Fielding, Richard Hyle Evans, Larry Tucker, John Hughes, Oliver Chatham, Guy Parry Williams, Ivan Hayward, Bruce Duckworth, Florian Brandt, Rick Turner, Mark Gordon, Jan Bitterham. I spoke to Jan a little bit earlier actually. It says Can, but it's actually pronounced Jan, so there you go. Noel Leonard, Patrick Martin, James Marsden, James McBride, Paddy Reid, John Pearson, and Adrian Block. 42 runners and riders. I'm not so sure if John is actually in this race because I did see him walking around the front end of the grid just before the cars went out, so I'm not so sure. John, if you are, John, apologies. We will have a look at that for you. Cracking racing throughout the course of the day. This is the 7th and final race we are bringing you here this weekend. There is more action taking place tomorrow here at Silverstone with Equipe Classic Racing, but we're only filming the action today. It was really the main event, of course, was that wonderful Elan 26R 60th anniversary race, the 1 hour race we brought you a little bit earlier, but so now it's time for the Equipe Libres. And very sad indeed. Equipe Libre open to any pre-1966 race car under FIA Appendix K regulations, running on Dunlop historic CR65L section tyres. The format owns a wide variety of pre-1966 cars, the opportunity to enjoy the close racing and paddock camaraderie that Equipe is certainly known for. Cars range from Cobras to Mini Coopers, Lotus Elan, Ginetta, Mustangs, Cortinas, many others, as well as we've already seen just there permitted, as well as cars from Equipe GTS. The pre-63 and 50s can race in this one as well, hence the reason why you will have already heard a lot of the names that we said in the grid have raced in the GTS a little bit earlier, raced in the pre-63 and 50s, and of course we had a chat with a couple who have raced in that Lotus Elan race earlier today as well. So certainly bang for your buck, isn't there, racing with Equipe today. As I said, Rob Cole, this is his third race of the day already, unbelievable. And they're not short races, they're not like 15-20 minute sprinters either, they're half hour minimum, and of course Rob was in that hour race driving solo too.
I mean, it's incredible. This is the thing though, why wouldn't you? It's what you love. It's what you come down for. It's what you get involved for as well. You know, it's a great event. Equipe do a fantastic job of making sure that everybody tries and get as much track time as they possibly can. They open it up as best they can to as many drivers and as many cars to make everything as eligible. And like we were just saying, you can if you've got a pre-50s, a pre-63 or a GTS, any of those categories, you can race in the Libre. And just to give one last extra push, it's always the last one of the day though, isn't it? That's the one you got to look out for.
Jack, you were right. This race is 25 minutes.
Oh, when am I wrong?
It has been shortened by 5 minutes. We had numerous delays throughout the day. We should have finished actually by now. The last race was due to finish at 10 to 6, I think. So hence the reason why this race has just been cut by 5 minutes. So a 25-minute race coming up for the Equipe Libre, final race of the day here at Silverstone. More action coming up tomorrow. It's not live streamed tomorrow though, so if you do want to watch the MG Cup are back out tomorrow. In fact, all of these guys are back out tomorrow. You will have to come down to Silverstone yourself, or just follow the action on TSL. But yeah, there we go. Don't forget to keep us entertained on the YouTube channel as well, Equipe Classic Racing. If you're watching on now, I know a number of you are, please do hit that subscribe button. If you're watching it live spot now on YouTube, do the same as well. Hit like and get in touch with us. A lot of you have been commenting throughout the course of the day, so thank you very much. We're also live on Facebook, on Twitter, on LinkedIn as well. So thank you to you all for tuning in, but don't disappear just yet, because we have one last dance for you, the Equipe Libres. And I'll tell you what, if you like your cars, doesn't matter what period, doesn't matter what style, doesn't matter what brand, doesn't matter what manufacturer, this race is for you. And it sounds like we're underway. First time I actually can hear them off the line without actually having to look at the screen as well. 25 minutes of action for the Equipe Libres underway. Blue smoke, tyre squealings, and they are go, Jack.
Yeah, it's a big grid to get in the way, isn't it? A lot of drivers in there will have to be slightly careful not to spin out, fall over each other. There'll be looks like everybody's fairly clean. A bit of a slow car right at the end there, but yeah. To be fair, I think I've been reasonably impressed with the cleanliness of the drivers, especially going through turn 1, lap 1 and all that sort of thing. We know that the races are slightly longer, you know, half an hour is quite a long time to, especially when it's hot. I just went in my car there to get the jelly babies that we're eating, and
don't tell everyone.
And all of a sudden I was like, I opened the door and I thought, oh god, that's going to be uncomfortable when I walk home, when I drive home, sorry. And in the cars, I guarantee you, it's about 15-20 degrees hotter. So even though it's cooling down, the sun's slightly getting lower and stuff like that, trust me, these guys will have been working very hard, especially those drivers who have done 2 or 3 races. They'll be sweating, they'll have had to hydrate, they'll have had to get food on board as well. It's a long day. Everybody thinks that racing is easy, you just sit down. Absolutely not. It's in fact quite the opposite. You burn an awful lot of calories doing this sport because it's a lot of mental, and trust me, it's more physical than you think as well.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Mike Whitaker's got a great start, hasn't he? Sort of unsurprisingly, we kind of expected that in that TVR Griffith there. We spoke to a few of the drivers and let's race for a second here. But you never know, anything can happen in motorsport. You see on your screen there across the wing, that's going to be a live activity in a few weeks when the Grand Prix rolls into town, isn't it? It certainly seems to look a little bit different to how it does today, although the grandstand behind us is still half full now. It's not actually full, but it's half full. There's still enough people sticking around, and rightly so, because actually the Equipe Libre is one of the races I've been looking forward to the most today. Yeah,
because as I said, it encompasses all the great racing that we've had. I mean, the GTS was brilliant. The Elan was fantastic. And yeah, as I said, we're mixing a lot of them together right now, so why wouldn't you want to stick around?
Well, what a start Graham Moss has had. Sorry to interrupt you there, Jack. Graham Moss has had a great start. He's jumped up from 5th into 2nd place. Whitaker is leading, but listen to the roar. I'm just going to go quiet for a second. Listen to the rumble and the roar of these cars. I'm going to come back because there's a lot of blue smoke coming out of Rob Cole's Lotus there, the Elan. Of course, that's had a heavy day, has the Elan. Took part in that hour race a little bit earlier too. He's back in it now for this one. Smoke coming out the back of it. But let's hope everything is okay with that one. Is that Adrian Block coming through there in that Ford Galaxy 500 block in the 163? I mean, I've seen cruise liners smaller than that.
I know. It's pretty large, isn't it? It's a bit ridiculous. I mean, if we needed a recovery vehicle, couldn't we just send that on the circuit and stick it in the boot?
That could tow every car here. It sounds like somebody's gone off, and we've got a spinner, as you can see. It is number 66 who's come off. That's Darren Edwards. So Darren Edwards having a bit of... That's a shame for him, actually, because he started in 6th place. Good qualifying for him. He's back on, of course, but spinner there for Darren Edwards.
I'm just trying to find where Darren Edwards is. We've had Cull into the pits.
He started sixth.
He started 6th, but he's not there anymore. We have Cull into the pits, though. He was one of the drivers you mentioned, actually,
he was smoking.
He's in the pits now.
I was smoking. And don't take a risk. If there's any doubt, get in the pits.
Yeah, especially if you're racing tomorrow as well. So, that's a big shame, isn't it, actually? Anybody been stricken? Well, we haven't had Powell come through. We haven't had Baxter or Mansell, Jameson, Buggy or Pearson, so that makes it sound like there's been quite a few fatalities in terms of finishing this race, which is a bit of a shame.
Yeah, I don't think Pearson started. I don't think Buggy started either. I think a few of those didn't actually start the race. I saw John Pearson, as I said before, I saw him actually at the front of assembly areas. The cars were just starting to go out, so I don't think he's actually started the race, John Pearson.
I suppose if you've already done a few races and this was a bit of a bonus one, the cars may be broken earlier in the day or something like that.
Well, John's responsible for largely responsible for the organisation of all of the so he's got quite a lot on his plate.
Yeah,
we'll let him off. We'll let him have a race off.
Yeah, that's a bit of a headache, isn't it, if something's going wrong? And obviously, to be fair, I think apart from, there's been a few safety cars, but that's motorsport, it happens. Obviously, we've been delayed quite substantially, but I think it's been a fairly clean and pretty good day. Is this the race
This is
leader?
Whitaker, so Whitaker
big gap
in the Griffith now, starting to get a little bit of a lead. Things have changed a little bit though, because the 777 cars come through. That's David Methley. He's had as well, by the way. Just dropping Graham Moss down a position. Listen to the roar. I love that 169 car as well. A thing of absolute beauty, isn't it? Not too sure I can see where it is actually, the 169.
Wonder if the transponder... Oh, it's there. It's Holm. It's in 8th place.
Oh, that's why we're looking at the wrong... Yeah, in the
Chevrolet,
of course. A thing of absolute beauty. It really is. When it comes down, the rumble, I almost feel my knees start to shake when it comes past me here. How long have we got? We've got just under 20 minutes of this race to go. Long way to go. There's the 66 car who had the spin a little bit earlier. That was Darren Edwards dropping him down, but he's back on, as you can see, and right in the mid-pack here, going toe-to-toe with a number of his fellow drivers.
Bit of a shame we don't have more minis, to be honest. I always love watching the little minis fight with the big V8s, and
it's my favourite car.
Yeah, it's a bit of a barge, isn't it? It's massive, but equally, like, you got to wonder if anybody's watching it out there thinking, well, he's not even racing or anything like that. But yeah, imagine just driving around Silverstone in the sun in your favourite car. Why wouldn't you want to do that?
Still racing.
Still racing. It's still out there.
Absolutely.
It's beating people who aren't finishing.
Exactly that. It's already made up a few places. So,
yeah, exactly.
Just starting. So good stuff there. We've got 19 minutes of this race. Go final race of the day for the Equipe Classic. The Equipe Summer Classic is the official title of the Equipe Summer Classic. What a day it has been. The biggest event that Equipe Classic Racing have ever put on. If you do want to find out more about Equipe Classic Racing, you can. There's a link in the body of this broadcast. Wherever you're watching this, give it a click. Take you straight through to the Equipe Classic Racing website, but don't do it for 20 minutes.
Or at least open a new tab.
Or open a new tab. Otherwise, it will suddenly watch all the viewers just disappear.
Yeah.
Stay with us for this one, because I've been very much looking forward to this one, and already it's been action-packed at the sharp end. Although Whittaker has got a solid lead already, what was it, 4.5 seconds over the line last time. That's just getting bigger and bigger, but it does behind them. It's all action. David Methley from 11th on the grid into second place. We're still in the early stages of this race. Remember, it was juiced from 30 down to 25 minutes. Here is your race leader, Whittaker, now just coming through as expected in that TVR Griffith just to run away. Of course, again, there actually is David Methley. I wonder if the gap's closing down a little bit. Maybe Graham Moss just behind him as well. And after that, we have White. And there is that 169. Oh, look at it. It's just
doing well to hustle it around so quickly, actually, I think, because it does look like a little bit hard work getting it through the corners.
Yeah, I bet it's lightning. Oh, 84 goes straight on. It's okay. I wonder if that's a bit of a brake issue. The 84 looks like an E-type, doesn't it? Is it the 84?
Waiting to get that smoke to hit us.
It is, yeah. That's Wilmot.
Yeah.
Wilmot in the E-type. What a shame that is. Going straight on. I wonder if he's going to come into the pits. I wonder if it just maybe he carried a bit too much speed, got a bit hot on it, missed his braking zone. Must have missed it by a fair few yards though to be steaming on that one.
He's missed out a long way. He's locked up as well, panicked and not come off the brakes either. So yeah, bit of a mistake, a bit of a heart-stopping moment for us as well. And it was quite nice for him to do it straight in front of the camera. Gave you all at home something to watch. And
if people are going to spin, if you could do it in front of our camera, that'd be great.
That'd be polite, wouldn't it?
It would be polite. Yeah.
This is a great little battle though between the sort of lower end of the field. It's got the 172, I think, involved in it.
Here comes Block. Just listen to it.
You're just waiting, aren't you? Every single time.
That boot is bigger than my house.
I wouldn't put it past.
Well,
I think if he crashes it, it'd probably cost more.
It's American, isn't it? The trunk.
Yeah.
The trunk is bigger than my house.
If he crashes it, it'd probably be worth more than my house as well. At the back end of the field, I was saying about the 173, 175 sort of area. I think it's about 28th place. They're all MGB Roadsters, and we've already seen them once today. They put on a hell of a show. They're putting on one hell of a show as well, even though we may obviously focus towards the sharp end. We favour the fights that are at the top end of the order, but we always like to sort of cast our eyes back, and a lot further back, to capture Ian's favourite car there.
Well, we've seen a lot of MGBs today, haven't we, in that BCBA race, in the Equipe GTS race, and now in this one as well, with good reason as well. They make for
oh yeah,
they're cracking. They are still quite, dare I say, relatively easy to get. They're classic cars, but relatively easy to get. Here comes Whittaker now, your race leader, comfortably out in front there. This was sort of expected. There he goes, Whittaker in the TVR Griffith there. And Jack, I think I interrupted you from saying something.
Well, I was just going to say, one of the things that surprised me about the Elan race, actually, having not been involved in the world as strongly as obviously a lot of the other people are that we were speaking to and educating us, is how readily available the parts are for cars that were made in the 60s. And I think that's the case of a lot of sort of classic cars these days. The people are taking care of them more and more, and therefore parts are being made for them again, and the old specs are being the old blueprints are being pulled out from the back of the cupboards and they're being manufactured, which is great.
Well, it helps, doesn't it, with specialists like Tony Thompson, who specialises in the Lotus Land. That helps. Just a note that John Tordoff and Jack Wilmot having a really cracking little battle as well, just behind the leading group there. So that's well worth keeping an eye on for the rest of this race. And Darren Edwards going through, he had a spin earlier. It's not slowed him down. The way he tacked the corner just there, he's still going for this. He's trying to make up for lost time.
We actually spoke to Tordoff in that Elan race earlier on, and he was saying about how much he enjoyed it, how much he loved it. It was a great day, all this sort of thing. Didn't realise he was actually back out here, so he was actually part of a two-driver team. So he's obviously dibs the car, and he's decided he's going to go out for another race.
So we have got 14 minutes left of the final race of the day. Yeah, it is proving to be an exciting one, although Mike Whittaker right at the sharp end. Mike Whittaker is kind of running away with it a little bit, isn't he? He's got a healthy lead in first place, but there's still action going on behind. In fact, Whittaker's fastest lap, 2:27.832. It's only 0.4 of a second faster than Meffley's fastest lap, though, so it's not lightning fast. Here comes he's lightning fast at the sharp end, of course, Adrian Block, but he's not lightning ahead of everybody else, is what I'm trying to say. Is Block, can you hear it rumble as it goes through? Just listen to the noise as it goes through. I just want that car.
When it rolls, I'd be surprised if he's not lying across the front of his car, to be honest. It's
an aerodynamical nightmare, isn't it? But who cares? I mean, the hole in the air that will be punching is insane.
I bet he was everybody's favourite friend when they were qualifying. Everybody wanted to be behind them on the slipstream down the Wellington Straight. Anyway, in fact, there it is again. You're right. The fight, the sort of closest battle that we got out on the circuit in the sharp end, anyway, is probably with Tordoff Wilmot.
Whittaker now. He's actually catching up to Block pretty quick, isn't he, already? And I'll tell you something, though. There is Metheny.
Yeah, he's doing well.
This gap, it might even be coming down. I don't think that doesn't look like 6 seconds to me.
It's either stagnated or they're extending from third place anyway, and the rest of the field, the top sort of 6, have absolutely just pile drive their way ahead of everybody. In fact, top 5, sorry. We've got Holm coming past us now. There he is.
Oh, listen to it. Oh.
Yeah, it's great in the Chevy, the Corvette, and that's sort of where the battles start to begin.
600 Tordoff. That bonnet has got damage.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you've just seen that, because he was having a good battle there with Wilmot, and he's dropped back a little bit. Something has happened out on track. I'm not quite sure what, but it looks like Tordoff has had a bit of a bump somewhere with someone or something.
Massive drift moment there for the Corvette. That's not Corvette, sorry, the Mustang.
We've got another country as well.
Oh, hey, take them off. What is it?
We've got checkered flag. We're not quite sure what's happened here, but we've got checkered flag for some reason. We've still got 11.5 minutes, and the checkered flag is out. We're not sure why. We've got no idea what's happened. Checkered flag has out, so we're really sorry, everybody. That's caught us completely by surprise. It's caught TSL by surprise, and I'm not too sure. We're not too sure what's happened here, because there's still 11 minutes left on the clock, just over 11 minutes. I'm not too sure the drivers are aware it's the last lap either. Oh, and the reason is the curfew's 6 o'clock here, so we're actually 15 minutes running over curfew. So, well, that's a shock, Jack. I wasn't prepared for that. I'm not prepared for that. I'm ready for another 11 minutes of racing.
Whittaker wins. They're going to make it dramatic.
That is the checkered flag, and we've run over curfew by 15 minutes, so somebody might be in trouble. I just want to say another country tuning in, and one who might surprise you. We've got Mr. Holmes tuning in from Iraq. So, thank you very much, Mr. Holmes.
Well, next time we need a bigger map or something. We need to tick these things off, I tell you. Because it's great to have so much interaction. This is a fantastic thing about live streaming as well, isn't it? I mean, you get so much interaction from all over the world. If we weren't live streaming it today, half of these people might not have, well, nobody would have been able to watch it. Half of them may not have even known it's on.
Only the people here in the grandstand. So thank you everybody for tuning in as well.
And I will say very quickly before we get going, a big thank you for Ian to do it, and we're actually going to go around to the front to see this programme off properly. We'll be back in about 20 seconds time.
Right, everybody, that corner is completely off guard, didn't it, there? But thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Hopefully we might be able to get the race results for you, but Mike Whittaker, of course, taking the win. That wasn't a huge shock in the end, but I wonder if the drivers got caught off guard a little bit there as well. I have a feeling they might have done.
Well, I was going to say, if TSL thought there was 11 minutes to go, that pretty much means everyone thought there was 11 minutes to go, apart from obviously the race organisers. So, yeah, it was a bit of a shame, but Whittaker was a deserved winner anyway. It's not like he was upset by the fact that we finished early or anything like that. He's probably quite pleased. But, yeah, it was a bit of a shame that a few of the battles behind obviously got diluted. But you know what? This is racing. We've had to deal with it. They'll be back tomorrow, hopefully, for more action.
Jack, your first time of Equipe Classic racing, what was your highlight of the day?
Well, the obvious answer is the Elans. Ultimately, I think the whole day exceeded my expectation, which is what we want. This is what we expect to see. When some people think about classic car racing or sports car racing, they see or they hear some of the cars that are on offer. You think, well, they're not actually going to race. They're not actually going to go door to door, wheel to wheel. And this is the reason why I was saying about the live streaming is important. If it wasn't for the live streaming, some people's perception of that may well still be exactly that. Whereas what we've seen today is quite literally the opposite. They don't mind getting their elbows out. We haven't seen much contact, but that promotes clean racing. We've still seen people fly around the outside, of the inside, go for lunges. It's been brilliant. I mean, door-to-door action all the way.
It certainly has. Certainly for me, the Elan bit at lunch was the bit for me. Do go back and watch that. All of the content that we filmed today live stays at the Equipe Classic Racing YouTube channel and Live Sport now as well. Now is a good time to hit that subscribe button if you could. We really, really do appreciate it. All of the action we brought for you today has been completely free to air for you. No subscription fee. Just hit that subscribe button. It's free to do. It means you can keep up to speed with everything that happens with the Equipe Classic Racing. Now might be a good time as well, actually, to click that link to the Equipe Classic Racing website as well, if you fancy doing it. He's been Jack Oliphant. I've been Ian Waterhouse. We've been your presenting and commentary team. Big thank you to John as well, by the way. What a job he has done. And the whole crew here, Simon, our producer, and Jack as well. Big thank you to everybody who's made this happen today. You better go get some after sun. To everybody, drive safe and kind. Take care, everybody. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.